Chapter 884. Yang Kai's roar resounded like thunder in his ears, causing the yellow-robed man's body to tremble, and he instinctively tried to hide in the crowd, instinctively trying to find some sense of security. But no matter where he hid, he felt like a sword was hanging over his head and the aura of death was approaching him. "You dared to attack me, you will definitely regret it in the future!" The yellow-robed man roared hysterically. "Threatening me?" Yang Kai curled his lips, a look of disdain on his face. "Those who dare threaten me all end up miserable!" Chi. A strange sound rang out, and the yellow-robed man, who was hiding in the crowd, suddenly felt a strange force enter his body. The next moment, his body began to swell like a balloon, becoming round and large in a very short time. His face flushed red. The yellow-robed man could clearly feel his 5 viscera, 6 organs, blood, and bones being crushed by this unreasonable expansion. Severe pain spread throughout his body and blood began to flow from his 7 orifices. A great panic descended upon him as he felt like he was about to die, but his senses were still so clear and sharp. Save me!" The yellow-robed man squeezed out a few words from his mouth, his eyes rolling upwards, only able to see white but not black, his whole body twitching uncontrollably. Ping. With a muffled sound, the yellow-robed man suddenly burst into a pool of blood, not even his bones remaining. Bits of flesh and viscera flew everywhere, dyeing the nearby cultivator blood red. Everyone's eyes trembled, their hearts filled with fear, each one of them remaining silent out of fear. The cultivator who had shouted before no longer dared to look at Yang Kai, fearing he would suddenly attack and kill them all. "This is the fate of those who threaten me!" Yang Kai laughed, his expression joyful, as if he had just done a trivial thing, very calm. Suddenly his expression became cold and gloomy as he shouted, "If you just came here to play, my 9 heavens holy land will welcome you, but if you have some ulterior motive, don't blame me for not showing mercy." Chi. Streaks of golden yuan chi suddenly shot out like snakes with sharp fangs. They seemed to have locked onto a few cultivator in the crowd and attacked them directly, penetrating into their bodies without missing a millimeter. Just like the yellow-robed man, the bodies of these cultivators all expanded, and when they reached their limit, they exploded. Before they died, they experienced the fear that came from the depths of their soul. Seeing that Yang Kai killed without hesitation and had no intention of stopping, the cultivator gathered here did not dare to stay any longer. They all screamed and ran away with all their strength. He was no longer willing to stay outside the 9 peaks. Yang Kai waved his hand, and a chain-like yuan chi shot out, binding a middle-aged man in the crowd and dragging him back. The middle-aged man's entire body trembled, and his face turned pale. When he saw that everyone else had already escaped, but he was the only one left behind, he couldn't help but loudly beg for mercy and kowtow like he was pounding garlic. "You were quite loud just now." Yang Kai looked at him with a sneer. "Master, holy master, please spare me! I won't do it again. I will never come to 9 heavens holy land again. Master, holy master, please spare me!" Yang Kai said contemptuously as he stared down at him condescendingly. "I won't kill you this time, but I need you to pass on a message for me." Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly nodded. "Please speak, master, holy master. I don't care who ordered you to do these things. When you return, tell him that the next time he dares to use such despicable means to try to provoke me, I will personally come to his sect and wipe out his sect and family, not leaving even a chicken or dog alive." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before realizing that Yang Kai had already seen through his little tricks and quickly nodded. "I'll definitely pass on this message." "Scram!" Yang Kai shouted. The middle-aged man thanked Yang Kai while stumbling away quickly. Looking at the fleeing figure, Shirkun's expression became dignified as he worriedly asked, "Holy master, won't this cause some kind of problem?" "Don't worry, it's just a few clowns. If they die, then they die." Yang Kai shook his head. "The next time you find such people outside the Holy Land with malicious intentions, immediately kill them. There's no need to reason with them." "Yes," Shirkun quickly responded, his eyes gradually filling with excitement as he stared at Yang Kai. Shirkuan suddenly discovered that this new Holy Master's personality was very different from that of the old Holy Master. The old Holy Master did things with the overall situation in mind, never doing anything that was detrimental to the Holy Land. But this new Holy Master was different. His methods were tough and his personality was cold. This kind of temperament was very much to Shirkuan's liking. Sure enough, this young man is full of vigor and vitality. I hope the Holy Land can be like this new Holy Master in the future, full of vigor and vitality. The cultivator wandering outside the 9 peaks was just a group of small fries. Yang Kai didn't put them in his eyes at all. If he hadn't happened to run into them on his way back, he wouldn't have intervened in this matter. After exhorting Shirkuan, Yang Kai returned to the 9 peaks. Li Rong respectfully excused herself, saying that she wanted to distribute the saint-grade artifacts to the various great commanders so they could refine them as soon as possible in order to improve their combat strength. Holy Master Court. This was the residence of the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land. Generations of divine masters had lived in this exquisite and magnificent building complex, enjoying the best scenery and the densest spirit energy at the peak of the mountain. Now that Yang Kai was in charge of 9 Heavens Holy Land, this naturally became his residence. In addition to him, there was another person who lived here, the Saintess Enlinger. According to the original rules of 9 Heavens Holy Land, a Saintess lived for the Holy Master. Everything a Saintess did was to prepare for the Holy Master's strength. They were willing to devote everything they had to the Holy Master, including their lives. Every Saintess was instilled with this ideology from a young age. When Yang Kai returned, he happened to see Enlinger sitting at the table in his room, her hands resting on her cheeks, her eyes red as if she was in a daze. Yang Kai stared at her for a while, but she didn't respond. It wasn't until Yang Kai sat down across the table that Enlinger suddenly woke up and quickly got up, politely bowing. "Has Holy Master returned? There's no need to be so polite." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and poured himself a cup of tea, looking at her and asking, "Saintess Nan, how is she?" Hearing Yang Kai ask this, Enlinger seemed to become even sadder, whispering softly, "She's still the same. What are you going to do?" "I want to try and resolve the obsession in her heart, but I don't know what to do." Saintess Nan was a living corpse. The only reason she could still move was because of the obsession in her heart. Once it was resolved, her body would stop moving and she would be able to rest in peace. In Yang Kai's opinion, the most convenient method was to directly destroy Saintess Nan's body and end all troubles. But Enlinger's feelings for her were too deep, so she obviously wasn't willing to do so. "Is there no record of this in the Holy Land?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. "There should be." Enlinger wiped the corners of her eyes. "Because in the historical records, such a thing has happened in the Holy Land before. Be patient and look for it. Perhaps you can find a solution." Yang Kai comforted. Enlinger gently nodded. "I also think so." After a moment of silence, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that Enlinger had a hesitant expression on her face, as if she had something difficult to say. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai said, "You don't need to be polite with me. If there's anything you want to say, I will definitely help." Enlinger's face blushed slightly as she pursed her lips and whispered, "Actually, the elders are asking." "What are they asking?" "They're asking about us." Enlinger's face became even redder as her eyes became watery, somewhat embarrassed. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before suddenly realizing something and smiling bitterly. "Why are they so anxious?" "Of course they're anxious," Enlinger sneered. "You're the Holy Master of the Holy Land. They all want you to grow up as soon as possible and become an overlord." Every generation of Holy Masters cultivated with their saintesses, allowing them to grow at an unimaginable speed. On top of that, every generation of Holy Masters was able to reach the peak of the Third Order Saint realm. This was why 9 Heavens Holy Land had been able to stand tall for so many years and enjoy such a great reputation in Tongxian realm. "Then what do you think?" Yang Kai looked towards Enlinger and asked. Enlinger lowered her head as she pinched her clothes with her fingers, a look of unease appearing on her face as she muttered, "Us saintesses are taught from childhood to obey the orders of the Holy Master, so this matter, it's up to you to decide." Whatever you say, I'll listen to you. And Linger's well-behaved and obedient appearance made Yang Kai feel quite overwhelmed. A saintess was already an outstanding beauty, 1 in 10,000, and now that she was showing such an expression, any man would likely be tempted. Yang Kai also felt that at this moment, Linger's charm was boundless. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai straightened his face and quickly said, "You said before that we're friends, right?" And Linger nodded lightly. "Since we're friends, I'll tell you the truth," Yang Kai said solemnly. "When I was in the Holy Tomb, something happened and I learned why the Holy Master of the Holy Land was able to rapidly increase his strength." "What secret?" And Linger couldn't help becoming interested. Although she was a saintess, she still didn't know much about this secret. "The reason why the Holy Master was able to rapidly increase his strength and reach the Third Order Saint realm was entirely by consuming the vitality of both himself and the saintess." "Consuming vitality?" Yang Kai nodded and explained carefully. "Everyone has a different degree of vitality. Those with more vitality can live longer, while those with less vitality are the opposite. Moreover, as one's strength increases, the vitality of a cultivator will also increase. However, the secret art the Holy Master cultivates requires one's vitality as a price to cultivate. Therefore, every Holy Master is extremely talented and has profound strength, but they also have a short lifespan." Linger's mouth opened slightly, as if she had just heard some incredible secret. "I'm not going to cultivate that kind of secret art, nor will I allow you to." Yang Kai looked at her seriously. "Because I want to live longer. You and I are friends, and I don't want to see my friend die early." Linger's beautiful eyes flashed, seemingly moved by his words. "I don't have many friends, but you count as one. I hope we can cherish this relationship in the future. Holy Master and Saintess are only external identities, but in private, we can treat each other as equals. What do you think?" And Linger nodded repeatedly. Chapter 885. The secret art that 9 Heavens Holy Lands Holy Masters cultivated was not something Yang Kai was interested in. Seeking strength at the cost of one's own vitality was a bit of a waste. Yang Kai's pursuit of the peak of the martial Tao was not like this. As such, he had never intended to follow the footsteps of the previous Holy Masters. He had his own goals and pursuits. However, this required Linger's cooperation. Seeing her nod her head, Yang Kai also felt happy and relieved. "But what if the elders ask?" And Linger couldn't help worrying. "They all seem to be very anxious. A dog trying to catch a mouse, a busybody." Yang Kai muttered to himself. There was no need to ask, he knew the most anxious one should be that old man Su Hui. It was definitely him urging Linger to cultivate with him as soon as possible. Hearing him say this, Linger giggled, the room suddenly becoming much brighter. "How about this? If they ask, just tell them that we're already cultivating." "That's fine, but that's only for a while." Linger lightly pursed her red lips. "You won't have any problems. With your aptitude, even if you don't cultivate that secret art, your strength will increase rapidly. But if I don't break through for a long time, the elders will definitely become suspicious. I'll help you." Yang Kai grinned. "How will you help me?" Linger was stunned. Yang Kai flipped his hand and summoned out a delicate jade bottle, handing it to her and saying, "This bottle contains a very strange spirit liquid. After you take it back, take a drop every day and your strength will slowly improve." Linger took the bottle skeptically, opened it, and took a whiff of its fragrance. Her eyes couldn't help shining as she stared at Yang Kai. "Is this really useful?" "Of course it's useful." Yang Kai nodded affirmatively, adding, "When you're done with it, you can ask me for more." "Then I'll take it back and try it, thank you." Linger giggled, seemingly having chatted with Yang Kai for a while. Her mood had become much better, no longer as sad as before. After chatting for a while, Linger left. Yang Kai used his divine sense to inform Su Hui, Li Rong, and the others that he was going into retreat for a while and that they were not to disturb him. After receiving a reply, Yang Kai left the Holy Master Court and headed to the Holy Tomb alone. The Holy Mausoleum was an excellent place for seclusion. Other than Yang Kai using the Holy Lord's spirit ring to open it, No one else could open it, so there was no need to worry about being disturbed. Arriving in front of the huge bluestone, Yang Kai placed the Holy Lord's spirit ring on his finger at a specific location, opened the holy tomb, and dove in. In the dim and gloomy environment, there were still traces of 9 Heavens Holy Land's disciples living here. Although the environment wasn't very good, the world energy aura here was extremely rich. After finding a random spot, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. Taking out the long shuttle artifact he obtained from the star field, Yang Kai carefully examined it. He could feel that this artifact contained a mysterious power and that there were countless complex spirit arrays carved into it, but if he didn't refine it, he wouldn't be able to figure out what this artifact's function was. Holding his breath, Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned the long shuttle artifact, probing its material and structure, looking for a way to break through. If one wanted to refine an artifact, the first step was to leave their soul brand on it and engrave their life imprint. Only then could they begin to refine it. After leaving their life imprint, they would absorb it into their body and nourish it with their yuan qi and divine sense. After reaching a certain level, an artifact would resonate with one's body and become useful to them. Even if it was absorbed into one's body, it would still take a long time to nourish it before it could display its full power. Therefore, every cultivator would not easily replace the artifact they were using, because after a long period of refinement and nourishment, a subtle connection would form between them and their artifact. This connection would allow them to display the full power of their artifact in battle, greatly increasing their combat effectiveness. If they replaced it with an unfamiliar artifact, it wouldn't have such an effect. Unless there was no longer a balance between the growth of their strength and the grade of their artifact, a cultivator would choose to change their artifact. Even so, they would still look for artifacts that were compatible with their own secret arts and martial skills to refine. Most cultivators would search for materials and ask an artifact refiner to tailor an artifact for them. An excellent artifact refiner would tailor an artifact for a cultivator that was truly suitable for that cultivator. Yang Kai had never struggled like this before, mainly because he generally didn't rely on the power of artifacts. If he found something useful, he would just casually refine it. He was too lazy to search for materials and ask someone to refine it for him. This long shuttle artifact had an owner a long time ago, but that owner may have lost his way in the star field or encountered an accident and died in the star field. The long shuttle artifact drifted with the asteroid sea and was accidentally discovered and obtained by Yang Kai. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai soon found a very subtle soul aura inside the long shuttle artifact. This was the soul brand that belonged to its original owner. It was necessary to erase it in order to engrave his own brand onto it. Feeling this soul aura, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. Although many years had passed and the soul aura left inside the artifact had become very weak, Yang Kai could still feel how pure and rich it had been before it had weakened. The original owner of this artifact was at least a third-order saint. Such a top master had fallen in the star field, causing one to sigh and sigh. Yang Kai also realized the horror of the star field. He had entered the star field twice, but what he had seen was just a drop in the ocean. It was likely he hadn't encountered any real danger. That was a disaster that even a third-order saint couldn't resist. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai released his conflagrated spiritual energy and began burning inside the artifact. Chi. The soul brand left inside the artifact was erased in an instant. Yang Kai's yuan qi surged and poured it into the long shuttle while his divine sense remained inside. This kind of thing was very time-consuming and couldn't be rushed, so Yang Kai sat in place and maintained his yuan qi and divine sense, allowing the long shuttle to familiarize itself with his aura. Gradually, some subtle Jin Yuan and spiritual energy were able to penetrate into the shuttle and stay there. This also meant that it was beginning to accept his aura. Yang Kai's heart settled, knowing that this artifact and his yuan qi weren't mutually exclusive. If they were, then no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to refine it. Ignoring the long shuttle artifact in his hand and allowing it to be eroded by his yuan qi and spiritual energy, Yang Kai sent his consciousness into the black book space. Perceiving the arrival of Yang Kai, The divine tree faintly welcomed him, seemingly in a somewhat bad mood. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai smiled and asked. "I feel a little lonely." The divine tree responded. "I'm the only one here, so when you don't come, I can only stare blankly." "Lonely?" Yang Kai's face went black, suddenly discovering that the divine tree's sentience had grown to a level he hadn't expected. In the past, it wouldn't have said such things. "I'm sorry." Kai Yang expressed his apologies. "I can't place living creatures of flesh and blood in this place, otherwise I could have found a few companions for you. And there used to be a yin-yang monster ginseng, but unfortunately it has disappeared." "Yin-yang monster ginseng? What's that?" "A kind of world spirit treasure," Yang Kai explained, his eyes suddenly lighting up. "Right, world spirit treasures have some sentience. I can find some for you to accompany you." The divine tree was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and find me a few." "No hurry." Yang Kai laughed. "I still have something to do here, so I'm in seclusion. I promise you, when I come out I'll help you find them, and this kind of thing is very rare, it won't be easy to find, it will take some time." "Oh." The divine tree couldn't help but be a little disappointed, but soon recovered and said cheerfully, "Then I'll wait." Yang Kai nodded seriously. "Don't worry, I'll definitely find them for you." "I believe you." "Are there any changes to the two stones now?" Yang Kai asked again. "They're still the same, they've been eating other stones, and I found that their appetite seems to have increased a lot." "Oh?" Yang Kai was surprised and hurried to the two pitch-black round stones, and found that it was as the divine tree said, since a few days ago he and Li Rong found a large number of ores in the star field and placed them here. The two pitch-black round stones had increased their absorption of mineral essence. In just a few days they had consumed a month's worth of ores. The surrounding area was filled with crushed stones that had lost their essence. Looking around, Yang Kai could even clearly see the condensed essence of these ores continuously flowing into the pitch-black round stone, disappearing without a trace. Nourished by these ores' essence, the two pitch-black round stones exuded a faint glow, and the meridian-like lines inside them became clearer and more coherent, a large amount of energy flowing through them. "What the hell are these? Why are they eating stones?" The divine tree expressed curiosity. "Even if you asked me, I don't know." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "But there will be a day when the truth comes to light. Keep watching them. If you find any big changes, remember to inform me immediately." A moment later, Yang Kai left the black book space and his consciousness returned to his body. Time flew by, and half a month passed. During this time, Yang Kai had continuously allowed Yuan Qi and his spiritual energy to erode the long shuttle artifact, carving his own life mark and soul brand, but the progress was very slow. Yang Kai didn't know what grade this long shuttle artifact was, but it was even more difficult than refining the Saint-grade high-rank silver leaf artifact. However, after half a month, Yang Kai finally succeeded in carving his own brand inside this long shuttle artifact and took it into his body. Next was a long period of nurturing. Only when he could resonate with this long shuttle artifact would he be able to understand its purpose and use it to fight his enemies. This was something Yang Kai didn't need to do deliberately, he just needed time to settle down, and after a certain point, it would naturally resonate with him. Chapter 886. After storing the long shuttle artifact into his body, Yang Kai came out of seclusion to take a look at the current situation of the Holy Land and found that everything was normal. After the last incident, the disciples of the Holy Land were now working very hard in their cultivation, and the elders had also made great progress. The ancient demon race, under the constraints of Li Rong and the other great commanders, were now able to coexist peacefully with the people of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The only thing that was of concern was the issue of cultivation materials. Although the wizard had delivered a lot of materials to them last time, with the thousands of people in the Holy Land, their consumption rate was quite high, and it wouldn't be long before they ran out of supplies. In the past, Nine Heavens' Holy Land's cultivation materials had all been obtained by the disciples who went out to find them, by the three nearby forces, or by the old holy master who went to the monster race territory to exchange for crystal stones. Now that the crystal stone lode had been unscrupulously mined by the monster race for 2 or 3 years, it was on the verge of exhaustion. There wasn't even enough for them to use, so how could they exchange for supplies with others? Yang Kai took out the things he couldn't use from the black book space, but even that could only alleviate the situation for a while. The Holy Land's elders were worried about the future every day. Seeing them like this, Yang Kai was really embarrassed to ask them to help him find world spirit treasures. World spirit treasures, regardless of their grade, were all extremely rare and valuable. At this critical juncture, how could the Holy Land have the spare energy to do such a thing? Yang Kai also had no good ideas, so he simply threw this mess to Su Hui and the others and entered the Holy Tomb again to cultivate. Inside the Holy Tomb, Yang Kai comprehended the heavenly way and martial Tao, exploring the path ahead of him. Occasionally, when he was tired from cultivating, Yang Kai would refine pills to relieve his body and mind. The original intention of learning alchemy was to cultivate his spiritual energy. Because the true alchemic way, which contained a huge amount of precious information, was stored in Yang Kai's mind, it was impossible to pry into it without using his spiritual energy. But gradually, after mastering a considerable amount of alchemy knowledge, Yang Kai also embarked on this path. He didn't expect to go very far, but now he was able to refine saint-grade mid-rank pills, better than 90% of the alchemists in the world. The true alchemic way played an important role. In particular, Yang Kai discovered that while studying alchemy, it was of great help to his martial Tao and cultivation. His understanding of the conflagrated knowledge sea had also become more thorough. Yang Kai decided that he would truly treat alchemy as a side branch of comprehending martial arts. Therefore, while raising his cultivation base, he also spared no effort to improve his alchemy skills. Unfortunately, since the last time he refined the mid-rank saint-grade pill in Demon God Castle, Yang Kai didn't have many saint-grade materials on hand. With Yang Kai's current level, if he didn't refine a saint-grade pill, he wouldn't be able to improve his attainments in alchemy. After refining a few saint-grade pills in the Holy Tomb, he was completely out of saint-grade herbs, making him extremely helpless. There was no flowing time Great Emperor for cultivation. When Yang Kai came out of seclusion again, it was already 3 months later. The scenery of the 9 peaks had undergone some subtle changes. Inside the hall, the elders were discussing something, the atmosphere dignified. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, all of them wore shocked expressions and quickly stood up to greet him. "Sit down, I just came out of seclusion today, so there's no need to pay attention to me." Yang Kai gestured. Everyone nodded lightly and sat down. "Holy Master has come at just the right time," Su Hui said. "We were just discussing whether we should sell some of the Holy Land's valuables we can't use. Holy Master should give us some advice." "Sell what?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Some artifacts we can't use and some secret arts and martial skills that don't belong to my 9 heavens Holy Land," Su Hui replied. "Why should we sell them?" Yang Kai swept his eyes around. All the elders blushed slightly as they glanced around at each other, none of them saying anything. Yang Kai was even more puzzled. Su Hui smiled bitterly and explained. "The main reason is that the disciples have been cultivating in the Holy Tomb some time ago, and have made many gains and breakthroughs. In order to consolidate their current cultivation, they have consumed too much of their strength. The Holy Land's yuan qi has also been greatly damaged, so we don't have enough cultivation materials. If we sell what we have, we can exchange it for a lot of other things. Holy Master, please persuade Great Elder, he even wants to sell the saint-grade low-rank artifact the old Holy Master gave him," Ewing said. Yang Kai was taken aback and asked, "Is the Holy Land in such dire straits now?" "Its subordinates' incompetence," Su Hui said awkwardly. "But as long as we get through this difficult time, things will improve after a while. It's not your fault." Yang Kai shook his head and said thoughtfully, "It's also related to the demons I brought with me. Didn't you distribute a lot of materials to them?" Although Su Hui and the others had never told him this, Yang Kai had been able to observe it. Since the ancient demon clan moved into the Holy Land, The ancient demon race had always had an abundance of cultivation materials, all of which should have been given to them by Su Hui. The Holy Land could be self-sufficient, but the ancient demon clan could not. They could not leave the 9 peaks at all. Once they were discovered, it would likely cause trouble. The extra 1,000 people would only become a burden to the Holy Land. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Su Hui did not deny it and simply nodded silently. This is my responsibility. Yang Kai gently nodded, taking the initiative to admit his mistake. I have neglected this issue. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked, Great Elder, allow me to ask something I shouldn't be asking. Do you elders who have reached the Saint realm have a habit of collecting Saint-grade materials? Su Hui nodded. Yes, since breaking through to the transcendent late stage, Subordinate has been purposefully collecting materials, refining pills, refining artifacts. Whatever I need, I will collect, and when the day comes, I will find a suitable alchemist or artifact refiner to help me refine it. I have also collected materials. Cheng Yutong nodded. The other elders all chimed in one after another, each of them indicating that they had all done the same. Because Saint-grade materials were not easy to collect, it took a long time to collect, so generally, when one reached the transcendent realm, a cultivator would do this with a purpose. However, the materials we have collected have all been used up. Unfortunately, Elder Yuing, the materials for the clear sky pill that she spent 10 years collecting have all been used up recently. Su Hui sighed. What are you talking about? Yuing smiled. Which one of you hasn't taken out the materials you worked so hard to collect? We're not the same. Luo Xing sighed. We haven't collected all the materials yet, but all you need to do is find an outstanding alchemist to help you refine an emerald sky pill. If you're lucky, you might be able to refine an emerald sky pill and greatly increase your strength. In front of Holy Master, let's not talk about this. Yuing covered her mouth and smiled. It's as if we're crying poor. The other elders all laughed dryly. Holy Master, why do you ask this? Su Hui asked in confusion. Yang Kai's eyes flashed brightly. In other words, most transcendent realm cultivators in this world have a habit of collecting materials, and if they are lucky enough, they have already collected all of them. You could say that. Su Hui nodded slightly. He didn't understand how this had anything to do with the current situation of the Holy Land, pausing for a moment before continuing. However, collecting all of these materials is of no use. Finding someone to refine and clear sky pill is very troublesome. Elder Yuing was unable to find a suitable person to help her refine the clear sky pill until now. Finding a good alchemist and artifact refiner is not easy, and there is also a risk of failure. That's good. Yang Kai chuckled. I have a way to alleviate the current situation of the Holy Land. Ah? The several elders couldn't help feeling pleasantly surprised, all of them turning excited looks towards Yang Kai. Elder Yuing, I'll return you in clear sky pills someday. Yang Kai looked at her with a smile. Yu Ying's expression shook as her beautiful eyes filled with expectation. Yang Kai stood up and shouted. Great Elder, use all of the Holy Land's connections to spread the word that my Holy Land can help people refine pills. If anyone needs a spirit-grade top-rank pill or above, they can come to my Holy Land. Good, Saint-grade top-rank pills cannot be refined, this point must be made clear. Those who succeed will pay the same price as the pill itself, only crystal stones and herbs will be accepted. If the refinement fails, my Holy Land will compensate you in full. Inside the hall, all the elders' jaws dropped as they stared towards Yang Kai, none of them saying a word, none of them wondering what the Master Holy Land was up to today. Seeing Su Hui not react at all, Yang Kai couldn't help frowning. Isn't the reward a bit too high? Su Hui finally recovered and said with a wry smile. If the pill can be guaranteed to succeed, this reward is not high at all. Many people spend a huge amount of energy to collect materials and ask someone to refine them. If they fail once or twice, they will waste a lot of energy and money. Therefore, it is not excessive to ask for the same value of crystal stones or medicinal ingredients as the pill. On the contrary, this kind of reward is very easy to accept. Then why do all of you look like you've seen a ghost? Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. Holy Master! Su Hui's face twitched. Our Holy Land doesn't have a saint-grade alchemist. Su Hui even suspected that Yang Kai had become muddle-headed from his seclusion, and had even forgotten such a thing. Although Nine Heavens' Holy Land was not weak in Tongxian realm, it still did not have a saint-grade alchemist. The main reason for this was that such an alchemist was too rare. The Alchemist Guild generally did not allow such an alchemist to work for any one force. The only exception was if the alchemist was cultivated by that force, and was not subject to the jurisdiction of the Alchemist Guild. Unfortunately, Nine Heavens' Holy Land had never produced a saint-grade alchemist after so many years. There wasn't one in the past, but that doesn't mean there isn't one now. Just released the news. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. Su Hui's body trembled as he suddenly thought of something. What Holy Master means is, among those demons. But soon he frowned again. Demons were unable to perform alchemy because of the demonic qi in their bodies. You don't need to worry about who will refine them, just do as I say. Yes. Seeing Yang Kai so confident, Su Hui no longer asked and immediately began making arrangements with the other elders. Although Nine Heavens' Holy Land had not received any help when it was in danger last time, and now they were embroiled in a public debate about colluding with evil demons, this did not prevent the news from spreading. The elders had made many connections in the outside world over the years, so each of them used their own methods to spread the news. Chapter 887. Inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai began examining the movement and internal texture of the long shuttle artifact, trying to figure out its purpose. Yang Kai didn't know what was so strange about this artifact, but not only was it extremely difficult to refine it into his body, it was also extremely time-consuming to make it resonate with him. It had been 4 months since Yang Kai had absorbed it into his body and nourished it with his Yuan Qi and divine sense, but it still hadn't shown any signs of activity. The artifact had been contaminated with Yang Kai's aura, but it still couldn't resonate with Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to be at a loss for what to do. Suddenly, some subtle movements came from outside, and a moment later, Su Hui's voice called out. Holy Master, subordinate requests an audience. Come in. Yang Kai called out. Along with the sound of footsteps, Su Hui quickly walked in and, with a strange look on his face, cupped his fists and said, Holy Master, someone has come to ask the Holy Land for help in refining a pill. Oh? Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he muttered. You've finally come? And you've finally come. Su Hui smiled bitterly. A month had passed since the day Yang Kai had asked the elders to use their connections to release the news, and today, this was the first time someone had come to ask for alchemy services. The main reason was that although Nine Heavens' Holy Land was famous throughout the world, it had never produced a saint-grade alchemist, so when news of it spread, not many people believed it, not to mention that Su Hui and the others had released news that even saint-grade mid-rank pills could be refined. This meant that there was at least one saint-grade mid-rank alchemist in Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Saint-grade mid-rank alchemists were extremely rare in this world, one could count them on one's hand. The names of these grandmasters were all familiar, but none of them had anything to do with Nine Heavens' Holy Land. The world didn't believe anyone here could refine such a pill. After waiting for an entire month, only one person had come. Where is he? Yang Kai rubbed his palms together, seemingly full of energy. He's in the guest hall. Su Hui quickly replied. And this is my first business deal, I'll go take a look myself. Yang Kai said, walking out with Su Hui and flying towards the mountain peak where the guest hall was located. Did that person say what kind of pill he was going to refine? Yang Kai asked as they flew. A high-grade spirit-level soul-concentrating pill, only high-grade spirit level? Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that the person who had specially come here to request for alchemy would at least want to refine a saint-grade pill, but who would have thought that it would only be a high-grade spirit-grade pill? This made him a little disappointed. But thinking about it, the Holy Land's reputation hadn't been established yet. It was already good enough for someone to come and ask for alchemy. Yang Kai immediately raised his spirits, and prepared to welcome the first guest of the Holy Land in his best condition. A month ago, when he learned about the predicament the Holy Land was in, a flash of inspiration came to him. If it was done properly, not only could it alleviate the current economic crisis in the Holy Land, but it could also sweep away the current depression in the Holy Land and restore the Holy Land's prestige. Most importantly, he could use this to help others refine pills to improve his own alchemy level. This was what Yang Kai wanted the most. Saint-grade materials were incredibly difficult to find. If he were to rely on himself to find them and improve his alchemy skills, he didn't know how long it would take him. However, most cultivators in this world had a habit of collecting herbs. Using the herbs they collected for alchemy was a good way to improve his alchemy skills. Since he began studying alchemy, Yang Kai had never failed, except for the occasional failure at the very beginning. This was why he dared to let Su Hui make such a bold claim that if he failed, he would compensate the Holy Land in full in order to attract a cultivator in need to come to the Holy Land. A soul-concentrating pill, Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. This guy must have had a relative or friend whose soul was damaged. Holy Master has also studied alchemy? Su Hui looked at him in amazement. Knowing the purpose of a pill just by hearing its name was something Su Hui couldn't do. It's just SOSO, Yang Kai chuckled. A short time later, the two arrived at the guest hall together. There was a middle-aged man in a gray robe sitting in the hall. He seemed to be slightly reserved as he sat upright and still without moving. Inside the hall, several maids stood nearby. They had already served him a fragrant tea, but he had yet to drink it, instead wearing a heavy expression, his brow furrowed and his face filled with worry. Yang Kai swept this man with his divine sense and found that he was just a first-order transcendent cultivator, immediately understanding why he had come to Nine Heaven's Holy Land for alchemy assistance. This cultivator's strength wasn't very high, and he didn't wear any high-grade artifacts, so he should be a cultivator from a small family or force. Such a cultivator wanting to collect the materials for a single spirit-grade top-rank pill must have experienced a lot of setbacks and trouble. If he were to find an unreliable alchemist to refine a pill and failed, he would have to start all over again to find the required herbs. But coming to Nine Heaven's Holy Land was a different story. Su Hui had already announced that even if he failed, he would be compensated in full, so there was no need for him to worry. The condition of full compensation if he failed was the main reason why he had come here. Hearing the noise, the middle-aged man quickly got up and turned to Yang Kai and Su Hui, cupping his fists and smiling wryly. Great Elder Su Hui, this one greets you. Sit, there's no need to be polite. Su Hui also appeared quite approachable. As a second-order saint, being able to show such an attitude towards a first-order transcendent cultivator really made the other party feel flattered. Blushing slightly, the middle-aged man sat down and stared at Yang Kai suspiciously. Su Hui quickly said, Allow me to introduce you, this is my Holy Land's Holy Master, Yang Kai. The middle-aged man stood up again, showing a look of shock and envy as he exclaimed, So it was Yang Xingzhu. I've heard so much about you. Bad reputation? Yang Kai chuckled. Some time ago, the Holy Land had experienced a lot of trouble. Rumors had spread that this place had colluded with the demon race and the monster race, and some people had maliciously spread these rumors. As a result, Nine Heaven's Holy Land's reputation among the human race was not very good. Yang Kai, the Holy Master who had colluded with the monster race and was willing to fall into depravity, was naturally well known. The middle-aged man didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to say such a thing, but after a moment of silence, he quickly smiled and said, I wouldn't dare, it's fine, I know what kind of rumors are circulating outside. And let's not talk about that today, we'll just talk about alchemy. How should I address you, friend? This one is Lu Qingjing. I heard you want to refine the soul-condensing pill. Have you brought all the herbs? I've brought them, Lu Qingjing quickly replied, picking up a small package on the table. Seeing this scene, Yang Kai was even more certain that this person really wasn't rich. Because he didn't even have a universe bag, the herbs he brought were actually wrapped in a small package. Yang Kai gestured to Su Hui, who quickly took the package and handed it over to Yang Kai. Opening the package and carefully inspecting the herbs inside, Yang Kai nodded lightly. These herbs are well preserved, their medicinal efficacies haven't deteriorated too much. Being able to perform alchemy shows you put a lot of thought into it, but next time you can't store them like this. At the very least you should prepare some special containers to store them. Lu Qingjing smiled awkwardly. Yang Xingzhu is right, next time this Lu will pay more attention. But the herbs you've arranged are missing one. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Without the soul condensing grass, if you only rely on these materials to refine, the success rate will be greatly reduced. At most, you'll only have a 30% chance of successfully refining a pill. Ah? Lu Qingjing was shocked, a look of confusion appearing on his face. How could that be? The person who told you these herbs must have a poor alchemy level, Yang Kai said without any trace of politeness. Lu Qingjing nodded. It was a spirit-grade low-rank alchemist who told me. No wonder. With these materials, even if you were lucky enough to successfully refine a pill, the medicinal efficacies won't be enough to save your family or friends. Yang Xingzhu, how did you know? Lu Qingjing couldn't help trembling slightly as he stared at Yang Kai in shock. This pill has the effect of condensing and dispersing one's soul. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Anyone familiar with alchemy will know. Which family member or friend of yours was seriously injured in a battle and is currently unconscious? Lu Qingjing's face filled with admiration as he nodded. Yang Xingzhu is right. To tell you the truth, the one who was seriously injured was my son. It has been half a year since he fell into a coma. This Lu has been collecting herbs for a long time and was just about to find an alchemist to help me refine a pill when I heard the news released by Nine Heaven's Holy Land, so I hurried over. If you look for another alchemist, not to mention whether or not he will succeed, he will definitely ask you to search for soul-condensing grass again. Lu Qingjing suddenly looked at Yang Kai nervously, fearing he would also make such a request. This was only natural. Alchemists were only responsible for alchemy. The search for herbs was generally left to the cultivator. My holy land has soul-condensing grass. There is no need for you to search for it. Hearing this, Lu Qingjing was overjoyed. Many thanks, Yang Xingzhu, many thanks, Yang Xingzhu. Trivial matter, you wait here for a while, I'll have someone help you refine it. If nothing unexpected happens, it should only take half an hour or two, Yang Kai said before taking the herbs and leaving the hall. Inside the hall, only Lu Qingjing and Su Hui remained, as well as the maidservants who were standing indifferently. Su Hui wore a suspicious expression. Although he didn't know much about alchemy and had never been involved in this territory before, he still knew how difficult it was to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill. Would he be able to refine it in an hour or two? Was the Holy Master really such a powerful alchemist? What's more, the Holy Master had said this with absolute confidence, not at all worried about failure. Could that alchemist really have a 100% chance of successfully refining a pill? Su Hui couldn't understand. Lu Qingjing was even more anxious as he sat in his chair, feeling like his back was being stabbed by needles. He wanted to stand up and walk around to relieve the anxiety in his heart, but he didn't dare act too casually in front of Su Hui, so it was extremely difficult for him to do so. Seeing him like this, Su Hui smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, since my holy land has released such news, even if the refinement fails, we will compensate you in full. You can go find another alchemist to help you refine it. My holy land will not cheat you of your precious herbs." Chapter 888. Great Elder is too serious. This Lu didn't mean that. Lu Qingjing quickly waved his hand, but after listening to Su Hui's words, he really felt relieved. Because even if the refinement failed, he didn't have to take any risks. Secretly, he felt that coming to Nine Heaven's Holy Land this time was indeed the right decision. Waiting anxiously, Lu Qingjing glanced out of the hall from time to time. Su Hui didn't say anything more and simply sat down silently. About half an hour later, Kai Yang once again arrived outside the main hall. Striding forward like a dragon or tiger, he strode in. Seeing him like this, Lu Qingjing and Su Hui both wore excited looks, knowing that the soul-condensing pill should have been successfully refined. Yang Xingju. Lu Qingjing pursed his lips and called out uneasily. Yang Kai chuckled and said casually, I didn't disappoint. The refinement was a success, although there was a small accident. Accident? Lu Qingjing's expression tightened, not knowing what Yang Kai was referring to. Take a look for yourself, you should be satisfied. Yang Kai handed over a jade bottle in his hand. Lu Qingjing quickly took it and opened the lid. In an instant, a fragrant aroma filled his nose, causing him to feel a sense of enlightenment. Su Hui called out in surprise, also poking his head over to take a look. He felt that the medicinal efficacies contained in this spirit-grade top-rank pill were somewhat unusual. Compared to ordinary spirit-grade top-rank pills, they were much richer. Looking through the mouth of the bottle, Lu Qingjing's eyes bulged, his big hand trembling as he exclaimed, This is pill veins? Su Hui also exclaimed. The two of them glanced at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins was no less valuable than a saint pill. Still unable to believe his eyes, Lu Qingjing quickly poured the pill out of the jade bottle and placed it on his palm to examine it carefully. This soul-condensing pill was full and round and contained a pure medicinal efficacies. Exquisite pill veins covered the pill like the meridians of a human body, flashing a faint fluorescent light. Feeling the warmth in his hand, LV Qingjing instantly confirmed that this pill had definitely just been refined. Yang Xingju, this. Lu Qingjing seemed to be incoherent. He thought that being able to form a pill this time was already a stroke of luck, but he didn't expect that what he got was actually a soul-condensing pill with pill veins. This was completely out of his expectations, and he was so excited that he couldn't speak. Yang Kai chuckled and casually said, My luck is good. I managed to give birth to pill veins. My son can be saved! Lu Qingjing shouted, tears glimmering in the corners of his eyes. Not only can it be saved, but if your son consumes it, not only can it repair his damaged divine soul, but it may also allow him to have an unexpected improvement. And if your son's cultivation is not high enough, I will need you to protect him. The efficacy of this spirit pill is not inferior to that of a saint pill, so you must use it carefully. Yang Shizhu is right. I will keep that in mind. Lu Qingjing was ecstatic, his face radiant, as if he could already see his son recovering and his spiritual energy increasing greatly. Congratulations, brother Lu. Su Hui also congratulated from the side. Many thanks, great elder. Many thanks, great elder. Many thanks, Yang Xingju. Lu Qingjing bowed respectfully. A moment later, though, Lu Qingjing's expression suddenly became tense as he awkwardly said, Before this Lu came here, he had only prepared a reward equivalent to a spirit-grade top-rank pill. I didn't expect this spirit pill to give birth to pill veins. His expression suddenly became serious as he quickly said, If Holy Master Yang and Great Elder trust this humble one, after this humble one has my son take this spirit pill, this humble one will collect enough gifts to pay a visit to you. Saying so, Lu Qingjing took out the rewards he had prepared. Unsurprisingly, they were all crystal stones. Su Hui looked towards Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled heartily and said lightly, You are the first person to come to my 9 heavens holy land to request alchemy. How about I discuss this with you? Lu Qingjing's expression became serious as he solemnly said, Yang Xingju, if there is something you need, this one will not refuse. It's not a big deal. And I don't need any reward, this spirit pill can be considered a gift to you. Ah? Lu Qingjing was taken aback. Su Hui also didn't quite understand why Yang Kai was being so generous, but after thinking for a moment, he smiled lightly. I have a condition that I hope you can agree to. Yang Kai didn't keep him in suspense. Outside of my 9 heavens holy land, help me spread the news that one of my holy land's alchemy grandmasters helped you refine a spirit pill with pill veins. How about it? That's all? That's all, Lu Qingjing said solemnly. This one is duty-bound. Yang Xingju and Great Elder can rest assured, this Lu will do everything in his power to spread this news. Good, hurry back, your son still needs this spirit pill to save his life. Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Qing was moved to tears and thanked him profusely before leaving. Watching him leave, Su Hui couldn't help sighing. What a good start! And I've been waiting for a month for such a good start. Yang Kai also nodded. But this transaction was a loss. A spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins, that's a rare sight. If I had sold it, I would have been able to exchange it for a lot of crystal stones, Su Hui said with some heartache. Soul-condensing pills were relatively high-end pills for repairing one's soul. Many cultivators needed them because during battle, if one wasn't careful, one's soul would be damaged. If such a thing happened, they would need these pills to repair it. It could be said that this spirit pill didn't need to worry about a market at all. On the contrary, it would be highly sought after. Don't be so short-sighted. Yang Kai chuckled. If this news were to spread, it would attract a lot of people. And, Holy Master's vision is truly profound, subordinate admires him greatly. Stop flattering me! Yang Kai curled his lips. Su Hui grinned meaningfully before whispering. Holy Master, those pill veins, were they really born out of pure luck? What do you think? Yang Kai glanced over at him. If Holy Master says so, then so be it. Su Hui tactfully didn't ask any more questions, but he was now even more curious about the identity of the alchemy Grand Master hidden inside the Holy Land. To actually use only an hour to refine such a spirit pill, this level of attainment was simply shocking. Su Hui had wandered the world for many years and knew many skilled alchemists. He had even made friends with several saint-grade alchemists, but he felt that none of those famous alchemists had such a level of skill. Who could it be? Su Hui was puzzled. 5 days later, another person came to the Holy Land to ask for help with alchemy. After asking around, Su Hui learned that this person had come to the Holy Land because he had heard about Lu Qingjing's experience. What's more, this person's purpose was surprisingly the same as Lu Qingjing's, asking to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill. However, this time it wasn't a soul-condensing pill but a life-saving scarlet blood pill. Su Hui led this person to the Holy Land and Yang Kai came forward to collect the herbs he had brought. Once again, half an hour later, a spirit pill was produced. That person left in a very agitated manner. This time, Yang Kai didn't ask for any reward and instead allowed this person to take away the spirit pill under the same conditions as Lu Qingjing. 3 days later, a third person came to the Holy Land to request alchemy. Yang Kai repeated the same process and even produced pill veins, causing the person who had requested alchemy to exclaim that he had never seen such a high-grade pill with pill veins before. Satisfied, he left. On this day, Yang Kai was discussing something with Li Rong at the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan resided. In the distance, the sound of fluttering robes quickly approached. Looking up, Yang Kai saw Great Elder Su Hui rushing over, and before he had even arrived, Great Elder Su Hui shouted excitedly. Holy Master, someone has come to request alchemy. What's the point of being so excited? Yang Kai was speechless. Li Rong, who was standing nearby, couldn't help chuckling. This time there are a lot of people, 4 or 5 of them at once, and 2 of them are Saint Realm Masters. They seem to have come to request Saint Pills. Su Hui hurriedly reported. Oh? Finally someone wants to refine a Saint Pill? Yang Kai grinned. Helping someone refine 3 pills for free, all of them spirit-grade top rank, and of the 3 pills, 2 had even formed pill veins. His reputation really was quite attractive. Has this person been arranged in the guest hall? Yes. Su Hui nodded. Let's go take a look. Yang Kai smiled lightly, ordering Li Rong before flying off with Su Hui to the guest hall. Inside the guest hall, 5 cultivators sat on chairs, each of them with a fragrant cup of tea at their table. Among these 5 cultivators, there were men and women, 2 first-order saints, 1 third-order transcendent, and 2 first-order transcendents. While waiting, the 5 cultivators all looked at each other, as if they didn't know each other. Only the 2 first-order saints smiled at each other, as if they had met before. One of them asked, Why has Brother One also come to 9 Heaven's Holy Land? The person called Brother Wen smiled lightly. Naturally, I came here for the same purpose as Brother Shangguan. So, Brother Wen also heard the news here and came to give it a try. Of course, it said that 3 people who needed to refine spirit-grade top-rank pills came here, 2 of them bringing back pills that formed pill veins, while the last one obtained a pill with condensed medicinal efficacies of quite high quality. Although it didn't have pill veins, it was still better than most pills refined by alchemists. If this news is true, perhaps the alchemists here can meet my requirements. The news can't be false. Among the 3 people who were listening, a middle-aged woman suddenly interjected. The 2 Saint Realm Masters couldn't help turning their eyes to her and asking suspiciously, "How do you know?" "Because the 3rd person who came here to request alchemy was my big brother." The woman smiled. "The pill that formed pill veins, I saw it with my own eyes." The other 4 people in the hall all looked shocked and quickly asked for more details. The middle-aged woman didn't hide anything from him and told him everything she knew. After listening, the 2 Saint Realm Masters glanced at each other, the cultivator surnamed Wen thoughtfully asking, "So, there really is a highly skilled alchemy grandmaster hidden here? 3 pills, 2 of them formed pill veins. Either that person's luck was good enough or his skill was superb. I don't know which one it is, but the saint pill I want to refine, can he refine it?" Chapter 889. While the 5 people in the hall were waiting, Yang Kai and Su Hui arrived together. The 5 saints hurriedly got up, the 2 Saint Realm Masters constantly sizing up Yang Kai, as if they hadn't expected the new Holy Master to be so young and couldn't help showing some contempt. However, when they saw Su Hui though, their expressions became dignified. Su Hui's cultivation was a minor realm higher than theirs, a gap that they may never cross in their lifetime, so naturally they didn't dare act carelessly. Quickly bowing respectfully, Yang Kai enthusiastically greeted them and waited for them to take a seat before asking, "Are you here to perform alchemy?" Everyone nodded. "Good, give me the herbs you've prepared, tell me the name of the pill you need to refine, and wait a few hours." Seeing his casual expression, the 5 of them stared at him in a daze, and no one moved. Yang Kai glanced over at them and chuckled. "What's wrong? Aren't you here to perform alchemy? Don't tell me you haven't even prepared the herbs?" "Naturally we have prepared the herbs, but dare I ask Yang Xingzhu, what is the success rate of your noble sex alchemy grandmaster in refining the saint pill?" One of them frowned. "What if I promise you a 100% success rate?" Yang Kai grinned. The 5 people's expressions became strange, obviously not believing him, even the middle-aged woman who had seen the spirit pill form pill veins. In this world, there was no alchemist who could guarantee a 100% success rate. Even the best alchemist would sometimes fail. This was the risk one had to bear in order to perform alchemy. Unless this statement was made by the old man of Heaven's Keep, there was no credibility. This new holy master of 9 heavens' holy land, isn't he a bit too young and frivolous? The 5 people thought to themselves at the same time, their originally somewhat hopeful moods suddenly turning into one of worry. "What's wrong?" Su Hui observed the 5 people's hesitant expressions and suddenly became unhappy. "Do you think my holy land's alchemist can't refine the saint pill you want?" "We wouldn't dare!" The man's expression changed and he frowned. "But it wasn't easy for this one to collect these saint-grade materials. If the refinement fails, it won't be easy to collect them all again. That's why I was a little more cautious. I hope that Yang Xingzhu and Great Elder can forgive me." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I can understand your caution, but if you want to refine a saint pill, no matter which alchemist you go to, you will have to bear the risk of failure. Naturally, it is the same for me. But I can assure you that in my holy land, this risk is minimal, and there might even be some unexpected gains." "Pill veins?" Hearing him say this, the 5 people's eyes lit up. The middle-aged woman said, "Since none of you are willing to give it a try, then let me do it. What I want to refine is not a saint pill, but a high-grade spirit-level pill. Even if I fail, it won't take me much effort to collect the materials, and I won't have to worry about any losses." As he spoke, he took out the medicinal herbs he had brought. The other 4 didn't show any intention of snatching them, all of them preparing to see the methods of this Nine Heavens Holy Land alchemist with their own eyes before deciding what to do next. Knowing what they were thinking, Yang Kai didn't care and simply instructed Su Hui to accept the herbs before leaving. The 5 people continued to wait in the hall. Half an hour later, Su Hui reappeared in the hall with a proud look on his face. The 5 people quickly stood up and stared at him eagerly, wanting to know what the result would be. Su Hui casually tossed the jade bottle over and said lightly, "Take a look for yourself and see what kind of level my Holy Land's alchemist has." The middle-aged woman took it and couldn't wait to open the bottle and pour out a dark blue pill. The next moment, a cry of surprise rang out. "Pill veins! Pill veins again!" This spirit-grade top-rank pill had really been refined with pill veins, greatly increasing its medicinal efficacies and increasing its value several times over. The middle-aged woman couldn't contain her joy and squeezed the pill in her hand, her pretty face blooming like a flower. The 2 Saint Realm Masters glanced at each other and saw the amazement in each other's eyes. If the rumors were true, including the one in front of them, this alchemy Grand Master hidden in Nine Heavens Holy Land had only refined a total of 4 pills. All of them were spirit-grade top-rank pills. Of these 4, 3 had pill veins, something that could only be discovered but not sought. The probability was almost 80%. Ordinary alchemists, even those famous saint-grade alchemists, would have to spend a great deal of effort to refine such a spirit pill. They might spend years or even decades before they could occasionally obtain one. But here in Nine Heavens Holy Land, pills with pill veins were as if they didn't cost money, appearing one after the other. How sensational was this? "Humph, my family's holy master said that Grand Master is in a good mood today, so if he wants to refine a pill, he should hurry. After a few hours, if Grand Master is in a bad mood, he may not be able to refine anything." Su Hui raised his head proudly and said faintly, "Great Elder, these are the herbs this one has brought." When the 4 of them heard this, they no longer hesitated and rushed forward, scrambling to be the first to hand over the herbs they had concocted, fearing that the mysterious master would really be in a bad mood and not feel good to the touch. Being able to refine a spirit-grade top-rank pill with pill veins, this Grand Master was naturally capable of refining a saint pill. Su Hui didn't embarrass them too much and happily accepted the rewards handed over by the middle-aged woman before leaving calmly. This kind of business couldn't continue to lose money, so it was time to collect some kind of reward. The middle-aged woman was also honest and prepared a reward equivalent to the spirit pill she had requested to be refined. After half an hour, Su Hui returned again, bringing back 2 spirit pills which he handed over to the 2 saints who had requested to be refined. Although these 2 spirit pills didn't have pill veins, their quality was surprisingly high, so although the 2 saints felt somewhat regretful, they were still satisfied with the rewards and left. Only the 2 Saint Realm Masters remained in the hall, waiting anxiously, as if they were sitting on pins and needles. From time to time, they would stand up and look around, hoping Su Hui would appear and bring back the refined saint pills. However, they also knew that refining a saint pill was fundamentally different from refining a spirit-grade pill. The amount of time and energy required to refine a saint pill was exponentially greater, so there was no point in being anxious. So they decided to be patient. More than an hour later, inside the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai summoned Su Hui, who had been waiting outside. Walking into Yang Kai's room, Su Hui immediately smelled a rich pill fragrance, causing his expression to shake slightly as he began looking around. He wanted to know who was helping these people perform alchemy, and who had such a miraculous method. Unfortunately, after looking around for a while, Su Hui came up empty-handed. "The pills are refined, take them first, don't rush to give them to them. It won't be too late to hand them over to them tomorrow morning." Hearing this, Su Hui thought for a moment before nodding lightly, taking the 2 saint pills and asking, "Does Holy Master want them to know that refining saint pills is not easy?" Yang Kai glanced over at him and said lightly, "I just want them to know that if they doubt the level of my Holy Land's alchemist, they will be punished." Su Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry and didn't say anything more, but his eyes kept darting around. Seeing Su Hui not willing to leave and instead looking around, Yang Kai smiled and asked, Are you looking for that alchemy grandmaster? Su Hui grinned meaningfully before lowering his voice and asking, Holy Master, when did my holy land receive such a grandmaster? How come even this old master didn't know about him? He has worked so hard to help my holy land survive this crisis, so I should offer my thanks to him. After all, I am the holy land's great elder. Do you want to know who he is? Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Su Hui nodded seriously. What if I told you that the one who refined these pills was me? Holy Master must be joking, Su Hui said with a look of disbelief. Holy Master, at such a young age you have already reached the third-order transcendent realm, a dragon among men. In the future, your achievements will not be inferior to those of previous holy masters, this old master firmly believes. But if you say that you are also proficient in alchemy while cultivating, this old master doesn't believe it. A grand master who can refine saint pills must have at least been immersed in this field for 100 years, the flowing time great emperor. Holy Master is still too young. Even if you began alchemy in your mother's womb, it would still be impossible for you to possess such skill. If you don't believe me, then so be it. Yang Kai spat disdainfully, not bothering to explain further. Su Hui was stunned, becoming more and more curious about this hidden alchemy grandmaster. But since Yang Kai didn't want to say anything, he had no choice but to leave. Early the next morning, Su Hui arrived at the main hall. The two first-order saints had been waiting all night, their eyes bloodshot, so when they saw Su Hui appear, they immediately rushed up and eagerly asked, Great Elder, how is it? As they spoke, their expressions became tense, fearing they would hear some bad news from Su Hui. With their strength reaching such a level, they generally had a high status and didn't need to worry about crystal stones. However, as one of them had said before, the saint-grade materials they had painstakingly collected were not easy to find. Some of them couldn't be bought even if one had enough money, all of them had to be found by themselves, traversing mountains and rivers. Of course, luck played a large role in this. If the refinement failed, although the Holy Land would compensate them, it wouldn't compensate them with herbs, only a corresponding amount of crystal stones. They would then have to search for or purchase other materials. Seeing these two like this, Su Hui felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure in his heart, and proudly declared, My Holy Land's Grandmaster has taken action, how could he fail? I really don't know what you're worried about. So, take this. Su Hui handed over the 2 jade bottles to them before reaching out and brushing off the non-existent dust on his robes. If you need a saint pill refined next time, just come to my Holy Land, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The 2 men checked the pills in the jade bottles and their expressions suddenly filled with surprise, one of them quickly praising. Your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster's methods are truly amazing, he will definitely come again next time. Right, I have many friends who are worried about not being able to find a suitable Grandmaster for alchemy. I wonder if your noble Holy Land's Grandmaster can help them refine saint pills? The other man quickly expressed that he also had many friends and relatives who were experiencing the same situation. Chapter 890. Saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare. Each one of them was a manager of the Alchemist Guild in a major city, and there were too many people requesting them for alchemy. Many people had to wait several years or even longer before it was their turn. However, Nine Heaven's Holy Land was different. Its alchemy reputation had only just begun, so there were not many people requesting alchemy services yet. Seeing them express their intentions to introduce their friends and family to Nine Heaven's Holy Land for alchemy, Su Hui found them pleasing to the eye and smiled heartily. Good, as long as you bring enough compensation, my Holy Land's Grandmaster will naturally act. Of course. The 2 nodded repeatedly before taking their saint pills and quickly leaving, preparing to inform their friends and family who were unable to find a way to obtain alchemy services here. Time flew by and soon, a month had passed. Outside the 9 peaks, people were bustling with activity, and it was extraordinarily lively. These transcendent realm cultivators were lined up in a long line, waiting anxiously outside the 9 peaks, all of them wearing different expressions. All of these people had come here to ask the Holy Land for help in refining pills. Over the past month, more and more people had come to the Nine Peaks to request alchemy services. At the beginning, only a few cultivators would come here to try their luck, 1 or 2 every 3 to 5 days. But as the cultivator who obtained a spirit-grade pill and saint pill left, more and more people were attracted to this place. Gradually, people came every day. Sometimes it was 1 or 2 people who came alone, and sometimes it was a group of people who came together. Later, more and more people came, more and more frequently. This was how the current situation had developed. Outside the Nine Peaks, there were at least a few dozen Transcendent Realm Masters waiting. Holy Land Elder Luo Xing and Meng Tianfei led some Holy Land disciples to the side to maintain order. Those who had come from afar were guests, so the Holy Land disciples provided tea and a place to rest for these cultivators who were waiting to enter the Holy Land. However, if anyone dared to disobey the Holy Land's rules and tried to forcibly cut the line, regardless of their cultivation, they would be driven out. This was an order given by Yang Kai, and the 2 Holy Land elders spared no effort in carrying it out. "Why isn't it our turn to enter yet?" At the front of the line, a person raised his head and muttered anxiously. "Soon it will be our turn in the next batch," one of his companions said expectantly. "That's right. Don't worry. We've only been waiting here for a few days. If we were to go somewhere else, we might not even get our turn after waiting for a few years." The third person also comforted him. "That's true." The man's mood suddenly became much better, and he began chatting with a few people nearby. "I heard that since this alchemy Grand Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land began, he has never failed. Whether it is refining a spirit-grade pill or a saint pill, every time he succeeds, his customers will leave satisfied. That's not all. Many of those who concocted spirit pills obtained pills with pill veins." "Are you serious? Is there really such a thing as pill veins?" "I also heard that there are indeed quite a few spirit pills with pill veins." "Then wouldn't the reward be several times higher?" 9 Heavens Holy Land seems to only accept an ordinary spirit-grade pill as a reward, but if you give them more, they won't refuse. Of course I have to give them more to leave a good impression. Maybe the next time I come to ask for a pill, things will go a bit smoother. Heh, I've prepared a bit more reward. Maybe if my luck is good, the pill I want to refine will form pill veins. This Grand Master is really amazing. With such skill, he should at least be a saint-grade mid-rank alchemist, right? I'm afraid besides the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, he is the most powerful alchemist in this world. There seems to be more than one saint-grade alchemist here. Why do you say that? Haven't you noticed how fast they can perform alchemy? Every day, they can refine at least 10 pills for at least one person. These pills are all spirit-grade top rank and above, many of them saint-grade. How could a single Grandmaster be so busy? Could it be that 9 Heavens Holy Land is hiding several Grandmasters of this level?" As soon as this statement came out, everyone was horrified. Saint-grade alchemists were extremely rare. Every great force hoped to have such a master in their sect, but in this world there were only a few. Even if there were, these alchemists would only work for their own sect, never helping outsiders in alchemy. What's more, these alchemists had a very high status, perhaps once every few months or even a year, spending most of their time leisurely enjoying the pleasures of life. On the other hand, the 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy grandmasters were so busy this past month that they didn't even have time to drink water. They were simply good people who benefited the world and were respected and worshipped by all. Such whispers spread throughout the waiting cultivator, all of them shocked by the heritage of 9 Heavens Holy Land. The only thing that made people feel a little regretful was that the Grand Masters of 9 Heavens Holy Land would only refine 1 pill per person, no more than that. However, Grand Masters were all eccentric people, so the cultivator who came to ask for pills could understand. After a long time, a group of people suddenly walked out from the 9 peaks. There were exactly 10 of them, no matter how high or low their cultivations were, whether they were male or female, old or young, all of them held their heads high and puffed out their chests, a look of satisfaction on their faces. "They're out! The group that went in yesterday has come out!" Exclamations sounded from the group. A busybody asked, "Everyone, how was the refining of your pills?" Among the 10 people who came out, an old man laughed and said, "The Grand Masters of 9 Heavens' Holy Land are truly worthy of their reputation. All of the pills the 10 of us requested were successfully refined without a single failure. What's more, this old master's Saint-grade low-rank pill even formed pill veins, ha 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 ha." Facing the heavens, this old man let out a hearty laugh, his face filled with excitement and pride. The other 9 people all stared at him with envious eyes. The others in the group were also dumbfounded, staring at this old man with bloodshot eyes, all of them wishing they could rush up and knock him out and snatch his saint pill. A saint pill that formed pill veins was a once-in-a-century treasure. Its value was immeasurable. However, upon realizing the level of this old man's cultivation, everyone had no choice but to dispel such thoughts. This old man was at least a second-order saint. "Everyone, please wait a moment. I wish you all the same good luck. This old master will take his leave first." The old man seemed to be in a particularly good mood. Normally, a master like him would act arrogantly, so how could he speak to others? But today, not only was he chattering endlessly, he was even trying to be polite. Saying so, Luo Xing and Meng Tianfei, who were maintaining order outside, politely cupped their fists and quickly left. After he left for a while, the people waiting in line woke up from their stupor, all of them staring at him expectantly. "Two elders, can you let us in now? I've been waiting for several days now, it's finally my turn," the person at the front of the line called out. Luo Xing and Meng Tianfei glanced at each other and nodded lightly, Luo Xing calling out, "The 10 friends at the front of the line, please follow my Holy Land's disciples into the guest hall. There will naturally be someone to entertain you there. After the 10 of you enter, please continue to wait. Everyone, please!" A Holy Land disciple at the front of the line gestured. The 10 cultivators at the front of the line immediately swarmed in like they had been injected with chicken blood, pushing and shoving one another, none of them willing to back down, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The rest of the people continued to wait in the long line, their hearts burning with anxiety. The 2 elders walked to the side and looked at this exciting scene. They were very happy. "Brother Meng, do you think our holy master is an alchemy grand master? Isn't his level a bit too high?" Meng Tianfei shook his head. "If you asked me, who should I ask? I've also discussed this matter with Great Elder, but even Great Elder doesn't know what this Grand Master is like or where he came from, but he should be a friend our Holy Master has made outside. Amazing, to be able to have such a Grand Master work for the Holy Land. The Holy Master's methods are extraordinary. And, thanks to the alchemy rewards we received during this time, the Holy Land's situation has suddenly improved, and the disciples no longer need to worry about cultivation materials. When we can ask those Grand Masters to help us refine some saint pills, it would be even better. Don't worry, we'll just have to ask the Holy Master one day, there won't be any problems." "That may be the case, but from the looks of it, I don't know when that Master will be free." Saying so, the 2 elders turned their eyes to the distance where a group of people was approaching 9 Heavens' Holy Land. There was no doubt that this group of people were also here to request alchemy. As one group left, another group would appear, the number of people would only continue to grow. The 2 elders felt both happy and distressed, sighing heavily. This group of people was quite large, 4 or 5 in total. When they arrived, Luo Xing stepped forward and instructed them to line up at the end of the line. Over the past few days, Luo Xing and Meng Tianfei had to receive at least 2 or 3 waves of guests like this every day, and as time passed, the number of people coming increased. Just after arranging these people, the 2 elders saw Su Hui fly out from the 9 peaks. Immediately shaking, the 2 elders rushed over to greet him. A short time later, Great Elder Su Hui arrived outside the 9 peaks and glanced at the long line before him. "So many people?" "Yes, Great Elder, the reputation of our Holy Land's alchemy is becoming more and more resounding." Luo Xing smiled bitterly. "That's only natural, the fact that there is no precedent of failure is already a legend. No alchemist in this world can achieve such a feat, except for the Grand Masters of my Holy Land." Su Hui's expression was full of pride. "Does Great Elder have something to say?" Meng Tianfei asked. "And, Pass on the Holy Master's order. Su Hui nodded, turning to the long line of people and shouting. Everyone, this old master is Nine Heavens Holy Land's great elder, Su Hui. Greetings! Everyone quickly returned the greeting, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Su Hui's expression shook. He had never felt so spirited before. Even when the old Holy Master was alive, he had never felt such a sense of grandeur. Continuing to shout, Pass on the Holy Master's order, may I ask if anyone has any world spirit treasures? Most people shook their heads, indicating that they did not have such a thing, but some whispered among themselves, guessing what the Holy Master wanted this thing for. Chapter 891. World spirit treasures were simply too rare and difficult to obtain. Some cultivators might not even see one in their lifetime. This was because world spirit treasures possessed a certain degree of sentience, and could be regarded as a kind of sentient being that knew how to seek fortune and avoid disaster. When they sensed danger, they would flee, making them extremely difficult to find. Su Hui observed everyone's expressions and chuckled. You may rest assured, my holy land is not asking for your wealth. The Holy Master has said that if anyone has a world spirit treasure, regardless of its grade or type, as long as they hand it over to my holy land, the Holy Land's Grand Master will refine 3 pills for them for free. What's more, the pills will be refined immediately, no need to wait in line. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd went into an uproar. When a Grand Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land helped someone perform alchemy, the reward wasn't high, but it wasn't low either. The reward was crystal stones or herbs of equivalent value to the pill being refined. Such a reward was something most people could afford. Because saint-grade materials were difficult to find, some people didn't lack crystal stones. However, if the reward was 3 pills, it was a considerable number, enough to tempt many people. Someone in the line asked, Great Elder, is there no limit to the grade of 3 pills you can refine for free? Su Hui smiled and shook his head. There is no limit to the grade, even if you want to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill. Your noble Holy Land's Grand Master is quite bold! The man exclaimed, causing everyone else to be stunned. Although until now, no one had requested to refine a saint-grade mid-rank pill, from Su Hui's words, it could be inferred that this Grand Master was capable of refining such a pill and had full confidence in his own skills. So if you have world spirit treasures on hand, please don't hide them, this is a rare opportunity. Su Hui chuckled and persuaded. He didn't know whether this group of people had world spirit treasures or not, nor did he know why Yang Kai wanted them, but since the Holy Master had given him an order, he had no choice but to comply. At the end of the line, someone from the group who had just arrived hesitated for a moment before asking, Great Elder, can any world spirit treasure be refined? Anything is fine. Su Hui nodded firmly before turning his eyes to this person. The man's expression became solemn as he asked again, But what if I only want to refine 1 pill? As for the remaining 2 pills, my holy land will help you remember them. Whenever you want to refine them, you can come at any time. There's no need to wait. So that's how it is. The man's expression became somewhat eager, as he carefully took out a jade artifact from his sleeve and jogged over to Su Hui, handing it over. Great Elder, please take a look at this. As he spoke, he had an expectant look on his face, but at the same time, he felt somewhat uneasy. This person was no more than 30 years old and his strength wasn't high, only at the peak immortal ascension boundary. With such a cultivation, the pill he requested to be refined was at most a spirit-grade top-rank pill. What's more, as a cultivator, he had never had the opportunity to speak directly with a master like Su Hui, so naturally he was quite excited to have such an opportunity today. Su Hui's brow furrowed as he took the delicate jade artifact and was about to open it. That person hurriedly said, Be careful, Great Elder. This thing runs very fast. If you don't pay attention, it will slip away. Back then, this one obtained it by chance. I don't even recognize what it is. It's really shameful to say this. Don't worry. Su Hui smiled confidently, wrapping up the jade artifact with his powerful divine sense, not leaving the slightest gap. Many people stretched out their necks, wanting to see what this world's spirit treasure was. Even the two elders, Luo Xing and Meng Tianfei, came over. When the jade artifact was opened, in an instant, a faint light bloomed from inside, like a crystal-clear moonlight. Seemingly aware that the jade artifact that had been closed for so long had been opened, the light rushed out. Su Hui chuckled lightly, his expression indifferent. Wrapped up by his divine sense, the light was unable to break through, constantly circling around a small area, seemingly quite anxious. After a while, the light gradually condensed into the shape of a three-leaved spirit grass. This spirit grass exuded a strong energy fluctuation and exuded a vigorous vitality. Its entire body was crystal clear, as if it had been carved from white jade, giving it a very delicate appearance. The three leaves were also tender and fresh, as if they were formed from water droplets. It really is a world spirit treasure! Su Hui's eyes lit up as he gently nodded. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see that this spirit grass was indeed a world spirit treasure, because it already possessed a certain degree of sentience. Does anyone recognize what kind of world spirit treasure this is? Su Hui asked the people who had come to ask for alchemy pills. Most people shook their heads, only one person chuckling. Great Elder, this is a shimmering moon grass. After absorbing the essence of the moon, it has developed sentience. Although it is a kind of world spirit treasure, unfortunately, its growth period is too short. Currently, it only has 3 leaves, so I'm afraid it won't be of much use. If it were allowed to grow for another 100 years and reach 5 leaves, its value would be completely different. Oh? Your Excellency seems to be quite familiar with this. Su Hui looked at him with a smile. My apologies. This one is quite interested in spirit grasses and spirit medicines. 30 years ago, I set my goal as an alchemist, but unfortunately, my aptitude was too low and I was unable to make any achievements in this field, so I gave up and began cultivating the martial Tao. So that's how it is. Su Hui nodded. An alchemist's understanding of spirit grasses and spirit medicines was indeed more profound than the average person. Although this person hadn't become an outstanding alchemist, his knowledge of spirit grasses and spirit medicines was still incomparable to the average person. Is this not possible? The owner of the shimmering moon grass scratched his head, somewhat uneasy. Others had said that this shimmering moon grass didn't have much value, causing him to hesitate. However, the other party had promised to refine 3 pills. Could a single shimmering moon grass offset that? No! To his surprise, Su Hui smiled and shook his head. Since this old master has already said that no matter what grade or species it is, as long as it is a world spirit treasure, naturally he will not go back on his word. Good, this old master will accept this shimmering moon grass. Little brother, come with me, Grand Master can immediately help you refine pills. Excellent. The man was overjoyed. He had only just arrived here today, so if he had wanted to wait, it would have taken him at least 6 or 7 days and he would have had to pay a reward equal to the value of the pills he requested. But a mere stalk of moonlight grass had allowed him to beat others to it, and even allowed that Grand Master to concoct 3 pills, regardless of the grade. In the future, when he found the necessary materials, he would come here and ask the Grand Master to refine 2 more saint pills. If he was lucky enough to produce pill veins, he would be able to sell them and his life path would immediately change. This man fantasized in his heart, feeling as if his whole body was floating, as if a beautiful tomorrow was beckoning to him. Wait! Suddenly, someone in the group shouted. Su Hui frowned and glanced over at this person, discovering that it was a Saint Realm Master, causing him to become somewhat displeased. What advice does Your Excellency have for me? No. The Saint Realm Master laughed dryly. Great Elder, please wait a moment, allow me to speak a few words with this little brother. Su Hui stared at him for a moment before nodding lightly. Then please hurry, the Holy Master is still waiting for this old master's reply. Many thanks, Great Elder. The man quickly thanked him and then walked over to the Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator, and began speaking to him in a friendly manner. He deliberately lowered his voice so that even if others were suspicious, they couldn't understand what they were talking about. All they saw was that the owner of the shimmering moon grass was somewhat reluctant at first, but after the Saint Realm Master said a few words, he immediately became excited and nodded repeatedly. Among the crowd, many people wore pensive looks, seemingly having guessed what the two were talking about. After a while, the Saint Realm Master and the owner of the shimmering moon grass finished talking and seemed to have reached some kind of consensus, both sides seeming quite happy. Before Suvui had time to call out to the other party to follow him into Nine Heaven's holy land, several more Saint Realm Masters surrounded the owner of the shimmering moon grass. A fierce quarrel broke out. The owner of the shimmering moon grass was in a dilemma. He didn't dare offend any of these Saint Realm Masters, so in desperation he could only shout, "Seniors, please make a bid, the highest bidder wins." Hearing this, the several Saint Realm Masters immediately put out their own bids, not willing to back down. Hearing this, Suvui didn't know whether to laugh or cry, suddenly understanding what the owner of the shimmering moon grass was doing. The Holy Land had promised to help him refine 3 pills, regardless of grade, for free. Inspired by the first cultivator who had approached him, he actually wanted to sell these 3 chances. 3 chances meant 3 rewards. The benefits he could obtain were not small. Slowly shaking his head, Suvui didn't stop him. Since the Holy Land had given him such an opportunity, it was no longer convenient for him to intervene in this matter. After a while, the owner of the shimmering moon grass ran over happily and flatteringly said, "I've made great elderweight a long time, let's go in." Suvui glanced over at him with a smile. "Are you satisfied with the benefits they gave you?" The man smiled awkwardly. "Satisfied, very satisfied, but there shouldn't be any problem, right?" "Of course there's no problem. The Holy Land gave you 3 chances. How you use them is up to you." "That's good, that's good." Such great benefits falling from the sky made him a little dizzy. Those Saint Realm Masters weren't willing to wait outside like everyone else, so the benefits they offered were almost the same as the Saint Pill's reward. It was equivalent to the owner of this shimmering moon grass taking away the reward that should have belonged to the Holy Land, while all he had to offer was a low-grade world spirit treasure. For an immortal ascension boundary cultivator, this kind of thing was simply the greatest opportunity in his life. Leading this man into the guest hall, Suvui took away the 3 sets of materials he had brought, then immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court. Inside a small room, the fragrance of pills filled the air as Yang Kai sat in meditation, a small pill furnace in front of him. Suvui walked in and reported the matter. Yang Kai gently nodded, took the herbs and the shimmering moon grass, and said, "Come pick them up when I call for you." "Yes." After Suvui left, Yang Kai put the shimmering moon grass into the black book space and also sent his consciousness inside. A wisp of moonlight was shuttling back and forth inside the black book space, seemingly in a panic, trying to find a safe haven to take refuge in. The divine tree curiously looked at this wisp of moonlight, its divine sense locked onto it as it observed it. Chapter 892. The divine tree's actions caused the shimmering moon grass to become even more flustered, and after hiding for a moment, it plunged into the myriad drug liquid. In an instant, the shimmering moon grass calmed down, and at a rate visible to the naked eye, it absorbed some of the myriad drug liquid, causing its 3 leaves to glow with a brilliant moonlight. Yang Kai's face went black, and just as he was about to pull the shimmering moon grass out of the myriad drug liquid, the divine tree acted first. An invisible force wrapped around the 3-leaved spirit grass and pulled it out. Immediately, Yang Kai felt that the divine tree's divine sense seemed to be communicating with the shimmering moon grass. Smiling slightly, Yang Kai paused. After a while, the divine tree replied, "I've already reprimanded it, and will keep an eye on it so it won't enter that place at will. However, this little thing's consciousness is the same as mine a long time ago, not complete, so communicating with it will be a bit difficult. Is this the world spirit treasure you mentioned before?" "And," Yang Kai chuckled, "take your time, one day you'll be able to communicate with it smoothly. If there's a chance, I'll find you some other world spirit treasures so you'll have company." "Good," the divine tree responded. Yang Kai had asked Su Hui to find those world spirit treasures and ask about them when he suddenly remembered that he had promised the divine tree before. There were many people who had come to ask for pills from all over the world, so there was bound to be someone who was lucky enough to obtain a world spirit treasure. Yang Kai hadn't expected to succeed so quickly, but unexpectedly, his luck was quite good and some people in this group really did possess such a thing and were willing to take it out. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no problems, Yang Kai's consciousness left the black book space and continued his alchemy practice. For more than a month, Yang Kai had been performing alchemy in this place, not leaving even half a step. Spirit grade top rank and saint grade low rank pills, countless of them had been refined by Yang Kai without a single failure. Because of his conflagrated knowledge C and his mastery of many exquisite alchemy spirit arrays, Yang Kai's alchemy speed was much faster than ordinary alchemists. With his current attainments, refining a spirit-grade top-rank pill would take less than a stick of incense worth of time and a saint-grade low-rank pill would only take half an hour. Every day, no more and no less, Yang Kai would refine 10 pills. The rest of the time was used to recover and comprehend the gains from the alchemy process. He was enjoying it. He didn't feel annoyed or depressed at all. With a large number of high-grade herbs to practice on, his previous conjecture about the elixir veins was also confirmed in practice. It was true that pill veins could be artificially refined, but it required a great deal of effort. Before the pill was formed, countless spirit arrays had to be fused together and refined into the pill. Once it was successful, it would form pill veins, and the pill would be able to last for a long time without deteriorating. He could now casually refine a spirit-grade high-grade pill with pill veins, but for a saint-grade pill, he still had to rely on luck. Sometimes, if he wasn't skilled enough, he wouldn't be able to form pill veins. During the process of alchemy, Yang Kai frequently used his conflagrated spiritual energy. After more than a month, not only did he not feel tired, he even faintly felt that his conflagrated spiritual energy had become purer and denser. The insights gained from alchemy would also become a kind of cultivation experience, accumulating and fermenting, stabilizing one's cultivation base and making one's strength increase by leaps and bounds. Alchemy and the martial Tao complemented each other and combined together, advancing hand in hand and progressing at a rapid pace. Even without deliberately cultivating, his cultivation was still steadily increasing. At this rate, within 3 to 5 years, Yang Kai felt that he would be able to touch the threshold of the saint realm. If there were other opportunities, this time would be shortened even further. After reaching the third-order transcendent realm, Yang Kai was only one step away from breaking through to the saint realm. Unlike Yuanqi breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary or transcendent realm from the immortal ascension boundary, this step into the saint realm was more difficult than ever before. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower could be used to assist a transcendent realm cultivator in their breakthrough. Yang Kai still had 2 drops he had refined in the starry sky last time and had not yet used up. At that time, he had condensed a total of 6 drops of medicinal liquid, giving 4 to Tseng Yen and the others while keeping the rest in Yang Kai's black book space. The medicinal liquid of the 1,000-year demon flower did not have any side effects. Tseng Yen, Fei Yu, and her other martial uncles had used it to break through to the first-order saint realm, so their foundation had not been affected, nor would it hinder their future cultivation. However, Yang Kai did not intend to use external aids for the time being, instead deciding to use his own strength to try to break through first. Only by comprehending and understanding one's own strength would he gain the most profound insights. Alchemy was the best support for this, allowing Yang Kai to experience many unexpected gains during the process of alchemy, allowing his body and mind to be cleansed and his soul to sublimate. Days passed by. 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy reputation quickly spread throughout Tongxian realm. There was someone who had traveled hundreds of thousands of miles and had spared no effort to come here just to ask the mysterious master in the Holy Land to refine a pill for him. Outside the 9 peaks, there was a long line that stretched for several kilometers. Every day, there would be hundreds of people waiting, and more alchemists would join in. The unknown Grand Master of the Holy Land was a master of alchemy. Ever since he began refining pills, he had never failed and had even managed to refine many pills with pill veins. Gradually, some people began to compare this Grand Master with the Old Man of Heaven's Keep, wondering who would win if the two were to compete. However, the Old Man of Heaven's Keep was a legendary figure. Even among the demon race and monster race, this Grand Master had a great reputation and was revered by all living beings in the world. This alone was not something the Grand Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land could compare with. As his reputation spread, those who came to ask for alchemy were no longer limited to spirit-grade top-rank and saint-grade low-rank pills, but even saint-grade mid-rank pills. Nine Heavens' Holy Land did not refuse anyone, allowing those who came to ask for alchemy to leave satisfied. Every time a pill was refined, the Holy Land would receive a reward equal to the value of the pill. Su Hui and the other elders were now grinning from ear to ear every day, all of their previous worries swept away. The Holy Land's warehouse was now filled with a variety of crystal stones and various cultivation materials, the amount of reserves reaching an astonishing level. This was especially true after the mysterious Grand Master changed the rule of refining 20 pills a day from 10 pills a day, allowing the Holy Land to obtain more and more benefits. Many people who came to ask for alchemy were not only given a reward equal to the value of the pill they refined, but also more as a form of thanks. This caused Su Hui to wonder if there was more than one alchemy Grand Master in the Holy Land. If not, how could a single Grand Master refine 20 pills a day? There should be at least 3, perhaps even more. Su Hui secretly speculated. The ancient demon clan leaders were well aware that the current prosperity of the Holy Land was probably caused by Yang Kai, but they did not mention this to Su Hui and the others. After receiving a lot of cultivation materials from the Holy Land, Yang Kai focused on developing himself, never leaving the mountain peak where he lived so as to avoid being discovered and causing trouble. When it came to the cultivation materials provided to the ancient demon clan, Su Hui didn't show any intention of shortchanging them. On the contrary, he was extremely generous. If there was anything the ancient demon clan needed, he would bring it to them, causing Li Rong to feel very grateful. Outside the 9 peaks, there was a newly built stone pavilion. Inside the stone pavilion were several exquisite stone benches and a stone table with a pot of tea on top of it. The 2 elders, Yuing and Qingyu Tong, sat inside the stone pavilion, staring at the long line of people, sipping tea as they whispered to one another. With so many people coming to ask for alchemy pills, every day there would be 2 elders here to maintain order. Today, it was Yuing and Qingyu Tong's turn. The 2 beautiful women had different temperaments, but they had the same graceful figure, plump breasts, snake-like waists, slender and beautiful legs, and perky buttocks that outlined a beautiful arc that could captivate one's soul. It was as if they had become the most beautiful scenery outside the 9 peaks. The people who came to ask for alchemy pills were all bored, so many of them cast eager glances towards the 2 elders, looking for some spiritual comfort. Perceiving the strange gazes of these people, although Yuing and Qingyu Tong were not happy, they had no choice but to ignore them and order the Holy Land disciples to form a circle around the stone pavilion to prevent others from looking in. Although it was said to be maintaining order, there was actually no need to do anything. Most of the people who came here were very honest and did not try to cut in line or bully others. Occasionally, there would be some ignorant fellows who tried to take advantage of their status to forcibly occupy a good spot, but the Holy Land's people didn't even need to take action. The masters at the front of the line would spontaneously make them obey. Most of the people who came to ask for alchemy pills were transcendents, but there was no lack of saints. Once something that provoked public anger was done, the result would naturally not be good. Therefore, Yuing and Qingyu Tong simply drank water and chatted inside the stone pavilion to pass the time. At the end of the long line, 2 women and a middle-aged man were waiting. The middle-aged man looked a little impatient, glancing around from time to time before sighing slightly. There were hundreds of people waiting in front of him. The Holy Land's Grand Master refined 20 pills a day, so when it was his turn, it would take at least a month. When one of the 2 women looked in the direction of the 9 peaks, Her beautiful eyes seemed to contain some indescribable complex emotions. After a long time, the middle-aged man suddenly whispered, "Qian'er, aren't you acquainted with the Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land? Can you ask him to help your father refine pills first? That Grand Master is a member of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, shouldn't he listen to his orders? I only know him and don't have much of a friendship, how could I ask him for help? Perhaps he has already forgotten about me." The woman smiled bitterly. As soon as these words came out, the other woman next to her sneered. "Don't have much of a friendship? Isn't that wrong? You're Xi and you." The woman glared at her companion, causing the latter to quickly raise her hand. "Fine, I won't say anything. This is your own destiny, you can choose for yourself, don't regret it in the future." The middle-aged man observed her expression and chuckled. "Qian'er, whether it works or not, you should at least try. No matter what, that holy master used to be a member of my bold independent union, shouldn't you at least consider some old sentiments? He's never been a member of bold independent union, why do you always think he used to be a disciple of bold independent union?" The woman stomped her foot. "It's fine to say such things in front of me, but don't say such things in front of others, it'll make them think we're trying to curry favor with them." Chapter 893. Hearing his daughter say so, the middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. Bold Independent Union wasn't a very strong force, and as the Union Master of Bold Independent Union, he was only a third-order transcendent. In this world, any force without a Saint Realm Master would always be despised by others. As such, he had spent his entire life striving to reach the Saint Realm. A few days ago, he had finally seen a glimmer of hope, but because of his lack of aptitude, he was unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm, so he wanted to find someone to refine a heaven's secret pill to see if he could use its power to break through to the Saint Realm. After expending a huge amount of financial resources and manpower to gather all the necessary materials, he was unable to find a suitable alchemist to help him refine this pill. The famous alchemy grandmasters of this world were all very arrogant, and would not easily accept outsiders. Their schedule for alchemy was always 1 or 2 days later, so the middle-aged man repeatedly ran into a wall and was unable to meet any of the grandmasters. It was at this time that the reputation of Nine Heaven's Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster spread, shaking his spirit and secretly feeling that this was an opportunity. Because his daughter had some friendship with this holy master, he even suspected that the relationship between the two was not simple. Unfortunately, no matter how he probed, his daughter flatly denied it. Left with no choice, he could only come here first and make further plans. The long line outside the 9 Peaks shocked the middle-aged man greatly. He had not expected that by the time he arrived here, so many people would already be waiting. Since persuading his daughter was of no use, he could only comfort himself and wait. In any case, it would only take a month or so. So, he decided not to say anything more. At that moment, 2 more people appeared from behind, one of them a young woman followed by a third-order transcendent master who seemed to be her bodyguards. When the young woman arrived, she was also startled, staring into the distance, covering her mouth as she exclaimed, "So many people, are they all here to ask for alchemy?" The third-order transcendent cultivator beside her also glanced over and nodded. "Young lady, on the way here, I heard that the alchemy Grand Master here is extremely skilled. Ever since he began performing alchemy, he has never failed, and the quality of the pills he refines is surprisingly good. Naturally, there are many people here because of his reputation. Amazing, where did that bastard find such an alchemy grandmaster?" The young woman chuckled lightly as she stared towards the 9 Peaks, her expression casual. "Young lady, should we also wait in line?" the cultivator asked softly. "Humph, I'll just go in and look for him. I don't think he'd dare to pretend that he doesn't recognize me." The young woman snorted softly. Her jade-like nose was high, and as she spoke, she walked forward without the slightest intention of waiting in line. After taking a few steps, she suddenly exclaimed in surprise and turned her head to look at one of the people at the back of the line. After seeing this person's face, her face lit up and she hurried over. "Yunxian, why are you here?" Yun Xian had a preoccupied look on her face and didn't realize that this person was an acquaintance of hers. After hearing someone call out to her, she quickly raised her head and saw the young woman approaching. Shui Ling? Yun Xian called out, a smile blooming on her pretty face. Why are you here? Come and see that bastard! I heard that he's now the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. After not seeing him for a few years, he's actually become a phoenix, not even bothering to inform me that he's safe and sound, causing me to constantly worry about his safety. This time I've come to settle accounts with him. Shui Ling began chattering away. Listening to her, Yun Xian couldn't help smiling, her mood seemingly improving a lot. Are you here to find the Grand Master for alchemy? Shui Ling's eyes narrowed slightly as she guessed Yun Xian's intentions. Since you're here, why wait in line, just go straight in, Shui Ling said with a puzzled expression. That's not good, everyone is waiting in line, Yun Xian said awkwardly. What's there to be afraid of? Others waiting is their business, you're not an outsider to him. Isn't it the same? We'll just wait here. Yun Xian waved her hand. Seeing her acting like an outsider, Shui Ling's brow furrowed deeply as she suddenly reacted. Could it be that he's not going to admit it? Even if he's the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, how could he be so shameless? Don't speak so loudly. Yun Xian blushed and quickly stopped her. The nearby Nine Heavens' Holy Land disciples all turned their eyes towards them, their expressions gloomy. Shui Ling couldn't help sticking out her tongue, not daring to act rashly. In front of Yang Kai, Shui Ling could indeed act unscrupulously, but speaking ill of the Holy Master in front of these Holy Land disciples would only provoke hatred. Xian this girl is... The middle-aged man who had been standing behind Yun Xian stepped forward and asked. Oh, this is the little princess of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Ling. I've told father about her before. So it's Sister Shui Ling. The middle-aged man's expression shook, not daring to neglect, quickly cupping his fists and saying, This one is Bold Independent Union's Union Master, Yun Qing. Hello, Uncle Yun. Shui Ling smiled sweetly and called out. Water Spirit Temple's little princess, her reputation is well-deserved. So young yet already a first-order transcendent, her future is limitless. Yun Qing's divine sense swept Shui Ling briefly and was able to determine her true cultivation, his eyes lighting up as he secretly admired Water Spirit Temple's heritage. Yun Xian was older than Shui Ling, but in terms of cultivation, she was inferior. This was the difference in strength between the two great forces. Without good resources, the growth rate of young people was naturally slower. Uncle Yun is too polite. This niece only just broke through some time ago, and has not yet stabilized her cultivation. Shui Ling put on a well-behaved appearance, her blue eyes extremely beautiful, constantly drawing the attention of those around her. Her name is Ruan Xianu, she's a friend of mine. Yun Xian pointed to another woman next to her and introduced her. Shui Ling nodded lightly, greeting him back. Just now, I heard Sister Shui Ling say that you want to enter the 9 Peaks directly to find the Holy Master? Yun Qing lowered his voice and asked. And I'm an old acquaintance of his. I haven't seen him for several years now, but I didn't expect him to actually come here to become the Holy Master. I also wanted to ask him to help me refine some pills. Does Uncle Yun want to join me? Speaking of which, Yun Xian is also an acquaintance of his. Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Yun Qing asked hesitantly. It's fine, I'm mainly here to see him, unlike others. Shui Ling giggled. Then this Yun won't be polite. This trip will also benefit from Sister Shui Ling's light. Yun Qing no longer acted polite, smiling widely. Uncle Yun is too polite. Saying so, Shui Ling turned and walked towards the stone pavilion, Yun Qing hurriedly following behind. Yun Xian hesitated for a moment, but under Ruan Xianyu's urging, she had no choice but to keep up with the crowd. Inside the line, many people were constantly glancing over, their eyes filled with vigilance and disdain. The people waiting in line here were all here to ask for pills, so naturally, they couldn't bear to see someone not following the rules. However, without knowing the intentions of Shui Ling and the others, they couldn't say anything, so they decided to observe the situation first before making a decision. In front of the stone pavilion, Shui Ling entered and explained her intentions to Yu Ying and Qin Yu Tong, the two elders frowning as they stared at her. Speaking of which, since Yang Kai entered the 9 Peaks and became the Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land, no one had come to see him, so the elders didn't know anything about the friends Yang Kai had made. However, now that one or two of them had come, Yu Ying and Qin Yu Tong didn't show too much impatience, simply saying, "We must first consult with Holy Master about this matter. How about you wait here for a moment?" "Good." Shui Ling gently nodded, secretly deciding that when she met with Yang Kai, she would teach him a lesson. She had traveled more than 100,000 kilometers to see him, yet he still had to wait for instructions. This was too much of a bully. Immediately, the Holy Land's disciples rushed to the 9 Peaks. A moment later, before the disciples in the 9 Peaks could return, another group of people arrived. This group, like Shui Ling and the others, did not wait in line at the back of the line and instead headed straight to the stone pavilion. This group of people was a bit special. Each one of them had white hair and looked quite old, but the clothes they wore were quite exquisite. At first glance, it was obvious they were not ordinary people. Yu Ying and Qin Yu Tong glanced at each other suspiciously, not knowing who these people were. This group of old men didn't have high cultivations, all of them only second or third order transcendents. Not a single one of them was a Saint Realm Master, but their demeanor were quite arrogant, not even sparing a glance at the crowd in front of them, as if they didn't put them in their eyes at all. When they arrived at the stone pavilion, one of the old men walked in with a smile, turned to Yu Ying and Qin Yu Tong, and asked, "Two young ladies, dare I ask if this place is 9 Heavens' Holy Land?" The two elders frowned. Although the two of them didn't look very old, they were both Saint Realm Masters. No one with lower cultivation than them had ever dared to call them young ladies, making them feel like this old man was taking advantage of his seniority. However, when this sentence came out of his mouth, it sounded quite natural, without the slightest hint of pretense. Yu Ying and Qin Yu Tong didn't dare act arrogantly and quickly stood up, the former nodding. "Yes. The owner of this place is called Yang Kai?" "Indeed." "Good, we've come to the right place." "Ha, these old bones, I'm so tired from all this walking." The old man breathed a heavy sigh of relief before turning his head and shouting, "We've arrived, we'll be able to rest soon." The expressions of the several old men behind him changed, and they all relaxed. "May I ask your honor names and what is your relationship with my holy master?" Yu Ying asked softly. "Ha, send someone to inform your holy master that several like-minded old friends have come to see him." The old man didn't report his name, making him seem somewhat mysterious. Yu Ying's brow furrowed slightly as she exchanged a glance with Qin Yu Tong, but didn't ask any more questions, instead ordering a disciple to send a message to the peak. Both of them also felt that this was quite interesting. The Holy Master had been in charge of the 9 Peaks for some time now, and no one had ever come to visit him, but today, wave after wave of visitors had arrived. It's best if they aren't here to ask for alchemy, the two elders thought to themselves as they secretly observed the two groups of visitors who claimed to be Yang Kai's friends. Chapter 894. After observing for a while, Yu Ying and Qin Yu Tong felt that several of the beautiful young women in the first group were likely to have some kind of relationship with the Holy Master, especially one of them who was dressed like a young woman. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complex expression as she glanced towards the 9 Peaks from time to time. Perhaps she was one of the Holy Master's love affairs. After all, the Holy Master was a young man. Which young man wasn't romantic? Considering all this, Yu Ying and Qin Yu Tong couldn't help smiling. The later group of people were all quite old, and although their strength wasn't very high, the noble temperament they exuded could not be faked. These few old men were definitely famous figures in Tongxian realm. After observing for a while, the two Holy Land disciples who had left one after the other quickly returned, bringing the Holy Master's orders. "Invite them in. Seems he knows what's good for him." Shui Ling was extremely satisfied, quickly informing Yu Ying and Qin Yu Tong before leading the group from Bold Independent Union towards the 9 Peaks. The several old men also did the same. Following behind Shui Ling and the others, the two groups not interfering with each other. However, before they could leave, some of the cultivators who were waiting in line for alchemy didn't agree, shouting from somewhere. "Two elders, what are these people doing? Why are they allowed to enter the 9 peaks ahead of time after arriving here today? If it's convenient, can 2 elders explain this to us?" That's right, that's right!" Immediately someone echoed. "We've been waiting here in line for 10 days now, but now it's their turn, yet they can immediately enter the 9 peaks. Isn't this a bit unfair? Your 9 heavens holy land's reputation is illustrious. Bullying us immortal ascension boundary and transcendent realm cultivators isn't a big deal. We can't do anything to you, but there are many Saint Realm seniors waiting in line here. These seniors are all willing to abide by the rules set by your holy land. Do you want to break them yourself? If that's the case, even if we agree, I'm afraid those seniors won't agree, right?" This sentence seemed to resonate with many people, and the Saint Realm masters who were waiting in line also wore disgruntled looks as they turned to look at Ying and Qing Yutong. When they came here, they didn't care about their identity or status, only thinking of themselves as guests here to ask for alchemy pills. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, strictly abide by the rules of 9 heavens holy land and wait in line. However, the scene in front of them made them feel uncomfortable. None of these newcomers had reached the Saint Realm, but after arriving today, they were immediately welcomed inside, naturally making them feel somewhat uneasy. As soon as this group of people shouted, Shui Ling and the group of old men also stopped in their tracks, turning their heads to look back. Ying and Qing Yutong also realized the seriousness of the problem. They knew that if they didn't handle this matter properly, it was very likely that the prestige the Holy Land had built up during this period would be ruined, leading to many unnecessary misunderstandings. Seeing this, a pleasant smile appeared on her face and she said, "Everyone, please calm down. These people are friends of my Holy Master. This time, they are here to visit the Holy Master, not to ask for alchemy assistance. Is that true? Why would I lie to you?" Ying forced a smile. She also felt that this group of people was asking for alchemy from the Holy Land's alchemy grandmaster. However, since the holy leader had ordered them to quickly enter, they were definitely not outsiders. At this time, she naturally had to protect the Holy Land's reputation. "If those women say they are friends of your Holy Master, I can understand. It is said that the Holy Master's master is around the same age as them, so it is only natural for him to make such friends. But who were those old fellows? How could your Holy Master possibly make friends with such people?" Someone in the crowd shouted. This group of old men was not young and their strength was not high, so it was easy for people to assume they were mediocre cultivators who were bitterly pursuing the martial Tao but were unable to find the right path. There were many such people in this world. In their current situation, what they wanted the most was a good pill to help them break through their current realm and extend their lifespan. Most of the people waiting in line had such thoughts. Everyone turned their eyes to the group of old men, even Yunqing and the others who were standing still. "You guys, aren't you a bit too meddlesome? Since Yang Kai invited this group of seniors to enter, naturally he has his reasons. Don't you think you're a bit too bored? Shouting like this in front of his holy land, be careful you don't provoke them and they won't help you with alchemy." Shui Ling scolded without any trace of politeness. Among the crowd, the few people who were shouting the most fiercely quickly shrank their necks and hid behind others, as if they were afraid Ying and Qing Yutong would remember their faces and settle accounts with them. Their shouting was simply to vent the unfairness in their hearts, they didn't have any real intentions. This could be considered a warning to 9 Heavens Holy Land. Otherwise, if anyone came to ask for a pill and said they were Yang Kai's friends, they would be able to enter at any time, causing them to have to wait even longer. This was truly unfair to those who had to abide by the rules. "You little girl, you really dare say such a thing?" Among the group of old men, a pot-bellied old man who was the leader of the group, looked at Shui Ling with a smile. "Aren't you afraid they'll find trouble with you? What's there to be afraid of?" Shui Ling giggled. "Since you're Yang Kai's friends, you're also this young lady's friends. Although you're much older than me, I guarantee that no one here will dare bully you. Otherwise, Yang Kai will teach them a lesson." "Oh? You seem to have a good relationship with Yang Kai." Another old man smiled pleasantly, stroking his beard as he stared towards Shui Ling with a meaningful look. "SOSO." Shui Ling frowned. "Although that guy can be a bit of a bastard sometimes, he's still a righteous person. This young lady finds him pleasing to the eye. This old master also finds you pleasing to the eye." The pot-bellied old man smiled lightly before turning to the others and saying, "Several old friends, what do you think we should do? These people seem to think we came to Nine Heaven's holy land with some kind of ulterior motive. If we don't explain ourselves, it won't be good for Yang Kai's reputation. Then we'll have to trouble Brother Chang." None of the others objected, indicating that he should do as he wished. The fat old man nodded lightly before turning to the crowd and shouting, "Which one of you didn't have eyes and called this old master an old man? Stand up and let me see." No one admitted to it. The fat old man seemed to have expected this scene and didn't pursue it further, instead pointing to himself and declaring, "This old man's surname is Chang Bao, remember it." He wore an arrogant look and his tone was not polite at all, as if he really was some kind of big shot. This caused many people to scoff at him. A mere second-order transcendent cultivator really wasn't enough to care about these 9 peaks. However, in the crowd waiting in line, many masters couldn't help narrowing their eyes as they stared towards the fat old man. Gradually, the image of a master in their minds overlapped with the fat old man in front of them. Lightning Flash City's Alchemist Guild Manager, Saint Grade Low-Rank Alchemy Grandmaster, Grandmaster Chang Bao? An exclamation rang out, causing an uproar. No wonder he looked so familiar. It turns out he's the Grandmaster from Lightning Flash City. Why is he here? He even knows the Holy Master here. Who are those people around him? There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, as if they had just been struck by some kind of divine skill. Everyone's expression towards Chang Bao changed, no longer showing any contempt and disdain, instead becoming extremely respectful. No one dared to underestimate a saint-grade alchemist. Among the cultivator waiting here, several had been to Lightning Flash City and wanted to meet this Grandmaster and ask for his alchemy services, but unfortunately, they had no chance to meet him and could only come here to seek opportunities. In the midst of their shock, the people around Chang Bao also reported their names. This old man is Hong Fong. This old man is Du Wan. This old man is He Feng. This old woman is Kong Ryu. The only old woman gently nodded. As these names that shook the world spread, everyone was dumbfounded and speechless. Shattered Star City, Three River City, Broken Moon City, Grand Boulder City, Lightning Flash City. The Alchemist Guild managers of these 5 cities had gathered here. 5 saint-grade alchemists. This lineup was so luxurious that it was amazing. No one dared to make any more noise, all of them simply staring at these 5 people dumbfoundedly. Everyone couldn't help feeling like this was not Nine Heaven's holy land, but the Alchemist Guild's guild. Otherwise, how could these 5 Grandmasters have gathered here from all over the world? Duwan smiled heartily and stepped forward. "The 5 of us are friends of the owner of this place. We came here today to visit, but we didn't expect there would be some misunderstandings. We hope you won't take offense." No, old man Du is too serious," someone in the crowd immediately said humbly. The Saint Realm Masters didn't dare show the slightest contempt towards these 5 people and instead wore dignified expressions. Yuing and Qin Yutong's beautiful eyes lit up as they stared at the 5 people in front of them. They finally understood why these 5 people dared to take advantage of their seniority even though their strength was clearly lower than theirs. What's more, the words they spoke shocked the 2 elders. These 5 people had come here to visit the Holy Master. Just the word visit was enough to make one think of many things. It had always been juniors paying respects to their seniors and juniors paying respects to their superiors, but now, these 5 had actually used the word visit. Both Yuing and Qin Yutong felt their blood boil. "Yu Ying's eyes are poor. I failed to recognize 5 Grandmasters. Please forgive me." Yuing quickly converged her expression and humbly apologized. "It's fine. As long as your holy master understands, it's fine." Duwan chuckled. "We aren't strangers to him." "Very well, Yuing will personally lead 5 Grandmasters to see the holy master as an apology." Elder Ewing is too polite. 5 grandmasters, please. Duwan and the others exchanged a glance before no longer paying any attention to the waiting cultivator, and instead following behind Ewing. As they flew past Shui Ling and the others, Chang Bao winked at Shui Ling and said with a smile, "Little girl, what are you doing? Keep up with us." And Shui Ling responded stupidly, seemingly still in a daze. Remembering how she had just shamelessly boasted that since they were Yang Kai's friends, they were her friends, Shui Ling couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. How embarrassing! Fortunately, these 5 grandmasters were magnanimous and didn't make fun of her, otherwise she would never be able to see anyone again. Chapter 895. Following behind these several grandmasters, Shui Ling still felt as if she was floating in the clouds, her entire body light. No matter how she racked her brain, she couldn't understand when Yang Kai had become friends with these grandmasters. What kind of honor was this? A short time later, the group arrived at the Holy Master Court. Ewing did not lead them to the guest hall but instead brought them here directly. Enlinger and Su Hui immediately came out to greet them, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Hui called out, "Holy Master said he would be here soon, please wait here for a moment." "And he's busy, let's take a break first." Chang Bao waved his hand indifferently, finding a comfortable chair to sit down in and gasping for breath. Chang Bao's body was quite fat, making it difficult for him to move around. Normally, he would only stay in the Alchemist Guild in Lightning Flash City, never coming out. This time, if it weren't for him coming to Nine Heaven's Holy Land to find Yang Kai, he wouldn't have bothered himself like this. After bringing everyone here, Ewing excused herself and left. These 5 saint-grade alchemists had great backgrounds, so Enlinger and Su Hui didn't dare neglect them, carefully accompanying them. The 5 grandmasters were all easygoing and didn't put on any airs, simply chatting with Su Hui and Enlinger in a harmonious manner. On the other hand, Shui Ling and Yun Xian's group were quite nervous and uncomfortable. Shui Ling hadn't expected that the group of old men she had encountered outside were all alchemy grandmasters, so after learning their identities, she didn't dare speak casually. Yun Xian and the others also appeared quite restrained. Bold Independent Union wasn't a great force. Being able to enter Nine Heaven's Holy Land was all thanks to Shui Ling. In front of these 5 grandmasters, Bold Independent Union's Union Master Yunqing sat solemnly, not uttering a single word. He couldn't get a word in edgewise, nor did he dare. Everyone here had a much higher status than him. Normally, it was extremely difficult to ask for an audience with any of them. Now that they were gathered together, it made Yunqing feel a little pressured. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. Seemingly seeing their awkwardness, Enling walked over and whispered to Shui Ling and Yun Xian, inquiring about their relationship with Yang Kai. Facing this saintess of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Shui Ling and Yun Xian both unconsciously lowered their heads and spoke cautiously. However, under the guidance of Enlinger, their expressions gradually relaxed, and when they talked about Yang Kai, they would laugh from time to time. After waiting for about an hour, a heroic figure rushed in from the outside. Everyone cast their gazes over and smiled in unison. Junior Yang Kai greets the masters. Yang Kai is flattered to have several grandmasters come to visit. Yang Kai hurriedly saluted as he approached. The 5 grandmasters smiled and nodded, with Duwan saying, "There's no need to be so polite. Before you were the one who called us grandmasters, but now we don't dare." He didn't say it too clearly, but the meaning behind his words was that only heaven and earth knew, and only you and I knew. Yang Kai smiled knowingly. "Old man Du is too kind. This junior being able to achieve what he has today is all thanks to the guidance of several grandmasters." Seeing him act so modestly, the 5 old men glanced at each other, and felt relieved, thinking that Kai Yang hadn't become arrogant because of his current achievements. They hadn't misjudged him. "Hey, there's someone else here, aren't you going to greet them?" Shui Ling smiled and called out. As soon as Yang Kai came out, Shui Ling's expression relaxed greatly. Because no one here knew as much about Yang Kai as she did. She had followed Yang Kai to Tongxian realm from the central capital and had participated in the world-shaking inheritance war as well as the life and death struggle with the ash-gray cloud evil land. Although Yang Kai was now the holy master of the Holy Land, Shui Ling did not treat him as an outsider. Yang Kai chuckled and greeted. It's been a long time since we last met. Several beauties have become more and more beautiful. What a glib tongue! Shui Ling blushed and snorted. Yun Xian also couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, her beautiful eyes glancing towards Yang Kai. Wan Xian Yu quietly poked her from the side and urged. This is probably your last chance. If you don't grasp it, there won't be a next time. Yun Xian just stared at Yang Kai faintly, not saying anything, causing Wan Xian Yu to feel like jumping off a wall. If she were Yun Xian, she would definitely not let Yang Kai off so easily. He was no longer the same as he was in the past. Back then, he seemed like a little brat who had never seen the world, but now he was the holy master of 9 heavens' holy land. His status was high, and his strength was not low. How could she easily let go of such a golden opportunity? If she held on tight, she would be able to live a carefree life. However, this fool Yun Xian had no intention of acting at all, causing Wan Xian Yu to become even more anxious. Junior greets Union Master Yun! Yang Kai cupped his fists towards Yun Qing. Yun Qing's body shook as his face filled with pride, quickly getting up and returning the courtesy. Yang Xingzhu is too polite, Yang Xingzhu is too polite. Saying so, Yun Qing awkwardly added. Last time, bold independent Union was deceived by a scoundrel and acted rudely. I hope Yang Xingzhu can forgive us. A minor matter, there's no need to mention it. Yang Kai chuckled, his expression casual. Hearing this, Yun Qing finally felt relieved. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would hold a grudge against him for what happened last time. If that really happened, he would no longer have the face to remain here. After exchanging some pleasantries and greeting everyone, Yang Kai found a seat and sat down. Why have all of you come to my holy land together? Do you know each other? Yang Kai looked around suspiciously. It was just a coincidence. Chang Bao chuckled. We didn't come together, we just met outside the mountain peak. And I also met Yun Xian and the others outside. Shui Ling also nodded. What a coincidence! No wonder I always felt like something good was about to happen today. It turns out several grandmasters and friends were coming. Yang Kai laughed happily. As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced over at Yun Xian, who was staring back at him. When their eyes met, Yun Xian quickly averted her gaze, her heart pounding rapidly. As time passed, she always felt that the distance between herself and Yang Kai was growing larger and larger. The last time she saw him, although he was high up in the clouds, she could still see him from afar. But this time, Yun Xian found that this man was already standing at a height she could never hope to reach. Her heart aching, Yun Xian knew that she would never be able to catch up to Yang Kai in this lifetime, only be able to look up to him. Such a man was not someone a woman like her could match up to. Did several grandmasters come to my holy land for sightseeing, or do you have something important to do? Yang Kai lightly coughed, and quickly asked about the matter at hand. The 5 grandmasters glanced at each other, and soon the eyes of the other 4 focused on Du Wan, obviously waiting for him to answer. Old man Du helplessly smiled bitterly and said, It's like this. And we heard that there was a grandmaster alchemist here, so we wanted to pay a visit. Yang Kai let out a hollow laugh, the corners of his mouth twitching. Others might not know who this grandmaster alchemist was, but Du Wan and the others definitely knew. After all, Yang Kai had refined a saint-grade low-rank pill with pill veins in front of them. At this moment, seeing Du Wan speak so modestly, Yang Kai couldn't bear it and didn't know how to respond. And if it is convenient for that grandmaster, we would like to study alchemy from him. Hong Fong continued. Yang Kai's mouth twitched even more. It doesn't matter if it's inconvenient. Du Wan saw the strange expression on Yang Kai's face and thought he wasn't too willing, so he quickly waved his hand. We don't covet the secrets of others, it's just that no one can teach us alchemy. Now that we have finally found one, we want to try our luck. Yang Kai, you can discuss with that grandmaster, there's no need to rush to answer us, it won't be too late to give us an answer later. And if that grandmaster is willing to give us some pointers, we would naturally be happy, but if he doesn't want to, it's fine as well. After all, us old fogies were a bit shameless and forced him to do something he didn't want. Chang Bao comforted. 5 pairs of eyes stared at Yang Kai, wondering what answer he would give. Even Shui Ling, Yun Cheng, and the others were watching nervously. They didn't know why, but they felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "Several Grand Masters are too serious. My Holy Land's alchemist also needs to communicate with others. The arrival of 5 Grand Masters is nothing short of a blessing for him. How about this? On behalf of that alchemist, I agree to your request. Although it's not about pointers, it's about learning from each other." "Really?" Chang Bao excitedly asked. "Is that okay?" Du Wan also looked at Yang Kai. "There's nothing wrong with it, there's nothing shameful about it." Yang Kai chuckled. The 5 Grandmasters glanced at each other with excited expressions before turning to look at Yang Kai again, their eyes filled with gratitude. Yang Kai agreeing so readily was really beyond their expectations. On the way here, the 5 Grandmasters had been a bit hesitant, feeling that such a request was a bit inappropriate, but they couldn't resist the temptation of learning the mysteries of alchemy and had come to the Holy Land together, thickening their faces to make such a request, mentally preparing themselves for rejection. Who would have thought that he would achieve his goals so easily? The 5 Grandmasters were pleasantly surprised. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go meet that Grandmaster now," Yifeng said, standing up. "No need to rush." Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "Please wait a moment." Saying so, he turned to Shui Ling and the others. "What about you? Did you come here to see me or to perform alchemy? If I said I came here specifically to see you, would you believe me?" Shui Ling asked with a smile. Yang Kai grinned disdainfully. "Then I came here to perform alchemy, heh. Saying so, Shui Ling took out a universe bag and tossed it directly to Yang Kai, saying without any trace of politeness, "I want to refine 3 Azure Sky pills, all the materials are ready, you can decide for yourself." Yang Kai caught the universe bag and swept it with his divine sense, nodding lightly. "Azure Sky pills, how long has it been since you broke through to the Transcendent Realm?" "It's only been 4 months. That's why I need these pills to stabilize my realm," Shui Ling replied, a somewhat distressed look on her face. Chapter 896. Shui Ling had only broken through to the Transcendent Realm 4 months ago, so she really needed to consolidate her realm. If she didn't want to meditate to comprehend the heavenly way and martial Tao, she could only rely on the power of pills. Yang Kai nodded, thought about it for a while, then said, "If you want to stabilize your realm, a single Azure Sky pill is enough. I'll help you refine some other soul-restoring pills with the remaining herbs you need to enhance your spiritual energy. In any case, the materials required for these 2 pills are similar." "You know a lot about pills?" Shui Ling was stunned. "And I've been around that Grand Master for a long time, so I understand a little." "Then I'll leave it to you. In any case, I know you won't treat me badly." Shui Ling seemed to have entrusted her life to Yang Kai, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. "You woman!" Yang Kai slowly shook his head before turning to Yun Xian, his tone softening greatly. "What about you?" Yun Xian seemed to be thinking about something, but upon hearing this question her tender body trembled slightly, quickly replying, "My father wants to refine a Heaven's Secret pill." "Heaven's Secret pill?" Yang Kai raised his brow and turned to look at Yun Qing, smiling. "So Senior Yun is about to break through to the Saint Realm?" Yun Qing smiled awkwardly. "I saw some hope but was unable to comprehend its mysteries, so I came here to ask for a Heaven's Secret pill to peer into the mysteries of the heavens." "Good." Yang Kai nodded firmly. "Since Senior Yun is about to break through, I will ask Grand Master to refine the best Heaven's Secret pill possible to help Senior Yun comprehend the mysteries of the Saint Realm." Hearing this, Yun Cheng's expression shook and he was overjoyed. "Then I'll have to trouble Yang Shizhu." Saying so, he signaled to Yun Xian with his eyes. Yun Xian understood, got up, and politely bowed. "Many thanks, Holy Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded faintly, his expression slightly complicated. Inside the hall, The group of people watching seemed to have noticed something and began to ponder. Yunqing coughed dryly and handed over the herbs he had prepared. Yang Kai took it and ordered, "Unlinger, help me greet my friends. I'll bring the materials over first." "Yes," Unlinger replied. "Grandmasters, please follow me." Yang Kai called out to Du Wan and the others. In the side room, the alchemy furnace was still placed there. Sets of alchemy ingredients were placed beside it, waiting to be refined. After arriving, Yang Kai said, "Grandmasters, please feel free to do as you please. This junior is usually refining pills here, so there's nothing to entertain you all. Don't worry about us. We're only here to observe. How much we can learn is up to us. There's no need for you to teach us." Chang Bao quickly found a good spot and sat down cross-legged. "Not bad. When we came here, we already discussed it. As long as you agree to let us observe, we won't do anything else." Du Wan nodded slightly. "That's fine." Yang Kai nodded. When it came to alchemy, he had to give it his all, so he really didn't have the time to explain anything to others. Moreover, he had no experience in teaching, nor did he have the qualifications to do so. The 5 people in front of him were all masters who had been immersed in alchemy for hundreds of years and had their own unique understanding of alchemy. Rather than explaining alchemy to them, it would be better to just let them observe. "Boy, are you having an affair with that girl named Yun Xian? Why do I feel like she's looking at you so strangely?" Chang Bao suddenly asked with a smile, his small eyes flashing with light. "You shameless old man, what nonsense are you spouting?" Kong Roy Yu immediately glared at him. "Heh, I was just asking." Chang Bao laughed awkwardly. Yang Kai also smiled bitterly and nodded. "There really is something going on. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's focus on alchemy." Immediately, Yang Kai took out the herbs Shui Ling had brought, and prepared to refine the Azure Sky pill and soul replenishing pills she needed. The grade of these 2 pills wasn't too high, only spirit grade top rank. Yang Kai planned to use them as a warm-up in preparation for refining the heavenly mystery pill. The 5 grandmasters immediately raised their spirits, and paid close attention to his movements, lest they miss the slightest detail. Time passed by little. Inside the Holy Master Court, Unlinger accompanied Shui Ling, Yun Xian, and the others, getting along well with each other. In the evening, Yang Kai, who had left a while ago, returned once again. Yunqing, who had been anxiously waiting, quickly got up and looked towards him, his body trembling slightly as he felt a little nervous. Arriving in front of him, Yang Kai handed him a jade bottle and said, "This is the heavenly mystery pill Senior Yun needs." Tossing another jade bottle to Shui Ling, Yang Kai said, "This is your Azure Sky pill and soul replenishing pill." Shui Ling smiled and took the bottle. Opening it and taking a look inside, she couldn't help calling out in surprise, "You can really refine pill veins! I thought the rumors outside were all exaggerated, but it turns out it's true." Of these 3 pills, the Azure Sky pill, which was used to stabilize one's cultivation, clearly had pill veins. Its value was not something ordinary pills could compare with. Shui Ling's eyes filled with excitement and happiness. "Next time if you need anything, just come here, there's no need to be polite with me," Yang Kai said with a smile. "I won't be polite with you." Shui Ling pouted. Shui Ling curled her lips disdainfully and put the pills into her universe bag, carefully placing them away before turning her gaze towards Cloud City. "Why is Senior Yun like this?" At this moment, Yun Xian and Wan Xianyu were also gathered around Yun Qing. Seeing his hands trembling and his throat trembling, but unable to speak, either of them knew what was wrong, causing their beautiful faces to pale with anxiety. Pill veins! After a long time, Yun Qing finally managed to squeeze out 2 words. "A saint pill with pill veins! Impossible!" Shui Ling was taken aback and quickly leaned over to take a closer look. Sure enough, she saw that the saint-grade low-rank pill had lines that resembled the meridians of a human body. She was also shocked speechless. A saint pill with pill veins, the value of such a thing was immeasurable. For a time, all of them stared at Yun Qing with envy. If only they had known this would happen, they would have brought some materials for refining saint pills. In any case, there was no need to pay for refining saint pills in Yang Kai's place, and her father was also in need of saint pills. Congratulations to Senior Yun for achieving his wish. Shui Ling calmed herself down and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations, Union Master, there is hope for you to break through to the Saint Realm. Wan Xian also quickly followed up. You can't say that. Although these pills are rare, breaking through to the Saint Realm will depend on this Yun's efforts. But in any case, I must thank Yang Xingzhu for his help. Senior Yun is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly, glancing over at Yun Xian, who also nodded gently, showing a look of gratitude. She knew in her heart that Yang Kai must have asked that Grand Master to go all out, otherwise, how could he have so coincidentally refined a saint pill with pill veins? Now that the pill had been refined, Yunqing was in no mood to stay and couldn't wait to return to bold independent city so he could take this pill and explore the mysteries of breaking through to the Saint Realm, so he immediately said goodbye. Yang Kai didn't try to persuade him to stay. Then I'll be going too. Seeing how busy you are, it seems you don't have time to accompany me. There's no point in staying here. Shui Ling thought for a moment, and also said she wanted to leave. I'll send you off, Yang Kai said. That won't do, this Yun cannot afford. Yunqing was shocked, but before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away by Ruan Xianyu, muttering under his breath. It's none of your business, Union Master, we'll leave first. Hearing this, Yunqing immediately came to his senses, excused himself from Yang Kai, and flew out of the 9 Peaks. Shui Ling also gave Yang Kai a meaningful look before waving her hand. If you have time, come to Water Spirit Temple to see me. Don't go missing for several years without any news. I know. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. In an instant, only Yang Kai and Yun Xian remained in the hall. Even Su Hui and Enlinger had tactfully slipped away and disappeared. Let's go, Yang Kai motioned. Yun Xian gently nodded and walked out side by side with Yang Kai. Along the way, Yang Kai was silently considering what to say. Although something had happened between him and this woman all those years ago, under those circumstances, he had been forced to do so. If he refused to admit it now, it would be too much of an animal, so he could only remain silent. I heard from your Holy Land Saintess that you haven't even accepted her? Yang Kai didn't say anything, so Yun Xian suddenly spoke up. She even told you that? Yang Kai was stunned. There's a lot to be said between women. Yun Xian grinned. Why is that? You're the Holy Master here and she's the Saintess, shouldn't you be together? Could it be you don't even like someone like her? It's not that I don't like her. Yang Kai shook his head, not knowing how to explain. That means you have another woman in your heart, Yun Xian said decisively. Yang Kai couldn't help admiring this woman's keenness and nodded. Indeed. Isn't she outstanding? Yun Xian asked faintly. Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help flashing back to Su Yan and Xianing Chang, a look of reminiscence appearing on his face. Seeing him like this, Yun Xian smiled sadly. Forget it, you don't need to answer. I already know the answer. And, you don't need to worry about what happened between you and me, that kind of situation was really unavoidable. Just treat it as a beautiful memory that I will treasure in my heart. Yang Kai opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated. Can you not show such an expression? Yun Xian's eyes became watery as her voice trembled slightly. Do you think you're going to take responsibility after taking advantage of me once? I didn't care at all, why should you care? Yun Xian. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he stared deeply at her, feeling helpless in his heart. Yun Xian kept wiping the corners of her eyes, but the tears continued to pour out like pearls. Suddenly she turned around, grabbed Yang Kai's hand, and bit down hard. Her silver teeth sank deep into his flesh, causing blood to seep out. Yang Kai remained motionless and just stared at her quietly. Up close, Yun Xian also stared back at Yang Kai stubbornly. You hurt me once, I hurt you once, we're even. Suddenly, Yun Xian let go of Yang Kai's hand, swallowed the blood into her stomach, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, turned around, and walked away. A rain of tears fell. Her voice gradually drifted over. "You heartless man, you'd better maintain your current high and mighty position so that I can only look up to you. If one day you fall from the clouds, I will definitely not let you off easily." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Chapter 897. You're really heartless. Unlinger floated out like a ghost and stared in the direction Yun Xian left, sighing faintly. "She's already like that, can't you coax her? A few words of sweet talk is all it takes. That would only make the situation worse." Yang Kai shook his head. "That's not necessary." Yang Kai glared at her. "That's why I don't want to talk about love with you, otherwise you'll end up like this in the future." "I won't." Unlinger blushed and hurriedly left. Returning to the Holy Master Court, Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. The 5 Grand Masters keenly noticed that Yang Kai's state of mind seemed to have undergone some subtle changes, causing his alchemy technique to frequently make mistakes, nearly ruining a number of good materials, causing them to break out in a cold sweat. But soon, this terrible state of mind was forgotten, and Yang Kai regained his proficiency and self-confidence in alchemy, causing the 5 Grand Masters to look forward to seeing what he was capable of. In the blink of an eye, another few months had passed. The reputation of 9 Heavens Holy Land's alchemy Grand Masters had spread throughout the world, and no one could compare to them. The outside of the 9 Peaks was bustling with noise and excitement every day. There was an endless stream of people queuing up to refine pills. The Holy Land had obtained an unimaginable amount of wealth and cultivation materials, enough to make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Su Hui and the other Grand Masters were grinning from ear to ear all day long. Inside the main room, Yang Kai and the 5 Grand Masters had been sitting there for several months, not leaving the door once. Every day, Yang Kai would refine 20 pills, no more, no less, and the 5 Grand Masters would watch him from beginning to end. They were shocked by Yang Kai's alchemy speed and fascinated by his exquisite alchemy technique. Refining 20 pills a day was something none of the Grand Masters here could accomplish. Refining spirit pills wasn't so bad, and if the 5 Grand Masters put their all into it, they could refine 7 or 8 pills a day. However, refining the holy elixir consumed a lot of mental energy and strength. All the Grand Masters asked themselves, if they tried their best, they would only be able to refine 2 holy elixirs a day before they would be exhausted. However, with Yang Kai, he only needed to spend 14 to 14 hours, or even less, to refine all 20 pills. The rest of the time was used to comprehend the gains from refining pills and to recover his strength. The Grand Masters were deeply aware of the terrifying effects of the conflagrated knowledge sea in alchemy. When Yang Kai was refining pills, they would observe. When Yang Kai was resting, they would sit together and discuss the day's harvest. Often, they would argue until their faces turned red and their necks were thick. They would always be in a deadlock over a technique, or the use of a spirit array. Yang Kai didn't care about them, nor did he express his opinion. The reason he could perform alchemy so quickly was entirely because of his conflagrated knowledge sea, so sometimes the methods and insights he used were not suitable for the several Grand Masters. Amidst the noise and discussion, the Grand Masters felt that their understanding of alchemy had deepened, and their alchemy skills had improved. Sometimes, when he couldn't bear the loneliness and his hands itched, he would take some materials from Yang Kai and refine them into pills. With the help of the Grand Masters, Yang Kai became more and more relaxed. Condensing medicinal liquids was basically something he didn't need to do himself. The Grand Masters were simply practicing their own insights, so Yang Kai only needed to combine the different medicinal liquids and refine them into pills. It was as if the 5 Grand Masters were his assistants, but the Grand Masters were actually enjoying themselves, beaming with joy every day. Being able to have 5 saint-grade alchemists as assistants was probably the only Grand Master in this world. As the reputation of the alchemy Grand Masters spread, 9 Heavens Holy Land's reputation also rose. Every cultivator who came here to ask for pills was extremely grateful to 9 Heavens Holy Land, because in any other place, it was impossible for them to obtain the pills they wanted so quickly. But here in 9 Heavens Holy Land, one only needed to wait 1 to 2 months at most before they could obtain what they wanted. On top of that, The news that Duan and the other 5 saint-grade alchemists had come to visit the Grand Masters here spread like wildfire, causing many people to mistakenly believe that the mysterious Grand Master sitting in 9 Heaven's Holy Land was the legendary Old Man of Heaven's Keep. As these rumors spread, the prestige of 9 Heaven's Holy Land was further boosted. It could be said that besides the fact that 9 Heaven's Holy Land did not have a third-order saint, it was now on par with any of the top forces in the world, and its prestige had reached an unprecedented height. The name of the Holy Land's Holy Master, Yang Kai, was also widely known. The Holy Land had risen from the dead and was exuding a vibrant vitality, causing Su Hui and the others to be the happiest. A few years ago, when the old Holy Master of 9 Heaven's Holy Land passed away, a new Holy Master had yet to take over the Holy Land, causing the hearts of the disciples to become unstable. At that time, Saintess Nan had caused great trouble outside, causing countless masters to besiege the Holy Land. At that time, Su Hui had thought that the Holy Land's foundation would be destroyed in the hands of his generation, causing him to feel depressed, secretly feeling that he had failed the heritage left behind by the previous Holy Masters. But a few years later, this place had become the center of attention of the world. As a member of 9 Heaven's Holy Land, not to mention great Elder Yang Kai, even the disciples were extremely proud of themselves. This kind of pride created a kind of virtuous cycle, causing the disciples to cultivate more and more diligently, for fear that they would fall behind the cultivator of another force and bring shame to the Holy Land's reputation. Looking at the thriving Holy Land, Su Hui felt that even if he died now, he would have no regrets. On this day, Yang Kai, who was in the middle of performing alchemy, suddenly noticed something and hurriedly finished what he was doing. Duan was keenly aware of this abnormality and asked, "What's wrong?" Hearing his question, the other 4 also hurriedly cast concerned glances towards him. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing, it's just that I refined an artifact into my body a few days ago, and only today did I feel some resonance with it. I was anxious to investigate the mysteries of that artifact." "So that's how it is?" Chang Bao nodded. "Then you go investigate. We'll help you refine the rest of the pills. Is that okay?" Yang Kai was stunned. He had wanted to wait until he finished investigating before refining the rest of the pills, but he had not expected Chang Bao to propose such a thing. "What's wrong with that?" Chang Bao grinned meaningfully. "We are all saint-grade alchemists, what's wrong? Don't you think our skills are up to your standards? I wouldn't dare, for several Grand Masters to be willing to help. I am very grateful and have no doubts about your skills." Yang Kai smiled flatteringly. Although during this time the Grand Masters would refine 1 or 2 pills whenever they felt the itch, none of them had ever overstepped their boundaries or tried to steal the limelight. Usually, they would just observe, and only when they couldn't help themselves would they attempt to perform alchemy, so they didn't refine many. Today's alchemy work had just begun, so in addition to the few pills Yang Kai had refined, there were still a dozen or so pills left to refine. Dividing them evenly among the Grand Masters, each of them had to refine 3 or 4 pills. Most of them were saint-grade pills. After refining these 3 or 4 pills, the Grand Masters would likely be like lamps that had run out of oil. "Little brat, you sure know how to talk." Chang Bao laughed, very satisfied. "And we've been watching for a while now, it's time to really start. It's pointless to keep arguing with these old fogies, so let's see who has a better understanding of saint-grade alchemy." He Feng also agreed with Chang Bao's proposal. "All right, don't worry about these dozen or so pills, Yang Kai, we'll help you refine them. Go ahead and examine the artifact carefully." Duan waved to Yang Kai. "If that's the case, then I'll have to trouble you Grand Masters." Yang Kai no longer refused. The Grand Masters refining these pills wouldn't be a problem. Although there was a chance of failure, with the Holy Land's current heritage, compensating them was a trivial matter. Relaxing both physically and mentally, Yang Kai left this place and went to another room. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai's mind flickered, and the long shuttle artifact he obtained from the star field appeared in his hand. Circulating his divine sense, Yang Kai carefully examined it. What had just resonated with him was this long shuttle artifact. It had been almost half a year since Yang Kai refined it into his body. During this time, although Yang Kai had been focused on alchemy and had not paid any attention to it, his yuan qi and divine sense had been constantly nourishing it. Taking so long to resonate with it made Yang Kai feel quite surprised. He still remembered that silver leaf artifact, from the time he refined it into his body to the time he truly understood its structure and purpose. It had only taken him 3 months. The silver leaf artifact was a saint-grade high-rank artifact, a top-level artifact. From this, it could be seen that either the structure of this long shuttle artifact was too complex or its grade was much higher than that of the silver leaf artifact. If not for this, it would have been impossible for such a time-consuming process to occur. If it hadn't resonated with him today, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about it. Using his divine sense to probe it, Yang Kai immediately understood the structure of the long shuttle. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. He found that the structure of this long shuttle was different from what he had imagined. The spirit arrays engraved inside were not only not complex, but also somewhat simple. Although they were all traces of age, Yang Kai didn't recognize what these spirit arrays were for. He didn't know much about artifact refining. The spirit arrays used in artifact refining and the spirit arrays used in alchemy were two completely different things. Vaguely, Yang Kai could perceive the purpose of this artifact, but without actually using it, he couldn't confirm it. Pouring his yuan qi into it, the palm-sized long shuttle artifact suddenly burst into a golden light and flew out from Yang Kai's hand, instantly reaching the other side of the room. Yang Kai's face paled. At that moment, he had almost lost track of this long shuttle artifact. This artifact contained his soul brand and life imprint, so it was intimately connected to him. Logically speaking, he should be able to clearly see the movements of this artifact, as if he had attached himself to it. But he still had such an illusion. The only explanation was that this artifact was too fast, so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to think before it had already completed its trajectory. Staring at the long shuttle artifact floating on the other side of the room, Yang Kai frowned and tried to use his divine sense to control it. Chapter 898. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. The long shuttle seemed to have broken through the shackles of space, constantly changing its position. After several attempts, Yang Kai's eyes gradually brightened. He felt that he had figured out the mystery of this artifact. Reaching out, the long shuttle returned to his hand. Yang Kai carefully examined it again. His divine sense wandered inside the long shuttle, observing its structure, not letting go of a single detail. Although the long shuttle was small, after his divine sense entered it, it was as if he had entered a vast and boundless space. No matter how Yang Kai probed, he seemed to be unable to see the end. Suddenly, a trace of faintly discernible information flowed from the long shuttle into Yang Kai's divine sense. Shuttle of Flying Apsara, this seemed to be the name of this artifact. Inferring from this name alone, it was the same as what Yang Kai had sensed before. The purpose of this long shuttle was to fly. In other words, it was a special flight-type artifact. There were many kinds of artifacts, and according to their classification, their types were also different. In terms of function, artifacts were mainly divided into 3 categories: offensive, defensive, and auxiliary. Of course, there were also artifacts that were both offensive and defensive. Yang Kai's silver leaf was such an artifact. According to the power used, artifacts could also be divided into yuan qi-controlled artifacts and soul-type artifacts. The value of the latter was generally much higher than the former, and was more difficult to refine. Among the artifacts, there was a special kind that was specifically used for flight. If one used a flight-type artifact, they would generally fly much faster than a cultivator. Yang Kai had also seen many flight-type artifacts in his time, many of them in different shapes, such as sword-shaped, foot-shaped, carriages, and so on, but this was the first time he had seen one in the shape of a long shuttle. At first glance, this thing looked a bit like a canoe. Inside the shuttle of Flying Apsara, there was no trace of a spirit array, which meant that it could not be used to attack. There should be a defensive spirit array. but he did not know how strong it was. His divine sense continued to probe deeper. Soon Yang Kai found a strange place. Inside the shuttle of flying apsaras, specks of light were twinkling. When one's divine sense entered this place, it was as if they were in a star field, surrounded by countless stars that extended as far as the eye could see. The interior of the light was like a star field that had been shrunk countless times, and it was placed inside the shuttle of flying apsara. Among them, there was also a spirit line that was so small that it was almost undetectable. It was connected to many flickering light spots and extended to a very far place. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't know what this was for. Yang Kai's divine sense followed this spirit thread and began to feel more and more that what was stored inside the shuttle of flying apsara was very similar to a miniature version of the star field. However, what he found to be a pity was that the spirit line was broken at a certain point. It was probably because it had been drifting in the star field for a long time and had lost most of its spirituality. He did not know where it would eventually connect to. Shaking his head, Yang Kai retracted his divine sense after confirming that there was nothing to worry about inside the shuttle of flying apsara. Although this artifact had lost most of its spirituality, after such a long time of nourishment, it was still able to play its most basic role. Driven by his curiosity, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the Holy Master Court. Pouring his yuan qi into the shuttle of flying apsara, it suddenly expanded to several meters in length and quietly floated in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy as he thought to himself. Since this flight-type artifact could carry people, it was impossible for it to be only the size of a palm. Yang Kai didn't know who had refined this artifact, and what kind of spirit array had been placed on it to allow it to freely expand and shrink. However, a few meters in length was its limit. Observing it with his naked eye, Yang Kai estimated that this shuttle of flying apsara should be able to carry 7 or 8 people. Using his divine sense, the shuttle of flying apsara shrank a lot, becoming only 2 meters long. A layer of blue light began emitting from the inside of the shuttle of flying apsara, forming a protective barrier. Yang Kai jumped up and the blue light enveloped him, leaving no gap, as if it was tailor-made for him. Cheering up, yuan qi surged even more violently. A blue light flashed, and in the next moment, Yang Kai and the shuttle of flying apsara disappeared. Atop one of the 9 peaks, the great commanders of the ancient demon clan were all sitting in meditation. During this time, Yang Kai didn't have anything to do with them, so after obtaining a large number of cultivation resources from Su Hui, the great commanders spared no effort in improving their strength. Suddenly, Li Rong's brow furrowed and she awoke from her meditation, her tender body flickering as she flew out of the room and stared towards a certain spot in the sky, a suspicious look appearing on her pretty face. Immediately, Han Fei and Huan Mo also appeared beside her. "Is that Master's aura?" Han Fei also stared towards the sky and asked softly. "And it was Master who went out." Li Rong nodded lightly. "But this speed, it's quite fast." Saying so, her expression changed slightly. "I can't sense him anymore." As a second-order saint, Li Rong's divine sense could cover a range of several hundred kilometers, but from the time she detected Yang Kai until now, it had only been 3 breaths of time. In that short time, Yang Kai had already left the range of her divine sense. This kind of speed was simply sensational. In this world, no one could possess such a bizarre speed. "Why did Master go out at this time?" Huai Mo asked in confusion. "I don't know." "Then, should we follow and protect you?" Huai Mo asked hesitantly. "We don't even know where he went, how are we supposed to follow?" Li Rong smiled bitterly. "Forget it, with such a fast speed, I'm afraid no one can catch up with him." Hearing her say this, Han Fei and Huai Mo also relaxed. Since no one could catch up to Yang Kai, he naturally wouldn't be in any danger. While the 3 great commanders, who had noticed Yang Kai's departure, were speaking, many of the cultivator waiting in line outside the 9 peaks also looked up with dignified expressions. Just now, a flash of light had passed over their heads, and by the time they reacted and tried to investigate, their divine senses were unable to keep up with the speed of this blue light. This discovery shocked them to the extreme. Among the cultivator here, There were many powerful masters who were confident in their strength, but in front of this blue light, they were completely powerless. Their expressions couldn't help changing slightly as they tried to guess which powerful master had passed by and what method he had used. However, none of them were able to figure it out. Midair, Yang Kai's expression was filled with excitement and ecstasy, almost unable to believe what he was experiencing right now. The scenery beneath his feet was like a surging river, rapidly receding, so fast that it was impossible to describe it with words. Yang Kai's naked eye couldn't capture any of the scenery, and often, by the time he focused his eyes, the scenery would be thrown far away. The flying speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle was far beyond his expectations. Yang Kai's speed wasn't slow, and if he used his wind and thunder wings, even a second-order saint wouldn't necessarily be able to catch up to him. But now, his speed had surpassed the limits of this world, almost comparable to using his ability to tear space to move his position. In a flash, he had crossed 100 kilometers. What was most incredible to him was that the amount of yuan qi required to operate the Flying Heavens shuttle wasn't too high. Moreover, because of the protection of the blue light barrier, there was no need to worry about the wind affecting his vision, allowing him to stand atop the Flying Heavens shuttle as easily as walking on flat ground. Feeling excited, Yang Kai not only didn't show any intention of stopping, but instead increased his speed even more. Gradually, after familiarizing himself with this artifact, Yang Kai was able to control it freely and had also become accustomed to its lightning-fast speed. Yang Kai was ecstatic. Watching the ground beneath his feet recede like flowing water, he couldn't help feeling a subtle sense of excitement. It wasn't until half a day later that this sense of excitement gradually subsided and Yang Kai began to slow down his flying speed. Looking around, Yang Kai saw a world covered in white snow in the distance. The world below this snow gave him a faint sense of familiarity. A strange light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes as he carefully examined this place. A moment later, a magnificent city appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. Yang Kai's expression became even stranger. Flying closer to this city, after an incense stick worth of time, Yang Kai appeared on the streets of this city. Grand Boulder City. This was actually Grand Boulder City, which was more than 100,000 kilometers away from Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Yang Kai's expression fluctuated, as if he was in a dream. When he had led the ancient demon clan from here to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, it had taken him a full 2 months to reach the 9 peaks. Although the ancient demon clan had a large number of people and their speed wasn't that fast, if Yang Kai were to fly alone, it would have taken him 20 to 30 days to reach Nine Heavens' Holy Land from here. But now, it had taken him less than a day to return. Strictly speaking, it should have been about 20 hours. Comparing the two, the time it took was simply incomparable. At this moment, Yang Kai deeply realized the terrifying speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle and also the preciousness of this flight-type artifact. With this artifact, it would be much more convenient for him to go wherever he wanted. Solemnly storing the artifact into his body, Yang Kai arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Duwan had already gone to Nine Heavens' Holy Land, so now only Yixiong, Mi-Na, and Wu remained in Grand Boulder City's Alchemist Guild. Seeing Yang Kai suddenly arrive, all of them were surprised, but they still happily welcomed him inside. Yang Kai didn't stay for long and spent a day in the Alchemist Guild, teaching Wu and Mi-Na some alchemy knowledge and leaving behind a few basic spirit arrays before leaving. Next, he went to Soaring Heaven's sect. Now that he was the Holy Master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he had many trivial matters to attend to and didn't have time to visit. Now that he had come here by chance, naturally he had to visit his martial aunts and ancestral founder, Serene Resplendent Peak. When Yang Kai returned, his martial aunt Feiyu's face was as red as a peach blossom, her beautiful eyes watery and seductive. Lying on a stone table in the cave, large patches of her snow-white skin were exposed, attracting the eyes of anyone who saw her. Feiyu's martial aunt cultivated a water attribute secret art, so she didn't drink for pleasure, but rather to refine the alcohol into her body to enhance the lethality of her yuan qi. Yang Kai had long observed this, but he was still somewhat helpless when it came to her drinking. Chapter 899. Feiyu's martial aunt was still the same as always, her mouth full of nonsense, causing Yang Kai's face to flush red and his blood to boil. Feiyu, on the other hand, was laughing so hard she couldn't even stand up straight. Seng Yen and the others soon arrived and met with Yang Kai, asking him about the situation with the demons, warning him to be careful and not be deceived by them. Feeling the care of his martial uncles, Yang Kai's heart warmed and he readily agreed. From Seng Yen and the others, Yang Kai also learned that a number of masters had come to Soaring Heaven Sect some time ago to inquire about the situation with Chu Ling Zhao's group of demons. Some of them even angrily requested Chu Ling Zhao to kill Yang Kai, who had colluded with the demons, and clean up the sect. Chu Ling Zhao didn't pay any attention to these people and instead entered secluded retreat, refusing to meet with outsiders. These people were helpless, and after staying in Soaring Heaven Sect for a while, they could only leave. However, as the reputation of Nine Heavens Holy Land spread, no one came to visit Soaring Heaven Sect again. They didn't want to offend Nine Heavens Holy Land, otherwise they may lose the opportunity to ask the Alchemy Grandmaster for help. Later, Yang Kai went to visit ancestral founder Chu Ling Zhao and spoke with him for a while. After learning that Li Rong and the others were now obediently staying in the Nine Peaks, Chu Ling Zhao was extremely satisfied, but he still gave Yang Kai a lot of advice, much the same as his martial uncles. After spending 3 days in Soaring Heaven Sect, relieving the fatigue he had accumulated from practicing alchemy for so long, Yang Kai set foot on the road back home. For nearly a year, Yang Kai had been constantly improving his alchemy skills, constantly helping others perform alchemy, gaining insights from alchemy to assist his own cultivation, not even taking a single day off to rest. This time, after a few days of coincidental rest, Yang Kai suddenly felt that his cultivation had risen again. He immediately understood that this was the result of relaxing his mind. Nearly a year of accumulation and precipitation had turned into visible results over the past few days, becoming nutrients for his own growth. Less than a day later, Yang Kai returned to Nine Heavens Holy Land. Just as he entered the Nine Peaks, Li Rong's divine thought transmitted to him. "My lord, that demon clan woman wishes to see you." "A monster race woman?" Yang Kai paused midair, frowning. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Kai Dai?" "Yes, it's her. What is she doing here?" Yang Kai didn't understand. "She didn't say. If you don't want to see her, I'll send her away." Li Rong quickly responded. "No need, I'll be right there." A moment later, Yang Kai appeared on the mountain peak where the ancient demon clan lived. Strolling into the largest palace, Yang Kai saw Kai Dai with 7 colored wings sitting there, waiting quietly with an indifferent expression like a statue, as if someone owed her money. The 2 great commanders, Yinya and Shuiji, glanced at her from time to time, both feeling great pressure from her. Although this icy monster race master was a feast for the eyes and the 7 colored wings on her back gave her an even more alluring feeling, Yinya and Shuiji both knew that they had no ability to conquer this iceberg with their own abilities. Approaching her would only result in their bodies and minds freezing. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Kai Dai's beautiful eyes finally turned and fixed on him. Li Rong quickly stepped forward and came to Yang Kai's side, smiling bitterly and whispering, "She's been here for 3 days now, just sitting there, not moving. When we called out to her, she ignored us, only saying she wanted to wait for you to come back." "And?" Yang Kai nodded helplessly. "Thank you for your hard work." Saying so, he stepped forward and cupped his fists with a smile. "Sister Kai Dai." Kai Dai nodded gently in greeting, the indifference on her face not diminishing as she faintly said, "I'd been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Kai chuckled dryly, thinking to himself that he wasn't the one who made her wait, calming himself down and asking, "Is Great Senior looking for me for some reason?" Kai Dai nodded. "Yes, Great Senior wants to invite you to Thunder Tree Palace." "Is there a problem with your beast transformation pond?" Yang Kai frowned. This was the only reason he could think of for Great Senior looking for him. "It's not a problem with the beast transformation pond. Don't ask too much. Once you arrive at Thunder Tree Palace, Great Senior will naturally explain the situation to you." Yang Kai suddenly choked and was rendered speechless, the other great commanders also rolling their eyes. Kai Dai didn't seem like she was inviting him at all. The words she spoke were filled with arrogance, as if she was ordering him around, making him feel very uncomfortable. Han Fei's face suddenly became gloomy. Both of them were ice-cold beauties and second-order saints, so there was a faint sense of rejection between the two. Han Fei had long since found the other side unpleasant, and couldn't wait to find an opportunity to teach this little girl a lesson so she would know how to treat her master with respect. Perceiving the subtle atmosphere, Yang Kai quickly said, "Since Great Senior is looking for me, I'll go. There must be something important. And Sister Kai Dai, please wait a moment. I just came back from outside and have some things to arrange." Kai Dai nodded faintly and no longer said anything. "Master, I'll go with you," Li Rong said immediately. Yang Kai glanced at her, and although he felt that Great Senior wouldn't do anything to harm him, he still nodded. "Good, you also prepare." Leaving the mountain peak, Yang Kai immediately rushed to the Holy Master Court. When he left a few days ago, he hadn't expected it to take him several days, so he didn't know how Du Wan and the others were doing. The pills he had refined these past few days must have been refined by them. Just as he entered the room, Yang Kai saw 5 grandmasters sitting there, each of them with a pill furnace in front of them and a set of herbs placed beside them. The grandmasters were all staring at the pills in their hands silently, their expressions dignified, the atmosphere a bit strange. Yang Kai was taken aback and quickly asked, "Grandmasters, what happened?" Hearing this voice, Du Wan and the others seemed to awaken from their contemplation, all of them looking up at him and smiling. Yang Kai was stunned. "Nothing happened, we just found that our alchemy skills have improved a lot," Du Wan explained with a smile. "Indeed, they've improved a lot," Chang Bao agreed. "That's why every time we refine a pill, we check the gains and losses," Kong Ryu said with a chuckle. "We were just checking." "Is that so?" Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that a few days of high-intensity alchemy had really exhausted these grandmasters. "Boy, although you're not the best master, we are the best disciples." Hong Fong laughed. "In the past, it would take us at least 2 hours to refine a saint pill, consuming a lot of strength and spiritual energy. But now, refining a saint pill only takes half the time it used to do so, and the amount of strength consumed has also been greatly reduced. This is the result of observing your alchemy." Everyone smiled and nodded. They hadn't practiced alchemy too many times before, so none of them had noticed their progress. However, Yang Kai had been away for the past few days, so all the materials he had received had been refined by them. After experimenting again and again, they verified the gains they had made from observing Yang Kai's alchemy. In terms of alchemy, everyone found that they had made significant progress. Whether it was in terms of time consumed or the quality of the pills they refined, they had all made a significant improvement. Du Wan was even confident that he could refine a mid-rank saint-grade pill. If he could really succeed, it would mean that he had truly set foot in the territory of a mid-rank saint-grade alchemist. Observing Yang Kai's alchemy for a few months had brought them greater gains than decades of research, causing the 5 grandmasters to be overjoyed. These past few days they had spared no effort in alchemy, refining 20 pills a day without missing a single one. However, the 5 of them had worked together to refine 20 pills while Yang Kai could do it alone. In this regard they had no choice but to concede defeat, feeling that they couldn't compare with an alchemist with a conflagrated knowledge. But it's a shame that in these past few days, the 5 of us have more or less failed, wasting a lot of good materials, Du Wan said with slight regret. Alchemists not only value pills as much as their own lives, but also precious herbs. They would never waste a single one, and every time they failed in refining, they would feel extremely distressed. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had never failed in his alchemy. It doesn't matter, in any case, the Holy Land is now rich in materials, so it's not like we can't afford to compensate. Yang Kai grinned. It's fine as long as several grandmasters have a harvest. And, since you're back, we wanted to discuss something with you. Du Wan smiled slightly. If several grandmasters have any instructions, please don't hesitate to ask. Can you increase the number of pills you refine every day? you'll still refine 20 pills a day and the rest will be left for the 5 of us to refine. This way, we'll be able to observe your technique while verifying our harvest. And Feng nodded heavily. This is a rare opportunity. Us old fogies plan to stay here for the time being. I'm afraid you'll think the 5 of us are stupid. Chang Bao grinned. I wouldn't dare. Yan Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, It just so happens that I have some matters to attend to and need to go out for a while. If you think it's alright, I'll leave the 20 pills per day to you. Oh? Duwan raised his brow. You're going out again? Where are you going this time? Inside the monster race territory. The monster race great senior is looking for me. Yang Kai replied truthfully. The 5 grandmasters exchanged a glance, but although they were a little shocked, they didn't ask any questions. On the contrary, they were very relieved that Yang Kai had told them the truth. Then you'll have to come back quickly. If we can't observe your technique while we're here, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Chang Bao joked. It doesn't matter. I need some time to consolidate the gains I've made over the past few months. Kong Ruyu smiled. I can't wait for that. You don't need to listen to him. Go do your own thing and come back when you're done. But you must be careful. After all, the monster race is the monster race. Duwan solemnly exhorted. And then I'll have to trouble you all here. Yang Kai cupped his fists and hurried away. He was still thinking about what to do with the alchemy if he left. If the 5 grandmasters didn't help, he could only rest for a while. But the 5 grandmasters taking the initiative to ask for help was exactly what Yang Kai wanted. After finding Su Wei and exhorting him a few words, Yang Kai returned to the mountain peak and, under the leadership of Kai Dai, he and Li Rong headed towards Thunder Tree Palace. Chapter 900. BC Jungle. This was the second time Yang Kai had come here. Kai Dai silently led the way, her 7-colored wings flapping as she moved as fast as lightning. Yang Kai followed behind her at a leisurely pace, not seeming to be strenuous at all. This caused Kai Dai to be a little surprised. She was a second-order saint, but in order to take care of Yang Kai, a transcendent cultivator, she had deliberately slowed down her speed. However, after Yang Kai was able to keep up without much effort, she had gradually increased her speed in order to arrive at Thunder Tree Palace as soon as possible so as not to keep Great Senior waiting. Even now, she was using her full strength, yet Yang Kai was still able to keep up with her. Kai Dai's heart was filled with shock, but due to her cold nature, her expression remained unchanged as she continued to lead the way. This little brat, he's a bit strange, Kai Dai thought to herself. It was impossible for an ordinary third-order transcendent to keep up with her speed, but he was able to do so. No wonder he was able to become the new Holy Master of 9 Heavens' Holy Land and subdue so many masters from the demon race. Originally, Kai Dai had thought he was just lucky, but now she discovered that this little brat really did have some real talent. All the way, Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he constantly glanced around. His actions naturally didn't escape the observation of Li Rong, the latter quietly sending him a message with her divine sense. Master, have you found something suspicious? And Yang Kai replied, the aura here is a bit strange. If there's any danger, we shouldn't go. Li Rong couldn't help feeling nervous. Yang Kai laughed and said, It's not a dangerous aura, I just feel that this time in the BC jungle is a bit different from the last time, but I can't pinpoint what exactly is different. There was indeed an aura in the air that Yang Kai was very concerned about, but if he wanted to investigate it, he didn't know where to begin. Don't worry too much, Great Senior is still easy to get along with and is a trustworthy person. The change here is probably related to the matter he came to find me for, we'll know once we get there. And Li Rong didn't say much, but she still warned. If there is really any danger, Master must not be too far away from me. Yes, 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 Yang Kai kept replying. Now, Yang Kai had many means at his disposal. He could tear through space, control the flying heavens shuttle, possess the wind and thunder wings, possess extremely high-grade artifacts, transform into a dragon, and even use the demon god transformation. It would be difficult for an average person to harm him, unless they could catch him off guard and incapacitate him with a single strike. Otherwise, even if he was surrounded by an army of thousands, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. He didn't take Li Rong's warning to heart. Speeding the entire way, it only took them 2 to 3 days to arrive at the towering Thunder Tree Manor. When he arrived, Yang Kai was shocked to find that countless Monster Clan experts had gathered here. They were either crouching or crawling, surrounding the area several times. There were also many experts who had taken human form and were standing on the tree trunks, resting with their eyes closed. "This is the Thunder Tree Manor?" Li Rong stared at the huge ancient tree in front of her in amazement, a look of horror flashing across her beautiful eyes. Just like Yang Kai when he first came here, he was also shocked by this ancient tree. For it to grow like this ancient tree was most likely at least 10,000 years old. It could even be traced back to an ancient era. The ancient tree contained the essence of thunder and lightning, from time to time flashing arcs of pure lightning. The monster race masters standing on the tree trunks weren't affected in the slightest, all of them casting their gazes towards Yang Kai and Li Rong. All of them gently nodded, expressing their goodwill. The last time Yang Kai came here, he had solved the problem of the beast transformation pond and received their unanimous approval. "Come with me." Kai Dai's figure flashed as she flew up. Yang Kai and Li Rong hurriedly followed. Inside the treehouse that stood high above the clouds, Yang Kai saw the Great Senior. The last time he saw him, it was also in this treehouse. The Great Senior grinned and welcomed Yang Kai's arrival, motioning him to sit down and talk. At a small table, Yang Kai and the Great Senior sat opposite each other, Kai Dai standing behind one while Li Rong stood behind the other. "Did you bring any cultivation materials for my monster race this time?" the Great Senior asked with a smile. "The crystal stone loads were almost completely mined by you. You don't need them for the time being, right?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. The monster race had been acting like a tyrant in the Holy Land for 2 to 3 years now, unscrupulously mining the crystal stone loads, simply draining the goose that lays the golden eggs. This made Yang Kai very annoyed, feeling like he had smashed his own foot with a stone. "Not needing them for the time being doesn't mean we won't need them in the future. Crystal stones are a good thing. My monster race doesn't have any crystal stone loads here. We can't compare to your human territory." The Great Senior slowly shook his head. "Besides, I heard that your Holy Land has made a lot of wealth recently. You have more crystal stones than you can use up. You're the one asking around." Yang Kai was speechless. "Those are all pills I refined, forget it. Next time I'll bring you some crystal stones and pills." "Good, then I'll wait for the good news." The Great Senior's eyes lit up, thinking that Yang Kai was a straightforward person. It wasn't difficult to deal with him. "Great Senior specifically called me over this time. What is the matter?" Yang Kai's expression became serious as he asked in a deep voice. "There is indeed a matter." The Great Senior's expression also became dignified as he pondered for a while, seemingly thinking about how to explain, eventually saying, "Boy, have you ever heard of a void corridor?" Yang Kai's face went black. "Great Senior, you must be joking with me." The Great Senior's mouth twitched as he gave a hollow laugh. "You're asking too much. Have you ever seen one with your own eyes?" Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although he didn't know about others, Yang Kai always felt that the number of void corridors he had seen was too many. "That makes sense." The Great Senior nodded. The Great Senior nodded and continued. "Some time ago, something strange happened in my BC jungle. It was related to the void corridor." Yang Kai just stared straight at him, not intending to interrupt. "About 3 to 5 days away from Thunder Tree Palace, a very unstable void corridor entrance suddenly appeared. Speaking of which, I've also seen void corridors before. When I was young, I even entered a mysterious small world. However, the void corridor that appeared in the BC jungle was very different from the one I saw at that time." "How was it different?" Yang Kai asked. "It was very large and gave off a very strange feeling," the Great Senior said solemnly. Great Senior's expression was heavy as he solemnly said, "Its appearance seems to have changed the atmosphere of the entire BC jungle. Didn't you notice it when you came here?" "I noticed it, but I don't know why." "It's because of it. The great senior nodded. Speaking of which, the entrances to void corridors are generally very well hidden and are rarely discovered. Even if they are opened by someone, they will close on their own after a short time. However, this void corridor entrance was different. It suddenly appeared on its own, and although it was very unstable, it showed no signs of closing. Oh? That's quite strange. That place is the intersection between this king's and the monster race's other great senior's territory, earth-splitting divine ox. After the void corridor appeared, we investigated it together. Earth-splitting divine ox? Yang Kai called out with a strange expression. What's wrong, do you know him? The great senior asked suspiciously. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know him, but I learned a certain martial skill that was related to him. Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand and used a beast soul skill he hadn't used for a long time. Accompanied by the roar of a tiger and the roar of an ox, the golden tiger seal and ox seal suddenly appeared. The inside of the tree house suddenly became hot. The two beast souls were completely condensed from pure yuan qi and seemed to have a high level of sentience, their eyes moving about as if they were alive. The great senior was startled and quickly waved his hand, arranging a barrier around the tree house to prevent it from burning down. Heaven-splitting white tiger, earth-splitting divine ox? Kai Dai exclaimed, staring blankly at Yang Kai along with the great senior. It's a beast soul skill I cultivated a long time ago. Yang Kai explained. This isn't a simple beast soul skill, this is a real soul skill. The great senior muttered thoughtfully. Have you ever seen the remains of these two monster beasts? And they seem to have fought a great battle, and in the end, they perished together, leaving behind only their respective inner cores. When I was absorbing the energy from the inner cores, I saw the scene of their great battle and comprehended this martial skill. That's right. The great senior nodded, sighing. A beast soul skill with a real soul has always been a powerful monster beast whose will did not dissipate after its death, condensing into its essence and finally being obtained by someone. It seems that the two remains you saw belong to my monster race's seniors. Unfortunately. Heaven-splitting white tiger and earth-splitting divine ox are both extremely noble bloodlines in the monster race, comparable to this king, but the more noble the bloodline, the fewer there are. The white tiger clan seems to have gone extinct, and the old ox clan is the only one left. This king is also the same. After listening to the great senior's explanation, Yang Kai understood just how precious this beast soul skill was. Because he had never used it before, it was only now that he discovered that this beast soul skill had become more and more powerful as his strength grew. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's get down to business, the great senior said after a moment of sadness. The strange appearance of the void corridor made me and the old ox's subordinates unable to figure out its depths, so we decided to go in and investigate to see if there were any benefits, but unexpectedly, many of them died. In the end, the old ox and I were alarmed and joined forces to enter, but even with our combined efforts, we were unable to decipher the mysteries of that place. Was it very difficult? Yang Kai was stunned. It was unimaginably difficult, and we also found some very ancient characters there. As you know, my monster race doesn't have such things as writing. Were they from the human race? The great senior shook his head and muttered. They were demon characters. Yang Kai's brow rose as Li Rong, who was standing behind him, also showed a look of interest. The old ox and I couldn't identify them, so we didn't dare act rashly. Now that he's standing guard over there, I've come to call for reinforcements. So you brought me here? Yang Kai smiled lightly. What you're looking for isn't me, but rather Li Rong, right? Boy, you're smart. Even the old ox and I felt like we were treading on thin ice because of that strange power, so what can you do to help? However, the madam behind you is the key to solving the puzzle. As he spoke, he turned a burning gaze towards Li Rong. Chapter 901. Li Rong's brow furrowed as she asked in a low voice. What kind of demon characters are they? It's like this, Great Senior said as he condensed his Saint Chi into his fingertips and began drawing something on the table in front of him. A moment later, several complex characters appeared on the table, flashing with fluorescent light. Yang Kai glanced over and found that these characters were like tadpoles, twisting and turning, completely different from the characters he knew, so he couldn't help turning his eyes to Li Rong. Li Rong stared closely at these characters, her expression dignified as she nodded. These are indeed demon characters, and very ancient ones at that. What does this mean? Great Senior saw that she seemed to recognize these characters and couldn't help smiling, quickly asking. It's similar to the signs set up in front of every sex-restricted area. It means a warning, trespassers will die. Great Senior gently nodded, feeling that this explanation made sense. Since these are very ancient demon characters, they should be from before the demon race. How could they appear in the monster race's territory? Yang Kai frowned, not quite understanding. Great Senior smiled and explained. The demon land wasn't just a small place in the past. Today's monster race territory and human territory had a large area that belonged to the demon race a long time ago, but after the fall of the great demon god, the demon race was gradually forced to give up a lot of their territory and retreat to the current demon land. It's likely that this area was once part of the demon race's territory. So it's like that. Yang Kai felt relieved. Although I don't know which branch of the demon race the ruins in the Void Corridor belong to, what I'm certain is that this branch was once very powerful. The one who carved these characters must have been one of the world's top masters. Old Ox and I both felt a kind of murderous intent from these characters, a murderous intent that has not dissipated for countless years. Yang Kai paled slightly. Since it's so dangerous, why do you still want to go in? If such a strange place appeared in your Nine Heavens holy land, would you not go in to investigate? Great Senior didn't answer directly. Yang Kai thought about it for a moment before nodding. Yes. Even if it wasn't for the sake of exploring the mysteries within, at the very least, they had to make sure that the place wouldn't harm the disciples. That's right. The Yao's territory isn't that big in the first place, and that void corridor appeared at the intersection of my and Old Cow's territories. If something unexpected happened because of this, we would have to give up on the BC forest and retreat to other places. The space for survival would be even smaller. After explaining for a while, Great Senior turned to Li Rong and said, So this time, this king would like to invite Madam to enter that place with me and explore it. What does Madam think? You'll have to ask the Lord. Li Rong pursed her lips and smiled. I can't give you an answer. The Great Senior immediately turned his gaze to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. If even you two monster race Great Seniors find that place troublesome, it's definitely not a good place. Junior's strength is too low. If I enter, I'm afraid I'll die 10 times out of 10. The Great Senior couldn't help rolling his eyes. I'm not asking you to go in, I'm just asking the lady behind you to go in. You can stay in Thunder Tree Palace, my monster race's disciples will entertain you. If you feel bored, you can return to Nine Heavens Holy Land now, no one will stop you. How could that be? Yang Kai smiled. Li Rong came out with me, naturally she will return with me. You little brat. Great Senior helplessly took a deep breath and said, Tell me, what conditions do you want in order to agree? You really won't act until you see the rabbit. Yang Kai shook his head. Your monster race's territory is so remote, besides some spirit grasses and spirit medicines, there's nothing good here. I don't care about spirit grasses and spirit medicines right now. Yang Kai's appearance made the Great Senior feel helpless. Just as he was feeling anxious, wondering what kind of excessive request Yang Kai would make, the Great Senior's expression suddenly became serious as he turned to Li Rong and asked, Do you want to go in? Li Rong pursed her lips and whispered, I'll follow Master's arrangements. Yang Kai stared at her deeply for a moment before nodding lightly. Then let's go in. He could see that Li Rong was very interested in the ancient demon race characters and wanted to go in. Naturally, he wouldn't stop her. What are the conditions? Great Senior asked anxiously. If I said there were no conditions, would you believe me? Great Senior shook his head. Good. Yang Kai frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling, looking at Kai Dai standing behind Great Senior and saying, Make her smile for me. Kai Dai froze for a moment before a cold light flashed across her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to cut Yang Kai into 1,000 pieces, her gaze piercing. "You little brat." Great Senior was speechless, not knowing what to do. "Ha ha, I was just joking, Miss Kai Dai doesn't need to take it seriously." Saying so, Yang Kai stood up. "Since we're going, let's hurry up and see the situation inside." Seeing that Yang Kai really didn't have any more conditions, Great Senior was a little surprised and couldn't help looking at him in a higher light. "Then let's go!" Great Senior also stood up and released his monster chi to wrap Yang Kai before flying off. Li Rong hurriedly followed while Kai Dai stood in place and stared coldly at Yang Kai's back for a moment before following. "Boy, next time don't tease Kai Dai, be careful she doesn't turn hostile." As they flew, Great Senior whispered. Yang Kai shivered and nodded solemnly. "I won't, I feel like there's a murderous intent behind me." "Serves you right." Great Senior took pleasure in Yang Kai's misfortune and sighed. "Sometimes even this king has no way to deal with her. In this king's memory, I don't think I've ever seen her smile. You really can stand this iceberg. You're the best, you've made your subordinates obedient," Great Senior said, intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Li Rong next to him. A second-order Saint Realm Master obeying the orders of a third-order Transcendent Brat, Great Senior couldn't help feeling it was somewhat unrealistic. "What do you know? I conquered them with my personal charm." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "Shameless boasting!" Great Senior laughed. After interacting with Yang Kai more often, Great Senior found that this boy's personality was the complete opposite of the old Holy Master's. Although he didn't seem very reliable, after interacting with him, Great Senior felt like he was much younger. Time passed slowly and Yang Kai let Great Senior fly him forward, too lazy to use his own strength. However, as they approached their destination, the strange aura in the air became more and more obvious. It was the aura of void force. It was as if the entire Beast Sea jungle had been affected. Yang Kai could hardly imagine how large this void corridor was and how it could affect such a large area. 2 or 3 days later, a small narrow crack in the sky appeared in Yang Kai's vision. When he saw this crack, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed and he muttered, "That wouldn't be the entrance to the void corridor, right?" "Yes, that's the entrance." "So big?" Yang Kai exclaimed. Although he couldn't see the exact length of this crack from where he was standing, Yang Kai estimated that it was at least 1,000 meters long, as if the sky itself had been torn apart, a terrifying sight to behold. Moreover, the crack was extremely unstable. Waves of void energy that made one's heart palpitate uneasily spread out from it. The crack also opened and closed intermittently, as if it could collapse at any moment. About 10 kilometers away from the void corridor, a group of monster race masters had gathered. Great Senior took Yang Kai and flew straight towards this group. Perceiving Great Senior's aura, a burly man leading this group was shocked and turned his head. A moment later, he shouted loudly, "Thunder Dragon, why did you take so long? This old ox has been waiting impatiently." Great Senior smiled lightly. "It takes time to find someone. It's only been 7 or 8 days, why are you so anxious?" As he spoke, the group of 4 landed. Yang Kai glanced over at the man who had shouted and couldn't help shivering slightly, knowing that this was another Great Senior of the monster race, Earth-splitting Divine Ox. Like most monster race masters, even after assuming human form, this Earth-splitting Divine Ox still retained some of his monster race characteristics, such as the 2 dark red horns on his forehead that exuded a strong energy fluctuation. Yang Kai didn't doubt the strength of these 2 horns. They were equivalent to top-grade artifacts. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's appearance was much rougher than Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon's, a few pieces of animal skin casually tied around his body, his thick black leg hair fluttering in the wind. His voice was low and muffled, like thunder rolling past one's ears. "These are the reinforcements you found?" Old Ox's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai and then at Li Rong, nodding lightly. "This woman is not bad, but what is this guy doing?" Pointing his thick finger towards Yang Kai, a puzzled look appeared on his face as he asked. "He hasn't even reached the Saint Realm yet, what is he doing here? Is he trying to die?" He looked down on Yang Kai, as if he could kill Yang Kai with a single slap. Li Rong's expression suddenly became cold, her beautiful eyes flashing a cold light as she stared towards earth-splitting divine ox. Anyone who dared to speak such words to Yang Kai, Li Rong would not give them any face. If it weren't for Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon being present, Li Rong would likely have already started a fight. Yang Kai smiled indifferently, his expression remaining unchanged. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon didn't have any intention of mediating, simply smiling and saying, "He really hasn't reached the Saint Realm, but if you look at him carefully, perhaps you'll find something interesting." Something interesting? Earth-splitting Divine Ox frowned, rubbing his chin as he unceremoniously circled around Yang Kai, his eyes scrutinizing him from top to bottom as his divine sense swept over him. Suddenly, Earth-splitting Divine Ox's face changed and he staggered back a few steps, his eyes overflowing with shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. "Did you notice?" Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon chuckled. "Who is he? How can he possess such pure demonic chi?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked in a low voice. This demonic chi was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was quite pure, even purer than the demonic chi of Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon and himself. To possess such pure demonic chi, one's bloodline must be extremely noble, one of the highest. However, Yang Kai was clearly a human, causing Earth-splitting Divine Ox to be confused. Chapter 902. I don't know. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon shrugged his shoulders. It may be related to the beast soul skill he cultivates. Previously, Great Senior didn't quite understand why Yang Kai had monster chi, but after witnessing his beast soul skill a few days ago, he finally found a reasonable explanation. However, whether this was the reason or not, Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon wasn't sure. Beast soul skill? What kind of beast soul skill is that? Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked, his eyes widening. Show this old ox. He didn't seem to regard himself as an outsider, his character seemingly quite open-minded. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't refuse, casually summoning his white tiger seal and divine ox seal. After seeing the majestic and lifelike white tiger and divine ox seals, this monster race Great Senior's eyes widened in an instant as he became extremely excited. Now that he was the only one left of the Divine Ox clan, feeling the aura of his ancestor from Yang Kai's beast soul skill, he was naturally very excited. Wrapping his arms around Yang Kai's shoulders, he patted Yang Kai's back with his palm leaf fan-like hands, affectionately saying, "Little one, come to this old bull's territory some other day, we must get to know each other better." Yang Kai almost coughed up blood from this slap. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon laughed. "His beast soul skill does indeed contain the will of your ancestor. If you observe it carefully, it may be of great benefit to you, but this little brat is a bit greedy. Old ox, you should be prepared to be slaughtered, ha ha ha." Earth-splitting Divine Ox's face went black as he muttered a few words before letting go of Yang Kai. However, after listening to Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon's words, Yang Kai finally understood why the other party had suddenly changed his attitude and wanted to get closer to him. It turned out that he wanted to figure out the meaning of his beast soul skill. Thunder Dragon Great Senior deliberately said this to remind Yang Kai, not wanting him to be kept in the dark. "Good, enough of this small talk. If you want to get closer, you can discuss it after this matter is over," Thunder Dragon Great Senior said solemnly. "Old ox, first let me introduce you. This little brat is the new Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land, Yang Kai." "Oh? You're the new Holy Master?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox heard this and stared at Yang Kai with a dignified look. "The lady beside him is his subordinate, Li Rong of the demon race. This time, we still have to rely on her power to decipher the mysteries within. Old cow, don't act recklessly when you enter later." "Understood." Earth-splitting Divine Ox nodded firmly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior then turned to Yang Kai and asked with a serious expression, "Boy, let me ask you again, are you sure you want to go inside and not wait for us to come out? You have to be clear that there are many dangers in there. If you really encounter any danger, old cow and I might not be able to take care of you. At that time, you'll only be a burden to this madam beside you. The two of you might even suffer." Great Sage, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. You don't need to worry about me. Thunder Dragon frowned, but seeing Yam Kai insist on going inside, he just sighed and didn't try to persuade him any further, simply nodding. Then let's do as we say. Without saying anything more, Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox both stared towards the void crack 10 kilometers away without blinking, seemingly looking for the best opportunity to enter. The 1,000-meter-long void crack was like the maw of a ferocious beast, and was extremely unstable. The energy fluctuations emanating from it were also extremely chaotic. If one didn't choose the right time to enter, it was likely they would be caught off guard. Yam Kai's divine sense also quietly extended in that direction, probing the void. Unlike the two monster race great seniors, Yam Kai's understanding of the mysteries of space was quite profound. He was able to tear through space himself, and had spent a great deal of time in the void's turbulent streams. Soon, Yam Kai was surprised to find that behind the void crack, there seemed to be traces of turbulence. It was because of this turbulence that the entrance to the void crack was so unstable. His divine sense swept over like a tide. Like an invisible hand, it smoothed out the turbulent flows. Gradually, the unstable void crack stabilized. Thunder Dragon's eyes lit up and without hesitation shouted, "Let's go!" Saying so, his figure flew towards the void crack. The others also hurriedly followed. A few breaths later, the group of 6 had all entered the void crack. Of the 6, except for Yam Kai, who was a third-order transcendent, the remaining 5 were all saints. The two monster race great seniors had each brought a second-order saint with them as well as Li Rong. Thunder Dragon was naturally accompanied by Kai Dai, while Earth-splitting Divine Ox was accompanied by a monster race master named Jin Ni. Yam Kai estimated that Jin Ni's true form should be a 9-nether golden beast, as his entire body exuded an indestructible aura. The strength of this lineup showed just how much importance the two great seniors attached to this matter. After rushing into the void crack, everyone was surrounded by darkness. Probing with their divine senses, everyone felt as if they were in a quagmire, the illusion that the ground beneath their feet was muddy, dragging them down and dragging them down. From all directions, there was also a chaotic energy fluctuation that pressed down on them like a mountain. Arriving here, everyone was pushing their strength to resist the pressure from the outside world. Yam Kai, on the other hand, was not affected in the slightest as his eyes lit up. This was because he found that the situation here was exactly the same as the transitional space he entered after tearing the space apart. He had spent a lot of time here and was more familiar with the environment here than anyone else. "Old Ox, do you remember which direction we went the last time we entered?" Standing in place, Thunder Dragon Great Senior didn't dare to act rashly and asked. "How am I supposed to know? It's completely dark here and there's no point of reference. Old Ox has no sense of direction, so there's nothing he can do here." Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted. "What about Kai Dai and Jin and I? Do you remember?" Thunder Dragon asked the other two great seniors. Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they couldn't remember. "The space here is very chaotic. Even if you remember the direction you went at that time, it's not necessarily the right one," anxiously Yam Kai suddenly said. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon's heart sank. The last time he had come here, he had seen a bright entrance, and after entering that entrance, he had arrived at a strange place. He had thought that this time would be the same, but now it seemed the opposite was true. Just entering the void crack and encountering such a problem caused Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox's expressions to become quite ugly, secretly feeling that this trip would be fraught with dangers and would not go smoothly. "Follow me!" Kai Yang suddenly beckoned to everyone, and without any explanation, he rushed off in a certain direction. Li Rong didn't say anything and immediately followed, wrapping Yam Kai in her demonic chi to protect his safety. The other 4 monster race masters froze for a moment and stood in place, not knowing whether they should believe Yam Kai or not. "What do we do?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox looked towards Thunder Dragon and asked. "You were the one who brought him here, should we say something? It's not too late to retreat." Thunder Dragon Great Senior hesitated, unable to make a decision quickly. He didn't know where Yang Kai had found such confidence to rush off in that direction. The space here was indeed, as Yang Kai had said, very chaotic. If they couldn't find an exit, they might be trapped in this void for the rest of their lives, unable to find their way back. Say something! Earth-splitting Divine Ox was impatient, so seeing Thunder Dragon remain silent, he couldn't help urging. Follow! Thunder Dragon Great Senior grit his teeth. That little brat seems to be very confident, he must have discovered something. Saying so, he and Kai Dai both chased after Yang Kai. Earth-splitting Divine Ox wrinkled his nose, hesitated for a moment before also following, cursing. Damn it, if we die this time, it's all that bastard Thunder Dragon's fault. Yang Kai and Li Rong walked in front, deliberately slowing down. A moment later, the two monster race great seniors and their people caught up. Little brat, are you sure you'll succeed? Don't lead us to a dead end, Thunder Dragon asked worriedly. Haha, I'm just trying my luck, Yang Kai replied with a smile. Thunder Dragon's face went black, secretly feeling like he had been fooled, his intestines turning green with regret. However, with things having gotten to this point, it was impossible for him to return. The space here was constantly changing, making it impossible for him to find his way back. Following behind Yang Kai, Thunder Dragon prepared to follow this path to the end. But soon, he discovered a strange situation. The space here was very chaotic, as if countless fragments of space had been broken up and then overlapped with each other, filling the surroundings with a strange turbulence. However, wherever Yang Kai passed, this chaotic energy would all stabilize, allowing the group of 6 to walk on flat ground, no longer feeling any kind of traction or chaos. Thunder Dragon's eyes couldn't help lighting up, secretly feeling that Yang Kai wasn't just trying his luck but instead had a card up his sleeve, allowing him to act so unscrupulously. How did he know all this? The chaos here was something even 5 sane realm masters were helpless about, so how could a mere third-order transcendent brat possibly do anything about? Following behind Yang Kai, through the faint light radiating from Li Rong's body, Thunder Dragon observed Yang Kai's expression, becoming more and more certain of his guess. After a stick of incense worth of time, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and turned his head to look to the side. What's wrong? Thunder Dragon's heart tightened as he asked. Are those people from your monster race? Yang Kai asked, pointing to the side. Everyone looked in the direction he was pointing, only to see countless pieces of flesh floating in the turbulence. As if they had been sliced by a sharp weapon, the cuts were extremely smooth. A faint smell of blood filled the air. They're this old ox's people. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's expression became gloomy as he shouted. When we first entered this place a few days ago, Thunder Dragon and I lost a few of our men here. All of them were caught up in this strange turbulence and disappeared. But how did these bodies appear here? Thunder Dragon was puzzled. Like I said, the space here is very chaotic. You think the place you enter is always the same, but that's actually wrong. Yang Kai explained faintly. The place you entered last time should be near where we are now. Chapter 903. Earth-splitting Divine Ox heard this and couldn't help smiling. Then isn't the entrance nearby? It should be. Yang Kai nodded. Everyone glanced around, but none of them found the entrance they had encountered before. Just as they were feeling suspicious, Yang Kai waved his hand again. This way! Saying so, he turned around and walked towards the entrance. Thunder Dragon, this little brat looks quite relaxed. Has he been here before? Earth-splitting Divine Ox quietly asked. I don't know. Thunder Dragon shook his head slowly. Anyways, let's just follow him. I thought he was just here to hold us back, but now we'll have to rely on his strength. How interesting. Could it be that he was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse? Earth-splitting Divine Ox mused. Thunder Dragon glanced over at him but didn't say anything more, quickly keeping up with Yang Kai's pace. Because he had discovered that although Yang Kai was walking on flat ground, not long after he left, this sense of stability would collapse. If he didn't keep up, he would have to constantly use his strength to resist the pressure coming from his surroundings. Feeling the turbulence under their feet collapse, no one dared to relax. After about a stick of incense worth of time, a faint light suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. "It's that entrance!" Earth-splitting Divine Ox exclaimed, rushing past Yang Kai without any trace of politeness, disappearing in a flash. After him, Thunder Dragon Great Senior and Kai Dai also used their own methods to quickly pass through the entrance. Yan Kai and Li Rong continued to walk forward unhurriedly. Once they were close enough, Yang Kai sent his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no danger, he entered. Their vision blurred for a moment, and when their vision was restored, they found themselves in a strange space. There were no suns, moons, or stars above their heads, only a chaotic nothingness, like a thick black cloud. From time to time, there would be wisps of energy shuttling back and forth like snakes. This was the structure of a standard mysterious small world. However, Yang Kai frowned, feeling that this place was somewhat different from other mysterious small worlds. The 4 monster race masters who entered first waited for Yang Kai and Li Rong to arrive safely before withdrawing their gazes. Standing in this mysterious small world, Yang Kai glanced around, his brow furrowing even deeper. He found that this place was completely barren, without a trace of life, as if the entire mysterious small world was a desolate place. As far as the eye could see, the area around 1 mile in front of him was also a patch of gray. He couldn't see too far ahead. His divine sense was also restrained by an invisible force, so he couldn't see what was going on inside. "Be careful, this place is very strange. When Old Ox and I arrived here before, we were forced to return after exploring less than 10 miles. Thunder Dragon Great Senior warned in a deep voice. There was no need for him to remind him. In such a strange place, he wouldn't act recklessly. "This is the place where the demons TSSS." Thunder Dragon pointed to the front, a look of dread appearing on his face. "But I advise you to only take a look, don't stare too long, otherwise you may die." Yang Kai was surprised and looked in the direction Thunder Dragon Great Senior was pointing. Sure enough, there was a stone pillar standing not far in front of them. This stone pillar seemed to have been placed here for many years, having experienced the passage of the flowing time Great Emperor. Its surface was bumpy and uneven. This stone pillar was just an ordinary stone pillar, a material that could be found anywhere. However, the few demon characters engraved on it gave off a murderous aura. When Yang Kai looked at these characters, he clearly felt a cold murderous intent, causing him to shiver involuntarily. These demon characters were bold and powerful, obviously the work of a powerful master. However, the faint aura exuding from them caused Yang Kai to be surprised and stare at them for a while longer. After a short 3 breaths, the several demon characters seemed to have come to life and turned into sharp attacks that shot out from the stone pillar, rapidly enlarging in Yang Kai's eyes. "Boy, you court death!" Thunder Dragon Great Senior's complexion changed greatly as he quickly pulled Yang Kai aside and stood in front of him. A huge burst of spiritual energy erupted from his body, causing the Great Senior to take a step back before stabilizing himself, a dignified expression on his face. "Boy, didn't I tell you not to stare at it for too long?" Thunder Dragon scolded. Yang Kai knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything, just chuckling dryly as he exchanged a glance with Li Rong, seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Although these demon characters had been engraved here for countless years, there was still a faint aura that belonged to the great demon god. Scarlet Flame, Thunder Dragon, and Earth-Splitting Ox didn't recognize them, but Yang Kai and Li Rong definitely wouldn't mistake them. Moreover, a few words left behind after countless years were enough to cause the 2 monster race great seniors to treat them with such caution. In this world, besides the great demon god, there was likely no one else capable of such a feat. These words were definitely left behind by the great demon god. Yang Kai instantly confirmed. Being able to see the real work of the great demon god in his lifetime made Yang Kai somewhat surprised. But why would the great demon god come here? And why would he leave behind such words? Yang Kai suddenly realized that coming here this time was the right decision. Perhaps there would be some unexpected gains. Li Rong also had an eager expression, obviously very interested in the mysteries of this place. "Don't look at it again," Thunder Dragon sternly ordered. Seeing Yang Kai's obedient appearance, he thought he had learned his lesson and quickly said, The murderous intent contained in those words is something even Old Ox and I don't dare underestimate. You're just a little brat at the third order transcendent realm. If you stare at it for even a moment longer, you'll immediately die. I understand. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. I really don't know who left behind this handwriting, but this kind of method is really quite sensational. Earth-splitting Ox sighed. Although this king doesn't know who this person is, he is certain to be a powerful master from the demon race, most likely the legendary great demon god. Thunder Dragon frowned and made a bold guess. He had hit the nail on the head and guessed correctly. Let's go forward and see what mysteries are hidden up ahead. Thunder Dragon waved his hand and volunteered to lead the way. The last time he and Earth-splitting Ox had entered this place, after passing through the stone pillar, they had walked less than 10 kilometers before encountering some dangers and retreating cautiously. Thinking that Yang Kai had some masters from the demon race around him, Thunder Dragon Great Senior asked Kai Dai to invite Yang Kai over. Although having an additional Saint Realm master wasn't necessarily enough to completely avoid danger, if they encountered any demon characters they couldn't understand, Li Ron would be able to help them in time. Along the way, Thunder Dragon explained the situation he and Earth-splitting Ox encountered last time, intentionally or unintentionally asking, "Boy, what do you think of this place?" "I don't know anything about it." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "If there's anything you know, just say it, don't try to hide it." It seemed that because of Yang Kai's strange behavior in the void crack before, Thunder Dragon was a little concerned about his thoughts and opinions. He secretly felt that this little brat might have been here before. On this point, Thunder Dragon was wrong. Yang Kai was only able to find the correct path through the void crack because he was familiar with the void's turbulent current, so he really knew nothing about this strange, mysterious small world. "If I know anything, I'll definitely say it." Yang Kai nodded. After walking for about 10 kilometers or so, Thunder Dragon suddenly stopped and pointed forward. "Last time, Old Ox and I retreated from here. This place is so strange, I really wonder what kind of energy is hidden here." Earth-splitting Ox also shook his head and muttered. Looking forward, Yang Kai's face couldn't help changing. The road ahead seemed to be cut off all of a sudden, and the group of 6 arrived at the edge of a cliff. Below this cliff, there was a strange turquoise sea that seemed to contain some kind of inexplicable power that was extremely viscous. Bursts of ghostly wails and howls rang out from the bottom of the cliff, giving off a gloomy atmosphere that caused one's heart to tremble. Standing at the edge of the cliff and looking down, one could clearly see distorted and ferocious human faces bobbing up and down in the green and viscous sea. They struggled and wriggled, but were unable to break free from the pull of the green sea. Bubbles bubbled up from below, rising to the top and bursting with muffled sounds. Kai Dai's face couldn't help going pale. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Ox's expressions were also very dignified as they secretly condensed their strength to resist the unwillingness and humiliation coming from the turquoise sea. These disturbing grievances were all being emitted by these strange faces, constantly creating an invisible impact on the group of 6. "Let me remind you, it's best not to use your divine sense to investigate below," Thunder Dragon said solemnly. "If I'm not mistaken, those floating faces down there are all soul avatars." "Soul avatars?" Yang Kai paled. "Yes." Thunder Dragon nodded heavily. "A human face is the soul avatar of a master. I don't know why it was exiled here. The last time I came here, I accidentally released my divine sense to investigate, and was almost dragged in by them." Speaking of this experience, Thunder Dragon's face filled with lingering fear. "Many of these people were masters not inferior to me when they were alive. Their soul avatars were extremely powerful, and although I don't know where their physical bodies were destroyed, their soul avatars were imprisoned here. Once they were infected, none of them could escape and would eventually become one of them." "You're saying that many of them were masters not inferior to you when they were alive?" Yang Kai was stunned. "Many? Where did so many masters come from? In today's world, there shouldn't be more than 50 masters who have reached the Third Order Saint Realm, right? This is the case now. Every era should be the same." However, in the turquoise sea below, there were tens of thousands of floating faces. Even if only a small number of them were masters like Thunder Dragon when they were alive, it was still a shocking number. As far as Yang Kai knew, there was no era in which the strength of a cultivator had reached such a level. On top of that, he could also feel the tyrannical strength of these soul avatars down below. Then I don't know. Perhaps a long time ago, there were countless masters on this continent. Thunder Dragon shook his head, unable to give a suitable explanation. Chapter 904. If we continue forward, we can only follow those stone platforms, Thunder Dragon Great Senior said as he looked up again. There was no path left to the left or right of the cliff, and in front of them was the strange green sea, but at the same time, there were several large stone platforms suspended mid-air. Like stone stairs, each one was higher than the one before, stretching far into the distance with no end in sight. Above the dark green ocean, gusts of fierce and strange wind blew. It seemed to be mixed with some special power, which made people not dare to fly in the air easily. Should we continue? Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked hesitantly, not knowing whether or not they should continue to explore. Although there was a path made up of stone platforms in front of them, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be more dangers behind them. Since we're already here, this king won't go back until we get to the bottom of this, Thunder Dragon Great Senior said in a deep voice, then stepped onto the first stone platform and walked up. Kai Dai followed closely behind without hesitation. Boy, you follow Thunder Dragon, Old Ox will bring up the rear, Earth-splitting Divine Ox said kindly to Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded and together with Li Rong, he also stepped towards the stone platform. The stone platforms weren't too far apart, and could be reached by simply raising their feet, forming a staircase that seemed to lead straight to the blue sky, leading deep into the endless void. Lei Long walked very slowly. As he walked, he vigilantly observed his surroundings in case any danger suddenly appeared. He was extremely cautious. After walking up about 100 steps of the stone platform, nothing out of the ordinary happened, so the group couldn't help but relax a lot. But it wasn't long before the numerous floating faces in the jade-green ocean below suddenly emitted violent howls, and they struggled free of the restraints of the viscous seawater before pouncing over like resentful spirits, while baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, causing them to be extremely terrifying and shocking. Countless soul avatars broke free from the shackles of the seawater at this moment, and, like cats that had smelled fish, charged straight towards Yang Kai's group. The cries of ghosts and howls became louder and louder as a gust of cold wind blew, and the transparent soul avatars flew towards them from all directions. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't know why such an unforeseen event would happen. In the blink of an eye, the stone platform where the 6 soul avatars were standing was surrounded by these soul avatars, and a terrifying spiritual energy burst out from these soul avatars one after another, densely packed together. Even Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox, at this moment, couldn't help feeling as if their wills were being crushed, nearly losing their ability to move. With a roar, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's body flickered with arcs of lightning, instantly forming a cyan light curtain. Whoosh! 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 The light of the lightning illuminated the world, and the divine sense attacks caused the cyan light to ripple. In just a moment, it showed signs of collapsing. Earth-splitting Divine Ox also released a layer of earth-yellow light as he joined forces with Thunder Dragon Great Senior to resist the attacks coming from all directions. The multicolored butterflies fluttered in the air, releasing a brilliant 7-colored light that shot out like arrows, preventing the soul avatars from approaching. Li Rong and Jean and I also did their best to display their own means. However, the power released by these soul avatars was mixed with a despairing aura that shrouded everyone's hearts, causing them to panic. Let's go! Thunder Dragon roared, his speed suddenly increasing. The other 5 also followed one by one, crossing the stone platforms as fast as they could. Pooh, although the defensive barrier created by the 2 great seniors was powerful, it still couldn't withstand so many attacks, and after advancing about 300 meters, it shattered. The soul avatars flying around became more and more violent as they rushed over like a swarm of locusts. These soul avatars, who had lost their minds and were reduced to monsters, seemed to understand the principle of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Seeing how tyrannical Thunder Dragon and the others were, they actually targeted Yang Kai, who hadn't taken action yet and was the weakest of them all. The transparent soul avatars flew over, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Although some of them were blocked by the combined efforts of everyone present, a few still managed to reach Yang Kai. These soul avatars pounced straight towards him, imprinted themselves into his body, and disappeared. "Master!" Li Rong's beautiful face paled as she desperately rushed towards Yang Kai, not even caring about the soul avatars in front of her. A bolt of lightning shot out from the front and resolved Li Rong's crisis, but it couldn't save Yang Kai from the fate of being invaded by these soul avatars. In an instant, Yang Kai's expression became extremely pained, his eyes turning blood red as he shuddered all over. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, knowing that he was being affected by the resentment of these soul avatars. Each of these soul avatars was a master when they were alive, their strength at least at the same realm. After being trapped in this green sea for countless years, their souls had not been destroyed, so the resentment and despair they had produced was not something a cultivator like Yang Kai could resist. Perhaps his soul had already been erased and his body occupied by these soul avatars. Thunder Dragon was also stunned for a moment, not knowing how to deal with the situation in front of him. At that moment, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a brilliant light, as if he had just been released, relaxing greatly. Letting out a heavy breath, he shouted with some lingering fear. "Hurry up and leave, what are you waiting for?" You're all right?" Thunder Dragon asked in amazement. Yang Kai's soul avatar had rushed into his body in an instant, and his recovery had also happened in an instant. All of this had happened so fast that no one had been able to react. Thunder Dragon couldn't understand how Yang Kai was able to remain unscathed. There had been more than 1 or 2 soul avatars that had entered his body. "If you don't leave now, everyone will be in trouble," Yang Kai said solemnly. Thunder Dragon didn't ask any further questions and immediately used all his strength to open up a path in front of them. Arcs of lightning shot out from his body, forcing the soul avatars not to get too close as they strode forward, crossing one stone platform after another. Li Rong followed closely behind Yang Kai, resisting the soul avatars while quietly observing Yang Kai. A moment later, her beautiful eyes lit up as she finally understood why Yang Kai was safe and sound. Inside his knowledge sea, there was still great demon god's demon eye of annihilation. The golden light of the demon eye of annihilation was the most effective against souls. Those soul avatars that dared to rush into Yang Kai's body were simply seeking their own deaths. After this incident, the soul avatars seemed to instinctively feel the danger, and no longer dared to approach the group of 6, only hovering nearby while letting out a burst of unwilling howls. Thunder Dragon and the others were puzzled, but they still easily crossed the stone platform. After the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, everyone stepped onto the stone platform and into the chaotic void. Stepping down from the last stone platform, everyone's expression became one of shock. This was because this wasn't some chaotic and empty sky at all. Instead, it was another piece of land. Just like when they first entered this place, not a single blade of grass grew under their feet. It was very desolate. Above their heads, however, was an expanse of brilliance. The brilliance overflowed with multicolored light. All kinds of strange lights flew past like arrows leaving the bowstring, as fast as meteors. It was as if they were within reach, but also impossible to detect. "What a strange place!" Earth-splitting Divine Ox shook his head. Thunder Dragon carefully released his divine sense to investigate, and after confirming that there was no danger around, he said, "Let's rest for a while." When crossing the stone platforms just now, everyone had consumed a huge amount of their strength, so in this kind of dangerous place, it was natural to maintain their peak state. Thunder Dragon Great Senior didn't dare to act carelessly. No one had any objections and all sat down cross-legged to restore their spirit and physical strength. The 2 great seniors gathered together and began discussing something in low voices, both of them intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Yang Kai. Although they were meditating with their eyes closed, their observations still couldn't escape Yang Kai's perception. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai grinned and asked, "Two great seniors, do you suspect that Junior has been possessed?" Thunder Dragon frowned and no longer tried to hide anything, nodding. "And Old Ox and I both have such a guess, but from the tone of your voice, it seems you haven't been possessed by those soul avatars." "Of course not." Yang Kai nodded. "What evidence do you have to prove this?" Thunder Dragon asked. "Boy, this king really doesn't understand what method you used to resist the attack of those soul avatars. If you can't prove that you are still the same person as before, this king will have to seal your strength. I hope you understand." "How does Great Senior want me to prove it?" Yang Kai frowned. It was natural for Thunder Dragon and the others to have such concerns, so he didn't feel wronged. "Anything that can prove you are still the same person is fine. There's no need to prove it. I can guarantee that he is still master. I won't make a mistake about who I serve," Li Rong said from the side. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox glanced at each other, then at Yang Kai and then at Li Rong, nodding after a long time. "Good, we believe in this lady's vision. To be honest, we also don't want to see you being possessed. Two great seniors have good intentions, I understand." Yang Kai gently nodded. With this matter concluded, everyone continued to restore themselves. Half a day later, the group continued to explore. After passing through the Green Sea, everyone seemed to have arrived at a new world. From time to time, meteor-like streaks of light would flash across the sky, so fast that no one could catch them. However, to everyone's surprise, after walking for a long time, they didn't find anything unusual, let alone anything of note. Everyone felt as if they were walking on a never-ending path. They couldn't find a way out, nor could they see a way back. This strange sense of permanence caused everyone's hearts to gradually sink to the bottom. Time passed by, and after an unknown amount of time passed, no one had discovered anything. Earth-splitting Divine Ox, who was the most hot-tempered of the group, had become very impatient, constantly cursing and swearing all day long. Thunder Dragon Great Senior also had a look of regret. If he had known this would be the case, he wouldn't have come here to explore. Now, even if he wanted to return, he couldn't find his way back and could only continue forward, hoping to find something special. Chapter 905. None of the four monster race masters were in a good mood, but Yang Kai and Li Rong were filled with anticipation. When they entered this place, they had already determined that this place was related to Great Demon God, so naturally, they wouldn't be discouraged halfway through. Since they hadn't found anything yet, it was likely they hadn't reached the right place yet. Once they reached that specific place, they would definitely find some clues. Yang Kai and Li Rong were both filled with confidence. On this day, as they were walking through the boundless world, Yang Kai suddenly noticed an unusual aura coming from behind him. Turning his head in amazement, Yang Kai happened to see Li Rong staring up at the sky, a thoughtful look flashing across her beautiful eyes as the strength in her tender body pulsed, sending out a powerful fluctuation. A strange light flashed across the horizon and Li Rong's tender body shook, her beautiful eyes lighting up as the energy fluctuations coming from her body became even more violent. Thunder Dragon, who was leading the way, also came to a halt and turned around, a look of surprise flashing across his face. Yang Kai's expression also changed. At first, he didn't understand what was happening to Li Rong, but after seeing her pretty face glow, he suddenly realized something and muttered, "Epiphany?" Not daring to disturb her, Yang Kai quickly waved to Earth-splitting Ox and Jean and I, who were covering the rear. The two monster race masters also tactfully walked over and put some distance between them and Li Rong. "She's on the verge of a breakthrough." Thunder Dragon stared at Li Rong with scorching eyes, confirming Yang Kai's observation and speculation. Li Rong was now a second-order saint, and had been stuck in this realm for many years. When Yang Kai brought the ancient demon clan out of Demon God's citadel and set foot on Tongxian realm, all the ancient demon clan members had more or less gained some improvement in their strength. Han Fei and Huaimo had even broken through a minor realm because of this. At that time, although Li Rong had also gained some improvement in her strength, it wasn't enough for her to break through. But today, she obviously felt something and was finally on the verge of breaking through the shackles that had shackled her. If she broke through, she would be a third-order saint. That was the highest level in this world. Perceiving this, Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Ox couldn't help feeling excited. Yang Kai grinned, silently excited. The stronger Li Rong was, the more help she would be to him. The next time he encountered that woman Shueli, Yang Kai, she would never be able to escape from Li Rong's hands again. Li Rong was Shueli, so after she broke through to the third TSSS, she was... I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a while. Yang Kai turned to the two monster race great seniors. It doesn't matter, we won't be able to find anything for the time being anyway, so let's just rest here. Thunder Dragon smiled slightly and said thoughtfully, but why would she break through at this time? Did she discover something beneficial to her growth? Earth-Splitting Ox thought for a while before saying, I've seen her stare at the sky these past few days. Could it be that there is some kind of mystery hidden in those flashing lights? The sky? Lei Long said, also looking up at the sky. Seeing the strange lights flying away like meteors, he nodded after a while. It's also possible. When one's strength has reached her level, often, an inadvertent discovery can greatly enhance one's strength. Then this old ox should also take a look. Perhaps I can become even stronger. When that time comes, Thunder Dragon, you should bow your head. Earth-Splitting Ox's interest was piqued, and he immediately sat down cross-legged, his pair of eyes staring towards the sky, not even blinking for a moment. Thunder Dragon Grand Venerable laughed dumbly but didn't stop him. Instead, he followed Earth-Splitting Ox's example and sat down cross-legged, preparing to comprehend the secrets hidden in those strange lights. Li Rong could discover something from them, so they might as well. Since they had no choice but to wait, naturally they had to give it a try. Kai Dai and Jean and I also sat down, not wanting to be outdone. Yang Kai shook his head and ignored them, closing his eyes and meditating. Li Rong's epiphany lasted for a long time. Although there was no way to calculate the passage of time, Yang Kai estimated that it had taken at least 10 days. During this time, Li Rong stood in place, motionless, her beautiful eyes staring at the strange lights passing by in the sky, growing brighter and brighter. Finally, her delicate body trembled, and a violent energy was released from her body, forming a gust of wind. With her as the center, it spread out in all directions with a loud bang. The aura of a third-order saint overflowed from Li Rong's body. High up in the sky, a massive amount of world energy condensed, forming a terrifying world energy that shot towards Li Rong, who was at the center. With a muffled groan, Li Rong remained motionless, only allowing her body to bear this baptism of world energy. Thunder Dragon and Earth-Splitting Divine Ox's expressions became extremely serious. Both of them had experienced this stage before and knew just how terrifying and difficult it was to resist the world energy when breaking through to this stage. At that time, both of them had transformed into their true forms and used their powerful monster beast physique to resist this destructive force. But even so, they had still suffered some serious sword wounds that took a long time to recover. However, Li Rong was just a woman, yet she was even crazier than they had been at that time, causing the eyes of the two great seniors to almost pop out of their sockets. The world energy continued to fall, causing Li Rong to bleed from the corner of her mouth as her tender body trembled, seemingly unable to bear it, but she still grit her teeth and continued to absorb as much of the world energy as possible with her body, transforming it into nutrients for her own strength. As time passed, the 4 monster race masters who were watching from the sidelines were all on edge, Kai Dai biting her thin lip as she clenched her fists tightly, secretly worrying for Li Rong. Boy, this isn't good. Thunder Dragon suddenly leaned over and whispered in Yang Kai's ear. If she continues like this, she'll be destroyed by the world energy. Earth-Splitting Divine Ox nodded. My monster race's physique is the hardest in the world, even Thunder Dragon, and I wouldn't dare absorb the world energy without any precaution. Her actions are tantamount to digging her own grave. Li Rong not resisting the world energy at all, instead opening her body and mind to it, naturally causing the two great seniors to tremble in fear. Haha, don't worry, she'll be able to bear it. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing any signs of worry. Thunder Dragon looked at him strangely, not understanding why he had so much confidence in Li Rong. If such a good subordinate were to fall here, you won't even have a place to cry. Earth-splitting Divine Ox reminded. She knows what she's doing. Yam Kai shook his head, no longer explaining. Thunder Dragon and Earth-splitting Divine Ox glanced at each other, and didn't say anything, instead turning to stare at Li Rong suspiciously, wanting to see how she would withstand the upcoming baptism of annihilation. As time passed, the intensity of the world energy grew stronger and stronger, each strike causing the world to tremble. Li Rong also began to lose her footing, as if she might die at any moment. But she still stood there, motionless. The four monster race masters all stared in shock. Regardless of anything else, the fact that she dared to face it head-on was enough to shock all of them. The world energy gathering in the sky calmed down for a while, but it only became more and more violent, as if it was preparing for its final blow. Li Zhu's expression finally became dignified as her beautiful eyes stared towards the sky. Hong. The world trembled as a destructive force fell from the sky and enveloped Li Rong, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. At this moment, everyone's heart skipped a beat as they stared intently at Li Rong's position. However, her beautiful figure still stood in place, and although she was trembling, she stood firm. Gradually, the violent power converged, as if it was being absorbed by Li Rong's tender body. The wind that had been stirred up and the rubble that had been sent flying from the ground also fell to the ground. A pair of bright eyes slowly opened, flashing with a strange light. Li Rong stepped forward, gasping for breath, her chest heaving up and down. This earth-splitting Divine Ox was speechless as he stared blankly at the approaching woman. Thunder Dragon Great Senior's eyes also narrowed as he stared at Li Rong's face. At this moment, her pretty face was covered with strange dark lines that converged to form an inexplicable spirit array. As Li Rong approached, these lines gradually disappeared and the monstrous aura emanating from her body rapidly fell. Seemingly thinking of something, Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression changed slightly as he stared at Li Rong with a dignified expression. After arriving in front of everyone, Li Rong stood still and smiled towards Yam Kai. Her aura was as deep as the sea, the light in her beautiful eyes was restrained, and her skin was crystal clear like jade, exuding a gentle luster, as white as a newborn baby. Her strength had undergone a tremendous change. Master, I've broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm. Li Rong calmly reported the good news to Yam Kai. Good. Yam Kai nodded heavily. This trip wasn't in vain. Many thanks for waiting here. Li Rong nodded lightly to the monster race crowd. A minor matter, not worth mentioning. Thunder Dragon Great Senior waved his hand. I must also congratulate Madam for successfully setting foot on this territory. Li Rong smiled and said humbly, in the future, I'll have to ask two great seniors to give me some pointers. No need to be so serious. If Madam has free time in the future, feel free to come to my Thunder Tree Palace so we can exchange pointers. Thunder Dragon Great Senior nodded slightly. Li Rong had broken through to the Third Order Saint Realm and was now in existence on the same level as him, so naturally she was qualified to exchange cultivation insights with him. Ha, what a pity, this old ox has been sitting here for a long time yet still hasn't found anything special, let alone an epiphany. Earth-splitting Divine Ox shook his head, obviously a little dissatisfied, suddenly saying, But you're quite amazing, absorbing the power of heaven and earth with your body alone. This is the first time I've seen such a thing. What were those lines that crawled up your face just now? Why is it that when those things appeared, I felt that your aura and chi and blood power had increased tremendously? Hearing him ask this, Li Rong turned her eyes to Yam Kai, not knowing how to answer. Yam Kai also felt a bit awkward, but just as he was hesitating, Thunder Dragon suddenly shouted, Why are you inquiring about other people's secrets? Old Ox, you talk too much? Earth-splitting Divine Ox grinned meaningfully. I was just asking casually. If you don't want to answer then don't, I was just curious. Chapter 906. I think we might be lost. Lei Long suddenly stopped and said with a bitter expression, In this gray world, it was impossible to see too far and even one's divine sense couldn't be extended, so the group of 6 stood in place, unable to move forward. It had been a long time since Li Rong broke through to the Third Order Saint realm. No one knew exactly how long it had been, only that during this time, Li Rong's cultivation had been thoroughly stabilized. Without a clear direction or goal, everyone could only follow their heart, leading to them having no idea where they were. Hearing Thunder Dragon say this, Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked suspiciously, "The scenery here is the same, how do you know we're lost?" "Look over there." Thunder Dragon Great Senior pointed to a spot not far away and everyone followed his finger, quickly discovering a set of bones left behind in the wasteland. "We passed by here a few days ago, but for some reason, we ended up back here. This set of bones is the best proof of that." Yam Kai raised his brow and also remembered. When he saw this set of bones last time, he hadn't paid much attention to it, but if Thunder Dragon's observation was correct, everyone may have really taken a big detour around this area before returning to this place. "No way, what do we do now?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox was stunned. "How did we get lost?" "I don't know, all of you think of a good way to get us out of here first. Even if we don't explore the mysteries of this place, we still need to find a way back, right? We've been here for a long time now. You lead the way. If you can't find a way, what can we do?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted. "It's not this king's fault. Do you still want to blame this king?" Thunder Dragon Great Senior snorted. It had been a long time since they arrived here, and besides Li Rong, who had obtained some kind of opportunity and broken through to the Third Order Saint realm, everyone else had gained nothing, so the two great seniors were naturally not in a good mood. Seeing that they seemed to be about to quarrel, Yam Kai hurriedly tried to calm them down. "Calm down, no one expected this place to be so strange before we came here. Now that something has happened, there's no need to blame each other, we need to find a solution. How do we solve this? Did you notice anything special?" Lei Long looked at Yam Kai and asked. Yam Kai shook his head. "In my opinion, this place should be a maze set up by someone." Li Rong pondered and said, "The bones here should be the result of the cultivator who accidentally entered this place and was trapped here." "I think so too." Lei Long nodded. During this period of time, from time to time, they would come across one or two sets of remains. They should be the remains of those cultivator who accidentally entered this place after they died. Who set up the maze? Earth-splitting Divine Ox's eyes bulged. Who arranged this bewildering array that even 3 Third-Order Saints couldn't break? Even if one didn't understand spirit arrays, a Third-Order Saint would be able to see through the illusions at a glance. But none of the masters here had noticed anything strange about this spirit array from beginning to end, so it was obvious that the person who arranged this spirit array was quite skilled. This king feels more and more that this place may have something to do with the legendary great demon god. Lei Long said in a low voice. Besides him, no one can accomplish this. Yam Kai and Li Rong glanced at each other and remained silent. Should we split up and find a way out? Kai Dai hesitantly suggested. Both Lei Long and Yam Kai shook their heads, the former saying, This place is too strange, it's best not to split up, otherwise we may never find each other again. This time we were really unlucky, this old ox won't enter any mysterious small world again. Earth-splitting Divine Ox said angrily. Yam Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head, but as he was contemplating, he suddenly noticed a message from the Divine Tree. His brow furrowed, Yam Kai quietly informed Li Rong before sinking his consciousness into the black book space. What's wrong? Yam Kai asked, not knowing why the Divine Tree would suddenly call him at this time. There's something strange here. The Divine Tree replied. Is it those 2 black stones again? Saying so, Yam Kai turned to look at the 2 black round stones and found that they were still the same, constantly absorbing the essence of the other ores, the fluorescent lines on their surface becoming more and more obvious. It's not them, it's something else. Just wait and see, you'll know soon enough. The Divine Tree replied. Yam Kai didn't ask any more questions and simply waited quietly. A moment later, somewhere in the black book space, a ray of light suddenly flashed. Yam Kai couldn't help feeling strange, quickly sending his divine sense to the spot where the light flashed, but after discovering what it was, he was stunned. Yang Kai had a general idea of the things stored in the Black Book space, the most precious of which was the myriad drug milk series, the divine tree, and the shimmering moon grass he had previously obtained. Many of the artifacts he had obtained during his previous life experiences were also stored here, but the value of those artifacts wasn't great, so Yang Kai hadn't paid them much attention. In addition, there were only the two strange black round stones and the ores he obtained from the star field. At this moment, however, the thing that was flashing was something Yang Kai had never expected. The Heavenly Palace! The mysterious artifact that belonged to Meng Wuye. In the past, when the Yang family launched the Inheritance War, at the final moment, the Ash-Grey Cloud Evil Land launched a massive invasion and Demon Lord Yang Bai led the 6 great evil kings to storm War City. In an instant, War City was plunged into an abyss of misery, turning it into a ghost town. Among the ruins, only Yang Kai's mansion remained intact, unaffected by the disaster. All of this was thanks to this artifact that Meng Wuye had taken out. The Heavenly Palace transformed into a barrier that enveloped Yang Kai's mansion, rendering Yang Bai and the evil kings, who were at the peak of their strength at that time, helpless. After that, there was the final battle beneath the central capital. Yang Bai died tragically and the earth vein exploded. At that critical moment, Meng Wuye took Xianning Chang and Su Yan through the Void Corridor and returned to Tongxian Realm. The Heavenly Palace was left behind in Yang Kai's mansion and was eventually taken into the Black Book space by Yang Kai. Because this was Meng Wuye's artifact, Yang Kai had never intended to refine it, nor erase its soul brand and life mark, planning to return it to Meng Wuye when they met. It had been in the Black Book space for many years now, and if not for the Divine Tree's reminder today, Yang Kai would have almost forgotten about it. Why was the Heavenly Palace flashing? Although the frequency was very slow, it was indeed flashing, as if it was responding to something from afar. After contemplating for a while, Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he thought of a possibility he wasn't certain about. Meng Wuye was also here, and even if he wasn't, he must have been here before. The Heavenly Palace was his artifact and contained his soul brand, so if there was Meng Wuye's aura here, the Heavenly Palace's reaction could be explained. Yes, according to the information Yang Kai had inquired about, it was possible to infer that Meng Wuye had taken Xianning Chang and Su Yan to Ice Sect, then entrusted Su Yan to Ice Sect's sect master Qinya before disappearing. Soon after, the master and disciple duo appeared in Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Nine Heavens' Holy Land wasn't far from here, so if Meng Wuye had come here for some reason, then going to Nine Heavens' Holy Land was just a matter of passing by and not specifically to visit the old Holy Master. Everything could be explained. The more Yang Kai thought about it, the more he felt his guess was correct and couldn't help feeling excited. If Meng Wuye was here, it meant that his little senior sister was also here. Li Rong called out softly at that moment, causing Yang Kai's consciousness to return to his body, his eyes shining brightly. Thunder Dragon Great Senior observed Yang Kai's expression for a moment before asking, "Boy, did you discover something?" "I don't know." Yang Kai grinned and quickly took out the Heavenly Palace from the Black Book space, placing it on his palm. "I don't know if this counts as a discovery or not." "An artifact?" Thunder Dragon frowned as he carefully examined the Heavenly Palace. "The shape of this artifact is quite strange. It's actually shaped like a palace, very similar to an artifact I know of." Yang Kai stared at him blankly. "Which one?" "An artifact owned by a human race master. Unfortunately, he died a few hundred years ago, so there's no need to mention it." Thunder Dragon waved his hand. At first, he didn't care much about this artifact, but after using his divine sense to investigate it, his expression changed dramatically. "How did this artifact?" This artifact was extremely high-grade, most likely a saint-grade high-rank artifact, and the aura it exuded didn't belong to Yang Kai, instead belonging to someone else. This faint aura was rich and mellow, so Thunder Dragon could conclude that the owner of this artifact must have been a top master. "Is this the Heavenly Palace?" Thunder Dragon's expression became solemn as he asked, somewhat unsure. Artifacts shaped like palaces were not common, and this one's grade was not low, so Thunder Dragon immediately thought of a possibility. It couldn't be such a coincidence, right? Thunder Dragon Great Senior's expression became dignified. Yang Kai raised his brow. Great Senior knows? Is this really the Heavenly Palace? Thunder Dragon's body shook as he stared at Yang Kai incredulously. Boy, where did you get this thing? Thunder Dragon, is this artifact very amazing? Earth-splitting Divine Ox asked curiously. Thunder Dragon Great Senior let out a light sigh. This artifact isn't that important. What's important is that its original owner was. Who was its owner? Earth-splitting Divine Ox didn't seem to be as knowledgeable as Thunder Dragon, and knew very little about the Heavenly Palace. Its owner was the #1 master of the human race, Meng Wuya. Thunder Dragon shouted as he stared towards Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to know if Yang Kai had anything to do with Meng Wuya. Earth-splitting Divine Ox scratched his head. Old Ox seems to have heard of this name before. Of course you have. Thunder Dragon snorted. Do you remember Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior? Of course I remember. Earth-splitting Divine Ox nodded. Earth-splitting Divine Ox nodded heavily. Before Old Ox achieved human form, Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior's name shook the entire monster race, but later he died for some unknown reason. Right, Thunder Dragon, you were one of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior's subordinates, right? Old Ox has some impression of you. Chapter 907. Yes. Thunder Dragon nodded. I was indeed one of the subordinates of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior, and the death of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior is related to the owner of this artifact. Was he killed by that guy named Meng Wuya? Earth-splitting Divine Ox exclaimed. Thunder Dragon slowly shook his head. That's not the case. During the battle between the two, Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior was defeated within a stick of incense worth of time and was seriously injured. Finally, he died of depression. After Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior died, this king was able to take over the position of Great Senior and become the commander of this monster race territory. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, his voice rolling like thunder. Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior's strength should have been comparable to yours and mine, yet someone was able to defeat him within a stick of incense worth of time? And it was within a stick of incense worth of time. During the battle between the two, this king was watching from the sidelines. That Meng Wuya's methods were truly earth-shattering. Later, this king specifically inquired about him and learned that he was the strongest master of the human race, one that no one could match. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he listened, the image of Treasurer Meng appearing in his mind, causing his face to twitch slightly. Treasurer Meng actually has such a glorious past? Although Yang Kai had long guessed that Meng Wuya's strength was not low, he had still somewhat underestimated him. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai had a clearer understanding of Treasurer Meng's heritage. And this Heavenly Palace artifact was once owned by Meng Wuya. Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked at the artifact in Yang Kai's hand with a complicated expression, sighing slightly. Because of the death of Blood Flood Dragon Great Senior, this king has been paying attention to his movements and whereabouts, but unfortunately, I heard that he later ran to the demon land to challenge the current demon commander, and in the end, died there alone. After a pause, he sighed. That guy was also a strange man. He didn't belong to any sect, and seemed to have cultivated alone without a successor. I don't know how he managed to cultivate to such a level, but even now, this king has no way to find someone to take revenge on. Boy, where did you obtain this artifact? Hee hee. If I told you that he left this for me, would you believe me? Yang Kai laughed dryly. Thunder Dragon frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying that he's still alive? Yes. That's impossible. There hasn't been any news of him for hundreds of years. If he's still alive, how could he not cause any commotion? Lei Long didn't seem to believe him, so he asked suspiciously. Why does the Heavenly Palace keep flashing? It's probably because it sensed the aura of its master. Yang Kai also stared towards the Heavenly Palace. Since taking it out of the Black Book space, the Heavenly Palace had been flashing more and more frequently, allowing Yang Kai to conclude that Meng Wuya might really be here. Is he really still alive? Thunder Dragon Great Senior exclaimed in shock. Do I look like I'm lying? Yang Kai looked at him seriously. It doesn't look like it. That's right. Thunder Dragon's expression changed, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he shouted. So, as long as we follow the Heavenly Palace's guidance, we can find Meng Wuya? Can we even leave this bewildering array? That's what I was thinking. Yang Kai nodded firmly as he poured his yuan qi into the Heavenly Palace. In the past, Meng Wuya had used the Heavenly Palace to envelop Yang Kai's mansion, preventing it from being destroyed by the demon lords and evil kings. In order to facilitate Yang Kai's entry and exit, Meng Wuya had deliberately left a barrier around the Heavenly Palace so that Yang Kai could use it. However, this artifact did not belong to Yang Kai, so it couldn't display its full power. This was more than enough. As the yuan qi poured into the Heavenly Palace, it began to tremble, and Yang Kai immediately noticed that this artifact was about to fly out of his hand. Immediately Yang Kai shouted, "Follow me!" Holding the Heavenly Palace in his hand and sensing the direction it wanted to fly, Yang Kai rushed forward. Everyone followed closely behind. As they flew, Yang Kai's mood fluctuated. He wasn't sure if Meng Wuya was here, but it was possible that he had come here, left a trace, and then left. If that was the case, then this time he still wouldn't be able to find him and his little senior sister. However, this was still a clue and a ray of hope. Su Yan and Yang Kai had already found the old demon, so he wasn't worried. As long as he could find Xianing Chang, his purpose for coming to Tongxian realm would have been achieved. It had been more than 10 years since he left the central capital and came to this world. During these 10 years, his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes, but there was always one thing on his mind that made him sigh whenever he thought about it. Once I find Meng Wuya, I'll definitely pluck that old hooligan's beard clean. Yang Kai secretly swore to himself as he spared no effort in sprinting forward. After an unknown amount of time, some changes suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's gray field of vision. There seemed to be something standing in front of him. At this point, the light emitted by the Heavenly Palace also became much stronger. Yang Kai's spirit shook and he rushed forward without hesitation, but after seeing what it was, he couldn't help frowning. The other 5 also stood still and stared forward with dignified expressions. About 10 meters away from the group stood a stone pillar. This stone pillar was so tall that it seemed to reach into the sky and was so thick that 3 people could wrap their arms around it. On the stone pillar, there were a few large characters written in demon script, just like the ones everyone had seen when they first entered. "Li Rong, what's written on it?" Yang Kai hurriedly asked. Li Rong glanced at it for a moment before immediately withdrawing her gaze, not daring to stare any longer, quickly replying, "Tongxian Pillar! Tongxian Pillar?" Yang Kai frowned, not knowing what these words meant. However, there was indeed an extraordinary power surging within the stone pillar. This power was so strong that it made everyone tremble with fear. Following the Heavenly Palace's guidance, they didn't find Meng Wuya, but instead found such a strange stone pillar, causing everyone's heart to sink. However, Yang Kai could still feel the Heavenly Palace's pulling force, still guiding them forward. "Let's go. No matter what, we've left that maze," Yang Kai comforted. The 5 nodded lightly and continued to follow. Moving forward, everyone was on high alert, afraid of encountering any sudden danger. Half an hour later, Yang Kai suddenly slowed down his pace and sniffed the air, asking, "Do you feel anything wrong?" "Blood stench," Lei Long immediately replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "There's a blood stench here. And it seems to be getting stronger." Yang Kai nodded. "Wait, there's some movement," Lei Long shouted. Everyone quickly stopped and listened attentively. Some subtle sounds came from afar, like the sound of rolling waves and the ebb and flow of tides. The speed at which the sound was approaching was extremely fast, and in just a moment, it had already arrived in front of everyone. Looking around, the originally gray world in front of them now contained some dark red light. Gradually, the dark red light became more and more intense, and the sound of the tide also became clearer. The entire world instantly became as red as fresh blood. "Not good!" Thunder Dragon Great Senior shouted as he hurriedly circulated his strength, causing arcs of lightning to flash from his body as a blue light curtain enveloped everyone. At the same time, in front of them, a thick and boundless blood-red liquid surged forward like a dam bursting, instantly engulfing the group of 6. A strong smell of blood filled everyone's nose, and as far as their eyes could see, all they could see was a thick blood-red liquid. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly fallen into a monstrous sea of blood, losing their sense of direction and unable to find a way out. The red blood mist was pervasive and penetrated through Thunder Dragon Great Senior's defensive power. The heavenly palace in Yang Kai's hand was only slightly stained by this blood mist before its light dimmed significantly. Without hesitation, Yang Kai quickly put the heavenly palace into the black book space. Ci la la. A burst of light sounds came from all directions as the blood mist that had penetrated their bodies seemed to contain a strong corrosive property, causing everyone's skin to emit this strange sound as if they were in extreme pain. Yang Kai grit his teeth and pushed his strength to resist the invasion of the blood mist, his yuan qi flowing away like water. "What the hell is this?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox shouted, a yellow light enveloping his body, but under the corrosion of the blood mist, this light quickly dimmed and he was forced to exert more strength to defend himself, consuming his strength at a rapid rate. The surrounding sea of blood and the blood mist seemed to have the effect of eroding his strength. "We should have accidentally triggered some kind of barrier. Follow me out and leave this blood sea first," Thunder Dragon roared, pushing his defenses to the limit as he resisted the pressure of the blood sea. "Great Senior, be careful!" Kai Dai suddenly exclaimed, waving her 7-colored wings and sending out a burst of light. Looking towards the direction of her attack, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. He found that from the sea of blood, there were countless blood people condensed from it. These blood people had vague facial features and their bodies were extremely unstable, so Kai Dai's attack had no effect on them at all, directly passing through their bodies and disappearing into the sea of blood. While Thunder Dragon Great Senior was distracted, several blood-red people had already pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. Thunder Dragon's eyes narrowed as he sent out a bolt of purple lightning, piercing through the bodies of these blood people and turning them into puddles of blood. However, one of the blood people still reached out and grabbed Thunder Dragon Great Senior's wrist. As if his flesh had been branded by a hot iron, a tearing sound rang out as Thunder Dragon showed a pained expression, shaking his body and dispersing the blood hand. However, on his wrist, a bright red handprint was left, his flesh lacerated. Everyone's expression changed. Lei Long was a top-notch expert, and he was also a monster beast. His physical body was extremely strong, but he was still unable to withstand the power of this blood man's grip. It was clear how terrifying the power contained in the blood water was. What made everyone despair though was that the blood people who had been beaten into a puddle of blood by Thunder Dragon Great Senior actually gathered together and stood up again. They seemed to be immortal, impossible to completely destroy. Chapter 908. Surrounded by this sea of blood, the group of 6 used all of their abilities to fight back against the blood people who had emerged from the sea of blood while desperately trying to escape from this dangerous place. But no matter how they tried to escape, they were still surrounded by that thick red color. This blood sea seemed to have no end, as if it would follow everyone's footsteps, making it impossible for them to find a way out. Gradually, Thunder Dragon Great Senior was forced to stop and focus on dealing with the attacks of the blood people. Within a radius of a few thousand meters, bolts of lightning shot out, shuttling back and forth through the blood sea in an attempt to break through its blockade and find a way out. Thunder Dragon Great Senior was a Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, and was proficient in both fire and thunder attribute mysteries. His strength and cultivation were both profound, but even so, he was at a loss for what to do about the situation in front of him. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's earth-yellow light flickered from time to time, sometimes expanding and sometimes being eroded away. The sharp metal chi emitted from Ji-Ni's body also gradually dimmed. Kai Dai's 7-colored light and Li Rong's black demonic chi both surged through this blood sea, but it was like this blood sea was a bottomless pit, swallowing up everyone's strength, making it impossible for them to see any hope of escaping. The blood people who emerged from this blood sea didn't have strong attacks and their bodies weren't very sturdy, so the few Saint Realm masters could easily reduce them to a puddle of blood. What was even more frustrating though was that after being reduced to a puddle of blood, these blood people would condense again and stand up to continue attacking. The blood mist that seeped in was constantly wearing down the strength of everyone present. It was unknown whether or not the restrictions here were set up by the great demonic god, but they possessed a terrifying destructive power and endurance. Yang Kai's strength was the lowest among this group of people, and it was precisely because of this that he was surrounded by 5 Saint Realm masters that he did not need to worry about his own safety for the time being. While the 5 of them were struggling to resist, Yang Kai had been observing the energy fluctuations in the blood sea and the situation of the blood people. Quietly spreading out his spiritual energy, Yang Kai took advantage of one of the blood people rushing towards Li Rong to release his conflagrated knowledge sea. A scorching heat spread out in all directions, containing a concept that could incinerate all things in the world. Everyone, who was originally feeling cold in body and mind, could not help but feel a burning sensation on their skin after feeling this concept. The 4 monster race people took a break from their busy work and looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Just in time to see the bloody man in front of Li Rong start to boil. The bloody man was made of blood. He had no bones, no flesh, and no blood. The thick and red blood seemed to have been boiled. Bubbles appeared all over his body and evaporated in an extremely short period of time, leaving nothing behind. Everyone's eyes lit up. "Not bad, little brat," Earth-splitting Ox praised loudly. This was the first time they had completely annihilated a blood person since they had been enveloped by the sea of blood. "Great sage, use fire!" Yang Kai hurriedly looked towards Lei Long. Lei Long's reaction was also extremely fast. There was no need for Yang Kai to remind him, quickly restraining his thunder attribute power and releasing a scorching hot flame from his burly body. The attacks of the bloody men were greatly hindered. They seemed to be very afraid of the scorching power. The blood on the surface of their bodies kept bubbling, and their blurry facial features showed a ferocious and painful expression. They stopped in their tracks. Lei Long roared angrily, followed by a series of deafening roars as he sent out a series of fiery dragon-like attacks. Coordinating with Yang Kai's spiritual energy, these attacks instantly cleared out the blood people around them, allowing them to move freely. "This isn't a long-term solution. We need to take this opportunity to think of a way to leave this place," Thunder Dragon Great Senior shouted. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai was unable to determine how large this blood sea was. The blood mist that had seeped in had eroded a great deal of everyone's strength, causing the energy fluctuations in their bodies to gradually weaken. Before this blood sea evaporated completely, everyone would likely die. "Why don't you and this little brat stand at the front and burn a way out?" Earth-splitting Ox proposed. "We can't do that. This blood sea is very strange. It seems to follow us wherever we go. If we can't get rid of it, we'll never be able to escape." Lei Long slowly shook his head, pushing his fire attribute power to the extreme, evaporating a large amount of the blood water around him and Yang Kai. Listening to him say this, everyone else was at a loss for what to do and felt despair. "That's right!" Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up as he remembered something. Seeing his excited expression, Lei Long immediately shouted, "Boy, did you find a way out of here? If you find something, whether it works or not, we should at least try. It's better than waiting for death here." "I was just thinking about that." Yang Kai nodded before turning to Li Rong and asking, "What about the blood essence stone?" Li Rong was startled, but soon a strange light flashed across her beautiful eyes as she understood what Yang Kai was thinking. Quickly taking out the blood essence stone she had obtained from her universe bag, she handed it over. This blood essence stone was a product from the star field and had the ability to absorb blood and transform it into blood chi that could be used by anyone. It originally belonged to Shattering Mystical Palace's Zhang Ao, but in the Snow Mountain Range, Zhang Ao was killed and the blood essence stone changed owners. Last time, the blood essence stone had absorbed a lot of blood and was used to heal the injured members of the ancient demon clan, so it had been kept by Li Rong. Yang Kai's eyes also flashed as he recalled the existence of such a thing. Blood Essence Stone? Lei Long muttered. Is that the Blood Essence Stone from the star field? Yang Kai grinned. Great Senior seems to know a lot. You also have such a thing? Lei Long looked excited as he laughed. We're saved. Let's give it a try. Yang Kai no longer spoke nonsense, and began pouring his yuan qi into the Blood Essence Stone. This product from the star field immediately exuded a dazzling light, and an invisible suction force spread out in all directions. Attracted by this suction force, the blood people surrounding Yang Kai's group roared fiercely, and retreated back into the sea of blood. But it was too late. The attractive force of the Blood Essence Stone was not something these blood people could resist. One by one, these blood people transformed into thick streams of blood that shot towards the Blood Essence Stone like 10,000 swords. The Blood Essence Stone did not refuse and absorbed all of this blood, leaving not a single drop behind. A short time later, with the group as the center, there was not a single drop of blood left within a 10-meter radius. Even the blood that had seeped in had been completely absorbed by the Blood Essence Stone. The huge suction force was still there, pulling the blood in the thick sea of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart calmed down, and they couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. They knew that this time, they had survived this disaster. As time passed, the blood-red light emitted from the Blood Essence Stone became more and more intense. The fist-sized stone seemed to be composed entirely of blood, its dark red color causing everyone's heart to palpitate. The amount of blood she contained within it was unimaginable. Yang Kai held it in his hand and could even feel the rhythmic vibrations coming from inside the Blood Essence Stone, as if he was holding a heart. After an hour, everyone's vision gradually became clear and the sea of blood surrounding them thinned significantly. After another 2 hours, the sea of blood finally disappeared. At this moment, the vitality emitted from the Blood Essence Stone was so strong that it caused even the two monster race great seniors to tremble. Even if they released all of their vitality, they would not be able to achieve such a level of vitality. This thing is quite amazing. Where did you find it? Earth-splitting Divine Ox seemed to be interested in the Blood Essence Stone and hurriedly inquired. Thunder Dragon laughed and said, Don't even think about it. This kind of thing comes from the star field and can only be found by chance. This king has only heard of it. Today is the first time he has seen one. Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai thoughtfully and said, Boy, your luck is quite good. You even managed to obtain a Blood Essence Stone. It's just SOSO. Yang Kai chuckled as he played with the Blood Essence Stone in his hand, feeling more and more like it was a heart as he could clearly hear a strong heartbeat coming from it. Are you willing to sell this thing? This king can offer you a high price. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Thunder Dragon asked. Yang Kai quickly put the Blood Essence Stone into his black book space and shook his head decisively. Thunder Dragon couldn't help rolling his eyes. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. Why are you so vigilant? Why would this king steal something from you? Thunder Dragon, why do you want to buy this? Earth-splitting Divine Ox didn't quite understand the purpose of this Blood Essence Stone. You don't understand shit. Thunder Dragon curled his lips. After this thing absorbs blood, it can turn into a kind of blood chi energy that can be used by anyone. It can be used to heal wounds and bring the dead back to life. During battle, it can also absorb blood chi to increase one's chi and blood power, temporarily increasing one's strength without any side effects. Is it really that amazing? Earth-splitting Divine Ox couldn't help but stare towards Yang Kai with some interest, letting out a hollow laugh. Don't look at me like that. No matter what you say, I won't sell this Blood Essence Stone. Yang Kai shook his head firmly. This holy master doesn't lack money. Saying so, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to them and took out the Heavenly Palace from the black book space, sensing the direction it was flying in, and waving his hand. Let's continue. This little brat. Thunder Dragon was speechless, simply taking out some pills and swallowing them, restoring the strength he had just consumed as he hurried along. As time passed, the light from the Heavenly Palace grew stronger and stronger. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling excited, more and more convinced that Meng Wuya was really here. If he had only left behind some kind of aura here to cause the Heavenly Palace to react, it wouldn't have changed as he approached it. For such a scene to occur, it meant that Meng Wuya was actually here. Yan Kai's heart filled with anticipation, and his speed also increased. A few hours later, when the light from the heavenly palace became brighter, it burst forth with a powerful force and broke free from Yan Kai's shackles, transforming into a stream of light that shot forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 909. After the heavenly palace flew out, it turned into a stream of light and disappeared from everyone's sight, causing Yan Kai to freeze in place. It flew away, what's going on? Earth-splitting Divine Ox muttered. Meng Wuya is over there. Thunder Dragon narrowed his eyes and said decisively. Yan Kai sped up and followed the direction the heavenly palace flew off in, a look of excitement and nervousness on his face. Thunder Dragon Great Senior waved his hand and shouted. Follow him, the human race's strongest master may really be here. The human race's strongest master, I must meet him. Earth-splitting Divine Ox's eyes also lit up. Being able to be called the strongest, it was obvious that this guy named Meng Wuya had some kind of extraordinary ability, otherwise, the human race would not have recognized him as such. It was a spacious and empty field, like a rocky hill, with many broken stones scattered on the ground. In the middle of this field stood a series of strange stone pillars, a total of 8 of them arranged in an octagonal formation, each of which exuded a strong energy fluctuation. Moreover, these energy fluctuations all had different attributes. There was a scorching flame aura, an icy cold aura, an all-pervasive toxic aura, and even a lightning energy that was as swift as flowing water. All kinds of different power concepts flowed in this place, converging to form an area that would shock anyone who heard of it. At this moment, on one of the 8 stone pillars, a white-haired old man was restrained by an invisible force. He could not move his body, and he could not speak. His head was lowered, and his clothes were tattered like a beggar's. His life aura was also weak, and he was about to die. Ka-cha-cha. Rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. From time to time, waves of shocking power would erupt from the 8 stone pillars and surge towards the old man. This power was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. The old man seemed to have been struck by this power for a long time and was on the verge of death. But he still managed to hold on to his last breath, not allowing his vitality to fade away. Flames burned on the old man's body, charring his flesh while lightning pierced through his body, incinerating his 5 viscera. A highly toxic toxin spread through every inch of his body, causing his skin to flicker with a dark green hue. Outside the octagonal stone pillars, a woman with a veil over her face sat on the ground. Her eyes were as clear as crystal, and there wasn't a single blemish on them. A strange power burst forth from her delicate body. She aimed at the surging power of the 8 stone pillars and constantly waved her hands to help the old man absorb the terrifying damage. The woman was petite and her face was covered by a thin veil, making it impossible to see her true appearance. Her forehead was adorned with a sapphire, just as clear as her beautiful eyes. There were traces of tears on her pretty face, but no tears fell, as if her tears had dried up. Her tender body trembled as she constantly pushed her strength, trying to rescue the old man from the octagonal stone pillars, but she was unable to do so. He swallowed one pill after another to recover his lost energy. Hong, another bolt of lightning came from one of the stone pillars. It was as thick as a person's thigh, and it struck the old man's body. In an instant, the old man's flesh was split open, and blood spilled out. After being stimulated by this bolt of lightning, the old man finally woke up from his coma. He raised his head slightly, and his dim eyes stared at the woman. He pursed his lips, trying to say something with difficulty, but no sound came out. The woman understood what he meant and kept shaking her head. The old man's eyes flashed with guilt, as well as a strong unwillingness. At this moment, the old man suddenly seemed to notice something and used all his strength to look to the side. Over there, a stream of light shot out and rushed into his body with lightning speed. The old man's body shook as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. His originally dim eyes suddenly flashed with an astonishing light. In the next moment, A palace-like barrier lit up and wrapped around the old man's body, blocking the power that was attacking him from all directions. It seemed that because of the return of the stream of light, the old man's complexion became a little ruddy and his vitality was restored slightly. The woman sitting outside the octagonal stone pillars let out a soft cry as her beautiful eyes widened. Turning her head to look in the direction the stream of light had come from, she happened to see a heroic and majestic figure gradually becoming clearer in her gray field of vision. For eyes met, and the woman's tears, which had long since dried up, suddenly began to flow down her cheeks. Yang Kai also stared at her in a daze, feeling the blood in his body boil as his fingertips trembled. Grinning, he said in a gentle voice that seemed to be able to melt stone, "Little senior sister, I finally found you." Standing in front of him was none other than Xia Ning Chang, the one he had been searching for 10 years in Tongxian realm. She looked exactly the same as when she left the central capital, as if the flowing time great emperor had not left any trace on her body. The only thing that had changed was her figure, which was much fuller than before. "Junior brother?" Xia Ning Chang couldn't believe what she was seeing and muttered, "This isn't a dream, right?" Yang Kai shook his head and stepped towards her. Xia Ning Chang's tender body trembled slightly until she was hugged by Yang Kai and felt the warmth from his chest. Only then did she confirm that everything in front of her was not a dream, nor was it an illusion. The junior brother she had been thinking about day and night had really found her. In an instant, Xia Ning Chang's mood calmed down, feeling that she had found someone she could rely on when she was at her most hesitant. Tears soaked Yang Kai's clothes, which contained the warmth of his little senior sister. Yang Kai took a deep breath and turned his eyes towards the old man who seemed to be nailed to a stone pillar not far away. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Kai almost cried out in horror. Treasurer Meng! Meng Wuya, who had given Kai Yang a lot of help when he was very weak, now had a withered appearance. His body was so thin that he was practically just skin and bones. It was impossible to tell that he was still a person. Yang Kai couldn't imagine what kind of torture and pain he had suffered. "How did it become like this?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. In his impression, Meng Wuya always had an indifferent and calm demeanor, as if nothing in the world could stop him. He had always appeared in front of the world with an invincible attitude, which often shocked those who went against him and made them regret it. But now, the brave and invincible Meng Wuya seemed to be on the verge of death, which made Yang Kai somewhat unable to accept. "Master and I entered the ruins of the demon race, then triggered some kind of restriction and was sent here. When I woke up, Master was trapped on a stone pillar. I don't know what happened to the 8 pillars, but they were constantly releasing energy to torment Master. I wanted to save him, but I was powerless. Junior brother, please save Master. If you don't get him out, he really will die." Xia Ning Chang was sobbing, constantly pleading. She had been picked up by Meng Wuya when she was very young, and it could be said that Meng Wuya had single-handedly raised her. Her strength was also taught by Meng Wuya, so she regarded this master as her most important family member. Seeing Meng Wuya being tortured every day, Xia Ning Chang felt the same way, and it was extremely painful. Yang Kai nodded and reached out to pat Xia Ning Chang's head, injecting a subtle amount of energy into her body as he softly said, "Don't worry, since I'm here, I will save him. You should rest." Xia Ning Chang's eyelids suddenly became heavy. Yang Kai's words were like a curse, causing her to instantly fall into a deep sleep. Xia Ning Chang was also at the end of her rope. How could Yang Kai not see this? The two of them had been trapped here for an unknown period of time, and during this time, little senior sister had not rested at all. Using her energy without restraint was very likely to bring about hidden dangers to her body. She had to rest. Trapped on the stone pillar, Meng Wuya looked at Yang Kai with a look of gratitude in his cloudy eyes. He transmitted his divine sense to Yang Kai, telling him to leave. As long as Yang Kai safely brought Xia Ning Chang out of this place, Meng Wuya would be able to die in peace. He had been tortured for so long, but he was still holding on to his last breath because he was worried about his precious disciple. Their eyes met, but Yang Kai did not say anything. He simply turned around, picked up the unconscious Xian Chang, and walked back the way they came. At this moment, the 4 monster race masters and Li Rong had also arrived not far away. They all stopped and stared blankly, not quite understanding what was going on. "Master, this girl." Li Rong saw that Yang Kai's expression was not quite right, and quickly asked in a soft voice. "She's my senior sister," Yang Kai replied as he placed her in a safe place. "Master's senior sister?" Li Rong couldn't help feeling shocked as she secretly observed Xian Chang, quickly discovering that although this veiled woman wasn't very old and the Saint Qi in her body was somewhat chaotic due to overexertion, her cultivation was actually the same as Yang Kai's, a third-order transcendent. The 4 people from the monster race also noticed this. The 2 great seniors looked at each other, and were both horrified. They had thought that it was already incredible for a young third-order transcendent like Yang Kai to appear in this world, but now this senior sister of unknown origin was also the same. Yang Kai was from Soaring Heaven sect, so was this woman from Soaring Heaven sect? Was this sex cultivation method really so amazing? After putting down Xian Chang, Yang Kai turned around and continued to stare at Meng Wuya, a moment later quickly saying, "Thunder Dragon Great Senior, I know that Treasurer Meng has some grievances with your monster race, but I hope you won't find trouble with him at this time." "That guy isn't Meng Wuya, is he?" Thunder Dragon frowned as he stared forward. If it weren't for Yang Kai's reminder, he wouldn't have been so certain, but upon closer inspection, he did find that the old man trapped on the stone pillar was somewhat similar to the one he had met in the past. "This is the human race's strongest master? How did he end up like this?" Earth-splitting Divine Ox also frowned. Meng Wuya's current situation was really quite distressing. "Yes, he is Meng Wuya." Yang Kai nodded. "I want to get him out. I won't ask you monster race masters for help, as long as you don't disturb me." Chapter 9-10. Hearing this, Thunder Dragon snorted. "Little brat, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think this king is the kind of despicable villain who would add insult to injury? Shui Jiao Great Senior did die because of Meng Wuya, so this king would like to find him and compete with him, but I will wait until he is restored to his peak state. Of course, that is only if you can really rescue him." Being able to trap a character like Meng Wuya, the mysteries contained in these 8 stone pillars must be extraordinary, so Thunder Dragon Great Senior wasn't optimistic about Yang Kai's arrogant words. Although this little brat repeatedly surprised everyone, in the end, he was still only a third-order transcendent. "Whether or not I can save him, I have to try." Yang Kai took a deep breath and released his divine sense towards the 8 stone pillars. He had just arrived here, so he didn't know what kind of danger Treasurer Meng had encountered or why he was bound to these stone pillars, so naturally he had to investigate first. Yang Kai's movements were extremely cautious to avoid triggering any kind of barrier. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's divine sense spreading out, Meng Wuya, who was still trapped on the stone pillar, shook his head with difficulty, his dry lips trembling slightly as he tried to stop Yang Kai's actions, his eyes flashing with anxiety. At that time, he had been inexplicably trapped because he was trying to investigate. However, Yang Kai's divine sense was fast and silent, so Meng Wuya had no time to stop it. As soon as his divine sense touched the 8 stone pillars, Yang Kai's face paled. The terrifying power contained in these stone pillars was far beyond his imagination, a power that could almost sweep away the entire world. In the next moment, the heavens and earth began to tremble. A wave of pressure that caused everyone to be extremely terrified descended from the sky. The 5 Saint Realm Masters all felt their blood boil and their breathing become difficult. None of them had expected such a terrifying pressure to exist in this world, one that even they didn't dare resist. A golden light bloomed, and from the void, a giant hand strangely stretched out and grabbed hold of Yang Kai's body like a bolt of lightning. Immediately, the 5 golden fingers contracted and transformed into a rope that bound Yang Kai and dragged him forward. Yang Kai couldn't resist at all. In front of this giant hand, his strength was almost completely sealed, making it impossible for him to exert even the slightest bit of strength. Looking around in amazement, Yang Kai discovered that none of the masters who had come here had managed to escape, all of them were being dragged towards the octagonal stone pillars, all of them using their divine senses to investigate. Only Xia Ning Chang, who was still unconscious, was lucky had managed to escape. Seeing this scene, Meng Wuya's eyes dimmed. He knew it was all too late. Asterisk Ping Ping, asterisk the 4 monster race masters, plus Li Rong and Yang Kai, a total of 6, were all bound to the stone pillars, unable to move. In the next moment, Meng Wu of Yang, Meng Wu of course, Meng of Yang. Even the 2 monster race great seniors couldn't bear this terrifying torment, their faces twisting with pain as Kai Dai and Li Rong screamed out in pain. A violent power erupted from everyone's bodies as the 4 monster race masters all transformed into their monster beast forms, desperately trying to break free from the bindings of the stone pillars. Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Earth-Splitting Divine Ox, 9 Nether Golden Beast, 7-colored Illusionary Butterfly, each of these monster beasts was a noble monster race bloodline, rarely seen, but now they had all gathered together. Li Rong also displayed her demon god transformation, strange dark demon crests crawling all over her cheeks, giving her a wild sense of beauty. But no matter how they struggled, in front of these 8 stone pillars, they were as weak as ants. Yang Kai's face also became extremely pale. The moment he was bound to the stone pillars, he finally understood the pain Meng Wuya was enduring. Each of the 8 stone pillars contained a different kind of power. These 8 different kinds of power converged into a terrifying territory, intertwining into a giant net, lashing out at everyone's mind and body. What shocked Yang Kai the most, though, was that this stone pillar was also quite strange. It was actually rapidly absorbing the strength and physique essence from his body. Everyone's vitality was rapidly drained, and the fluctuations of their strength were gradually weakening. "Master, use your demon god transformation!" Li Rong suddenly shouted. Yang Kai, who had been gritting his teeth and enduring the terrible destruction, immediately displayed the divine skill he had inherited from the great demon god. The world trembled as a rich, evil energy surged out from the unyielding golden skeleton, replacing the original Yang Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's meridians and physique. The demon crests merged into his physique and disappeared, converging into a spirit array invisible to the naked eye. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of relief. It turned out that after using the demon god transformation, the damage to his body had disappeared, and the stone pillar that had bound him no longer extracted his flesh and blood essence and strength. At the same time, he also felt an unusual aura flowing within the octagonal stone pillar. Shocked, Yang Kai muttered, "Is this the great demon god's method?" On the other side of the stone pillar, Li Rong nodded heavily. Like Yang Kai, after using the demon god transformation, she was safe and sound. It was because she had noticed this abnormality that she had anxiously warned Yang Kai. These 8 stone pillars contained the aura of the great demon god. This was the result of the great demon god's method. The demon god transformation and the ancient demon clan had a deep relationship with the great demon god, so after using the demon god transformation, they were able to avoid physical pain. Although this was only a guess Yang Kai had made in a flash, it should be the truth. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw that the 4 monster race masters were still clenching their teeth and struggling to hold on. After 10 breaths of time, they automatically returned to their human forms. All of them looked haggard as they stared blankly towards Yang Kai. It wouldn't be long before they all ended up like Meng Wuya. Yang Kai struggled, trying to break free from the shackles of the stone pillars, but soon found that he was powerless. Just as he was feeling anxious, though, Li Rong suddenly called out, "Master, there's movement." Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared in front of him. At the very center of the 8 stone pillars, an illusory figure was slowly condensing. Gradually, this figure began to take on a corporeal form. This figure was tall and majestic, and his expression was dignified. A pair of bright eyes stared at Yang Kai and Li Rong suspiciously. Seeing the appearance of this person, Yang Kai suddenly grinned, silently and mysteriously. Li Rong's beautiful eyes also widened as she stared at the figure in front of her, gradually overlapping it with the image of a certain person in her mind. She couldn't help calling out, "Great demon god?" The illusory figure in front of her was clearly the same as the statue in front of Demon God Citadel. The statue in front of Demon God Citadel was carved by the ancestors of the ancient demon clan. These ancestors had served Great Demon God before, so naturally they knew what he looked like. Hearing Li Rong's call, the faces of the four monster race masters paled. Even if Great Demon God had fallen countless years ago, his name was still enough to shock the world. He was a legend of his generation, a height no one had ever reached. "It really is you!" Yang Kai shouted. "But didn't Great Demon God Master fall long ago?" Li Rong couldn't believe that this strange figure in front of her was Great Demon God, but the aura emanating from his body was indeed not fake. "He's not Great Demon God's main body, he's just a soul clone. Can't you see that he doesn't have a physical body?" Yang Kai stared at the figure in front of him. "A soul clone? What's that?" Li Rong exclaimed. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't explain. He had obtained a drop of pure demon god golden blood and comprehended a demon god divine technique, the soul clone technique. He had also cultivated this divine technique, but the soul clone he created was still being nurtured in his knowledge sea and was of no use for the time being. However, Great Demon God was different. Since this divine technique was his, it meant that his soul clone was extremely powerful, perhaps even comparable to his main body. As soon as Yang Kai saw the figure in front of him, he immediately understood his origins. "Oh? Boy, you seem to know quite a lot, worthy of being this senior's chosen successor." Great Demon God's soul clone suddenly turned to Yang Kai and smiled faintly, his voice echoing directly in Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "It seems that your understanding of me isn't shallow." Great Demon God's soul clone snorted. "If I hadn't sensed the appearance of this senior skeleton, how could I have appeared so easily? As for this woman, she should be a descendant of the bloodline that served me back then, right? The demon god transformation isn't something just anyone can learn. Are you really Great Demon God?" Li Rong was so shocked that she was rendered speechless, her beautiful eyes filled with fanatical worship and excitement. As the successor of the ancient demon clan, she had fantasized countless times about what kind of existence Great Demon God was, but seeing him with her own eyes today made her realize just how weak her imagination was. She was now a top master in the Third Order Saint realm, but in front of the means laid down by Great Demon God countless years ago, she had been directly captured without being able to resist. If the other party hadn't taken the initiative to appear, she and Yang Kai would likely be no different from the four monster race masters right now. She couldn't imagine what kind of shocking divine technique Great Demon God possessed when he was alive. "Since we have such a deep connection, shouldn't we have a good talk?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. "What do you want to talk about? How about letting my friends go? They were simply implicated by me, as well as that old man who came in before. He also has some sort of relationship with me." Great Demon God stared at him calmly for a moment before suddenly snorting. "Boy, are you mistaken? Do you think because you are this senior's chosen successor you can negotiate terms with me? If you really think so, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Why did you capture them? Why did you arrange such a thing here?" Yang Kai frowned, faintly feeling that things weren't so simple. "It's not that I wanted to capture them, it's just that they entered a place they shouldn't have." Great Demon God slowly shook his head. "Anyone who enters this place shouldn't even think about leaving alive. This place is the hub of the entire world." "What do you mean?" Yang Kai asked anxiously. "It's too early to tell you this now. Since you possess this senior skeleton, sooner or later you will reach this senior's level, and when that time comes, you will understand." Great Demon God said, seemingly a little impatient. "For the sake of you inheriting this senior's will, I can let you and this woman leave, but don't enter this place again, otherwise I won't show any mercy." Chapter 9:11. Saying so, the Great Demon God's soul clone stretched out his hand and summoned a void corridor not far away, one that was dark and deep enough to accommodate several people walking side by side. "Use your own demonic chi to break free from the shackles of this profound divine pillar, and then leave." Great Demon God waved his hand and ordered them to leave. Li Rong turned her eyes to Yang Kai, waiting for him to make a decision. Yang Kai just stared at Great Demon God quietly, not saying a word, his eyes as deep as the stars in the sky. Why haven't you left yet? Seeing Yang Kai not moving, Great Demon God's soul clone shouted, his dignified voice echoing in Yang Kai's mind like a sledgehammer pounding his heart, causing his blood to tumble and his face to flush red. However, Yang Kai soon calmed down and shook his head. I want to take them with me. Great Demon God coldly snorted. You overestimate yourself. I have given you a chance. If you don't take it, you can stay here forever. Although you are the inheritor of this senior skeleton, you must pay the price for intruding here. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he glanced around and asked. These 8 stone pillars are called profound divine pillars? We also encountered one on the way here, one that was much longer than these 8 and had the words profound divine pillar engraved on it. What does it have to do with this place? Trapped in this prison, not only was Yang Kai not anxious, he even had the leisure to chat with Great Demon God's soul clone, causing Great Demon God to feel somewhat surprised. Even Li Rong stared at Yang Kai in surprise, not knowing what he wanted to do. There are many profound divine pillars here, but these 8 are the central ones. Why do you ask? Great Demon God lightly replied. Nothing. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and grinned. I was just thinking that since this place was left behind by Great Demon God, it shouldn't have anything to do with you. You are just a guard left behind by this senior to guard this place. Great Demon God's eyes flashed brilliantly as he looked at Yang Kai with approval and nodded lightly. Your thoughts are quite astute. I'm just guessing, Yang Kai smiled indifferently. On the way here, we encountered a green sea where the soul avatars of countless masters resided. We also encountered a strange blood sea. I think these were all barriers that the Great Demon God left behind in the past to prevent anyone from approaching these 8 stone pillars, right? So what if I am? The Great Demonic Lord nodded in acknowledgement. Yang Kai's calm demeanor and confident manner suddenly made him feel somewhat interested. Nothing. Yang Kai's smile suddenly became strange. It's just that I find it a little strange. Since you're so good that you can instantly imprison and bind the masters who come here regardless of their cultivation, why did the Great Demon God set up so many barriers in the past to prevent others from coming here? Isn't that a little unnecessary? What do you want to say? The Great Demon God's eyes narrowed as a feeling of unease suddenly appeared in his heart. I just want to say, you appear to be incomparably powerful, but in fact, you're just a soul clone and don't have much strength at all. What's binding us here are the 8 stone pillars, something the Great Demon God set up in the past. It has nothing to do with the current you. Yang Kai's voice became low as he finished speaking. Hearing him say this, Li Rong's expression also froze as she suspiciously glanced towards the Great Demon God's soul clone, wanting to probe it with her divine sense but quickly discovering that with her soul bound to the stone pillars, she couldn't use it at all. Are you so sure? The Great Demon God's soul clone stared coldly at Yang Kai, as if his greatest secret had been exposed, his expression changing slightly, but the look in his eyes was still very firm. You were in a hurry to let me and Li Rong leave because you didn't want the 2 of us to remain here. I believe that when the Great Demon God set up the restrictions in this place, he had already left behind a secret door. Those who can use the Demon God transformation will not have to suffer any physical pain. Coincidentally, Li Rong and I just happened to meet this condition, right? The Great Demon God suddenly burst into laughter. You're so fat and you're so full of yourself. Speaking so much, it's all just your own imagination. Yang Kai shook his head. After a person dies, their spiritual energy won't be able to remain in the world for long. It won't be long before it disappears, even if you are the Great Demon God's avatar. You don't have a vessel for this avatar of yours. You probably escaped the fate of vanishing by residing in these 8 stone pillars. However, after so many years, how much power do you have left? You can test for yourself how much power I have left. The Great Demonic God's avatar sneered. Of course I want to test it, because you can't control the power of these 8 stone pillars, so there's no way you can release them. Yang Kai shouted. In that case, I can only destroy these 8 stone pillars myself. Boy, you dare! The great demon god's avatar roared. Open your eyes wide and see if I dare or not. Yang Kai laughed, the power in his body surging madly as his vitality soared. The world trembled and everyone's vision changed, as if the entire world was being distorted. This kind of violent power even caused the two monster race great seniors to pale slightly. They didn't know how a mere transcendent cultivator like Yang Kai could erupt with such power. Asterisk Ka, asterisk as if something had been broken free, Yang Kai walked down from the stone pillar he was tied to, his hands, feet, and neck shaking as a series of crackling sounds rang out. Li Rong, come down and help! Yang Kai shouted. Li Rong gawked, glancing between Yang Kai and the great demon god's avatar, not knowing what to do. Great demon god held an irreplaceable position in the hearts of every demon race cultivator. This kind of worship and reverence came from deep within their bones, making it impossible for Li Rong to oppose him. However, Yang Kai was also the master of her ancient demon clan. If Yang Kai gave orders, she had no choice but to obey. For a moment, she was in a dilemma. He's not the great demon god. The great demon god's true body fell long ago. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. But... Li Rong hesitated. Forget it, you stay there. Yang Kai no longer forced her, instead turning to the great demon god's avatar and saying, I'm going to start destroying this stone pillar now. If you have any way to stop me, quickly use it. The great demon god's avatar just stared at him with a dignified expression, not showing any intention of stopping him, only asking after a long silence. Do you really want to destroy this place? Do you think I'm joking? Do you know what the consequences of destroying this place will be? I only know that if I don't destroy this place, my friends and elders will all die. However, you should know a lot about the mysteries of this place, so can you tell me what it is? I just heard you say that this place seems to be the center of the entire continent. What does it matter? The great demon god's avatar smiled faintly. When you destroy this place, you will naturally understand what the consequences are. I hope you can afford the price. Yang Kai frowned and said impatiently, Stop being so mysterious. Regardless of why the great demon god had placed so many barriers here in the past, regardless of whether this place was the center of the continent or not, since Meng Wuya was trapped on this stone pillar, Yang Kai had no choice but to free him. Saying so, demonic chi surged from his right fist, sending out a strong energy fluctuation. Looking at it, it was as if his right fist had turned into a deep black hole, causing anyone who saw it to feel uneasy. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk Yang Kai's fist slammed into the stone pillar he had been trapped on, causing it to shake violently. Soon after, cracking sounds were emitted as numerous densely packed lines appeared on the entire stone pillar. It seemed as though it was about to collapse at any moment. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected this stone pillar to be so easily destroyed. He had been prepared to fight a protracted battle. Seeing him really begin, the great demon god's avatar was no longer in a hurry and instead laughed heartily, nodding as he said, Your temper is as tough as this senior's. No wonder you were able to inherit this senior's skeleton. You won't stop me? Yang Kai turned to look at him and shook his fist. With the next blow, this stone pillar will be broken. The great demon god's avatar shrugged his shoulders. You said I didn't have the strength to stop you, so how could I stop you? Forget it. This world has been sealed for too long. It's time to see the light of day again. Boy, if you have time, you should go to the demon capital. Once you get there, you will naturally understand the mysteries of this place. Speak clearly. Yang Kai frowned. The great demon god's avatar simply smiled without saying anything, putting on an unfathomable expression before his figure faded and gradually disappeared. No matter how Yang Kai called out to him, he did not show any intention of reappearing. Boy, hurry up and get us out of here. We can't stay here for long. Thunder Dragon Great Senior stared blankly at Yang Kai and said weakly. Nodding, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time and threw another punch at the stone pillar. The stone pillar shattered with a loud bang, and the fragments of stone flew in all directions. The enormous amount of energy sealed within the stone pillar also surged out like a river bursting through a dam. Yang Kai did not panic as he summoned his silver leaf artifact. Like the Milky Way, a silver light enveloped everyone in it. At the same time, the grand heavenly shield appeared, blocking the energy damage. Like a chain reaction, after the first stone pillar was destroyed, the remaining 7 all cracked, and the power that bound everyone disappeared in an instant. Everyone fell to the ground. Kacha, the 7 stone pillars all made a cracking sound and seemed to be on the verge of exploding. The energy sealed inside the stone pillars was also beginning to stir. Hurry up and leave! Yang Kai shouted. If one stone pillar exploded, he would have to resist with all his strength, but if all 7 were to explode at the same time, no one present would survive. Li Rong wrapped everyone in her yuanqi without hesitation and flew towards the entrance to the void corridor opened by the great demon god's avatar. Yang Kai's figure flickered and arrived next to Xian Ning Chang, picked her up, and followed closely behind Li Rong and the others. Just after entering the entrance, the world behind him began to buzz. Yang Kai glanced back and his face suddenly paled. The world behind him seemed to have been disintegrated and suddenly became fragmented, the fragments quickly spreading towards the void corridor. In the position where the 8 stone pillars originally stood, the great demon god's avatar once again appeared, quietly staring in the direction Yang Kai and the others left before being swallowed by a ray of light. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.